feel great about that, other than trying to help people who are in a state of disease.
Well, here we are. Welcome back to the Immigration Answer Show. This is episode 500 of the Immigration Answer Show, our 500th episode of the Immigration Answer Show. I will be here for the next 5 hours. American Patriot says 500. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. I love it. We will have some fun. We'll have some guests. We have a guest coming up here in just a minute or two. And then we're going to have our friends from the Micah Project come on and talk about what we're trying to do today. Getting a lot of love. Good to see a lot of friends, a lot of comments. Keep those comments coming. That makes us happy. We'll be taking questions today too. So feel free to hang out in the waiting room. I might need to kick people out from time to time in the waiting room just to make sure that our guests get on as scheduled, but just click back in and we'll let you in. I don't know what the hell I'm going to talk about for 5 hours. So I'm going to need you guys. I'm going to need all your help to help carry the show. How's everybody doing? Today's Friday, the 15th of December. December's halfway over after today. Can you believe it? Our son came home. Our second son came home yesterday. So we're excited about that. A lot of 500th wishes. So thank you, everybody. Glad to see a lot of friends of the show. And we're excited about the show. It's going to be fun. We're going to, knowledge is power, and I would add hope. And I think we do give some hope here. I think that's right. Hope, and speaking of hope, Hope says, I watched all the shows from the start. How about that? New hairstyle. Who's this Jim? No, this is just Jim combed his hair. And we're recording at 11 in the morning, a little earlier than usual. Usually by the end of the day, I've knocked my hair all around. And why had a great and I have my laptop here too, so I can keep track of other things. Why had a great comment, a little poem in the Immigrant Home Facebook group. If you're not in the Immigrant Home Facebook group, you should be now. But let me go ahead and read Y's poem because I liked it. On the celebration of the 500th episode of the Immigration Answer Show, here's to Jim Hacking, the host whose show on immigration is quite addictive. He helps people with their legal woes and makes sure they're not lost in the throes. He's passionate about his message and fights for immigrants without any presage. He's dedicated to spreading the truth and helping people find their way forsooth. So thank you, Yassine, for that. That made me really happy. I got a big kick out of that. And I see our first guest is here, and this is very apropos that she's one of our first guests because she was one of my very first clients. Her name is Geet. Hello, Geet.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored and humbled.
Well, I can't think of a better person to start off with. Amani's going to come on at 12:30, but I'm really excited to have you on. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so like Jim said, I'm Geet Vinayak. I'm actually the Director of International Students and Scholar Services at Northwestern. But before that, I was an immigrant. I was an international student. I came to the U.S. on first actually a B1 visa, then did a change of status to F1, and eventually through the family petition got my green card. And one day when I was an international student advisor, Jim Hacking came to our institution. At that time, I was at SIUE. And I was sitting and listening to his talk and about the, immigration landscape and how to become a citizen one day. And I was like, I need to get my citizenship. And it really inspired me. I had pushed it off. I'd already had my green card for several years, but I kept pushing it off. And your talk, Jim, really inspired me to think about how things could change in the future. And this was before the Trump era. So hearing about, that there would be changes that green card holders couldn't become citizens in the future, I'd never really thought about that until I heard you speak and, really taking up that opportunity to go through that process. And you made it so easy. And I'm so grateful and I'm so glad I did it, because then, just 4 years later, we had the Trump era and it was really, really hard. And I was glad to be a US citizen by then.
So you guys, Geet, she's in charge of the International Student Office at Northwestern University. And, people sometimes ask me international student questions, and I often go and ask Geet because she knows her stuff. She actually did her PhD on the CVIS system, the CVIS program. So she really knows her stuff. But more than that, she's also, the reason I like Geet so much is because she's one of these people who always is trying to help the immigrants in her group. Hey, Curtis Morrison's here. Our buddy Curtis is here. Curtis is an immigration lawyer. And he, like me, he likes to sue USCIS and the State Department. So hi, Curtis. Thanks for joining. Geet is an advocate for the students. And that's why I think we always hit it off, because we always sort of viewed USCIS as, maybe sort of a stumbling block, or certainly people that weren't necessarily trying to help people. And Geet is so creative. I remember once she had an international student go to Mexico overnight and get a visa stamp coming back, and it's something else. So Geet, I've always appreciated that about you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for me, this is like a career, but it's really my passion, like helping immigrants. And I remember like how much the international office, the space, the attorneys that we brought in at that time when I was a student helped me, because I knew nothing. I was very thankful that my parents had taken care of a lot of things. And as I transitioned to become an adult, I was kind of clueless, and to have young people be responsible for their status and not understand that the system is punitive, that you can't make mistakes as an immigrant, especially as a student or a scholar. You have to be very careful. You have to keep everything in order. You have to keep all your documents. It's very daunting, and no one tells you that at the beginning. And so really my passion has been in life is to educate, connect students to immigration attorneys like you, Jim, and others, and really give people the education that they need to have a strong foundation to their status. Really, here at Northwestern and other institutions around the US that we work with, is really to make sure that when students go apply for their H-1Bs or their green cards and finally citizenship, that they have no issues from when they were a student or a scholar on our campus. And it's really important to me. And I thank you, Jim, for coming to our campus and sharing your wisdom with all of our students and scholars.
Geet, I think a lot of people are disheartened about the immigration process now, and about the ability of internationals to come here and to sort of walk that awesome path that you did all the way up through citizenship. What do you say? We've got a big audience and we got people all over the world that are watching right now. What do you say to people who would like to come as an international student to see if they can make it in the United States?
Yeah, I mean, my number one advice is that don't give up. Sometimes it's a slow process. Make sure you choose an institution that's right for you. Make sure that you look at the cost of the institution, because a lot of students come and they're very surprised with all the hidden cost. And I say take it slow and think of why you're coming. And, even because you're going to have to go in front of a visa officer and you're going to have to explain to them why they should grant you a visa, and really having an organic story of why you've chosen the institution, why it's a good fit for you. And again, and how you're going to cover that cost, and how you don't have immigrant intent. Again, with the student visas, you can change your mind. There's no such thing that you have to know 20 years from now. But at the time of application, I think it's really important to think about, what you would do if you did go back to your home country. So I think it's important to think of all options when you're going into it, and doing it in a way that is realistic and is truthful, because visa officers, they're seeing a high volume of student visa applications, and even for scholar applications as well. So it's like having that story, not it being rehearsed, but just really being true, I think is really important. And being realistic with yourself, like, is this manageable? Can you, do you want to do a bachelor's versus a master's versus a doctorate? Like, what is the real goal for you and where should you start. I find a lot of students that want to come here for bachelor's, and once I go through the process with them, it's really they should come here for their master's based on their profile and things. So really understanding what's the right time, financially putting all those pieces together is really critical.
I'll just have one more question for you, then I'll let you go. I know you have a meeting. So when I think about international students and the one mistake that they make that they can't fix is sort of if they make a mistake on their optional practical training, how important getting that paperwork right is, because a lot of times if it gets denied, it'll be after the filing period and they'll sort of just lose out on that opportunity to work in the United States for 1 or 3 years. Are there any other big mistakes that you see international students maybe on the coming?
Yeah, so that's number one risk area. I definitely say to students, read everything, double, triple check your forms. Even a little typo could result in denial of optional practical training or STEM OPT. And there's nothing that the school can do. There's nothing an immigration attorney can do to fix those kinds of issues. So it's really, really, really careful. You have to be really careful for OPT. The other areas I would say is, be careful about schools that just offer work authorization off campus in the first term. That's something that's rare unless it makes sense for your program, if you have a practicum or clinicals. But really look out for schools that are offering you things like just doing all online classes and being able to work off campus. So be careful of the traps. And also just don't work off campus without authorization. Again, that's a really critical one. I have so many people tell me, oh, no, the government will never find out. And somehow everything is connected and it always ends in a bad scenario. And that's where lawyers and the institutions can't help. So follow the rules, work with your international offices, ask questions before you're thinking about something. Don't make assumptions. And just know that, again, the immigration system is punitive and you really need to be careful and read all the information that the schools are giving you.
Awesome. Geet, thanks so much. Geet Van Eyck, thank you so much for being with us. This was great. I'll see you soon.
Okay, bye. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Yep. See you. Have a good weekend. All right. That was our old friend and client, Geet. She's one of the good ones. I sure love her. She's been a good friend to the firm, and I'm going up to Amani and I are going to go up to Northwestern in February, I think, and talk to the international students up there. How's everybody doing? Love seeing the comments. Thanks everybody for the congratulations on the 500 episodes. We really like it. The waiting room is open. If you want to come on in, let's take some calls. Our next guest comes on at 11:30, so we got time for some calls. Let's say hi to Cameron. Hi, Cam. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Huli's saying something. You got something, Huli?
Yes, it was to announce this, to start doing it now.
Oh, all right. So we're gonna try to raise $1,000 for the Micah Project today. The two ladies that started the Micah Project will be with us at the bottom of the hour. So we'll drop the link. It's tinyurl.com/hacking500. If you got 10 or 20 bucks and you could throw in, that would be great. Oh, Amra's here.
Anything helps.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Anything helps. So we'll just put the link itself, that tiny URL link in there.
Okay.
Thanks, Huli. And thanks for remind me about once an hour about that. Okay.
Will do.
Awesome. All right. Now we'll get to Cameron. Hello, Cameron.
Hey, Jim. How are you?
Great. How are you doing?
Man, I'm doing fabulous.
I love to hear it. What's up?
Well, started the wife's CR1 process August of 2021, and yesterday received the visa.
Nice.
Nice.
Can you walk us through the timeline? Because people really like to hear it.
Well, I did consular processing. I live in Colombia. That's where I met my wife and just came for a vacation and never left. So we did it consular wise. It took about 16 months for the marriage to even be, identified as being legitimate. So that was the longest portion. After that, things moved pretty quick. The NVC, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Maybe 6 weeks for them. Scheduled the appointment in Bogota. Had all the documents ready. Documentarily qualified. Went for the interview. Couldn't have gone smoother.
Really?
I mean, the process there. It wasn't even an interview. It was a conversation, 5 minutes.
Awesome.
Essentially, the agent, really professional there in Bogota, just said, ask my wife, so how did you guys meet? Tell me your story.
It's the number one question. It's the number one question. How did you meet? Yeah.
5 minutes later, approved. Did have one small issue with the divorce papers. Make sure you get a certified copies if you've been divorced. I did not present certified copies, so I had to obtain those. That was the only snafu. And boom, done.
So when is she coming?
Well, we're going to be arriving into the States in the middle of January, me and the dog and my wife. The dog had to get a permit too. You bring a dog from Colombia, you got to have a permit.
Oh, I didn't know.
I got the permit the day before she got the green card. I was like, if you don't get that green card, me and Toby, we're going to miss you in the United States.
So just to be clear, she has her visa. You haven't gotten the green card yet. You're going to pay the Ellis fee, and that'll come after.
Yes, right. We got the visa yesterday in her passport. So, yeah, a huge event. Incredible. I mean, essentially, we've been together 5 years now. Matter of fact, our 5th anniversary was December 11th. So, I mean, this has been an incredible week for us. And then, I'm kind of now it's like almost anticlimactic. Like, wow, it's gone.
I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, I don't have to. But I want to thank you specifically. Even though I didn't use your law firm, I gained a lot of excellent information and advice from you on this. And honestly, couldn't have done it without you. The way that you're out here just selflessly giving this information to people is terrific. I don't want to say you're doing the Lord's work, but you're doing it pretty damn close.
Thank you, Cameron. Have a safe trip and let us know when you get here. Okay, that's
I will.
All
I will.
right.
And good luck to all you guys out there and girls on your journey. Just be patient. Don't give up. Send in good paperwork and listen to Jim.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank
Have
you.
a good day. All right. Hey, now Amra's here. We got to go to Amra. What's going on, Amra? I hear her laughing outside. I don't know why. You're on mute, Amra.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I know you were coming on.
Yep, I had to see the 500th episode.
You said you weren't going to. I thought you weren't going to.
I think other people want to join too.
Oh, okay. All right. I see. There's Asylee and Yuli. Hi, guys.
Hi
Thanks for coming
there.
on. How are you doing?
Good, working a lot. It's a break. Working so hard.
So these are 3 team members from the firm. Amra works with me. Yuli is in pod A, B, which one?
D.
D. And Asylee helps with Pachama and support, helping us get those packets out the door. So thanks, guys. That's great. I'm glad you came on.
Thank you for everything.
All right, bye, guys. Bye, Amra. That was great. I didn't think Amra was going to come on, so that's great. All right. So how's everybody doing? Let's see. Let's check our time. Okay, good. We have time for more calls. Optimus is here. Hello, Optimus. How you doing, buddy?
I'm well, Jim. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah. Congratulations on the 500th episode.
Thank you.
It's been such an amazing journey, and thank you for the good work. I always love to come on here.
I always love having you. What's up?
Sorry, I really don't have much to say. I'll come back. I really do. Sorry, I'm at work, so I'm talking to my colleague. We're having a Christmas party in the office, so I'll soon leave. I received a letter this morning. I don't know the content yet. When I left the house, my wife sent it to me. It was called, you know how you get it from
there. Uh-oh. That's weird. We'll give it a minute. How's everybody doing? We'll see if Optimus is able to make it back. Maybe that Christmas party got going a little crazy. We'll come back and see. Maybe after he gets his letter. Long-time listener. Hello, long-time listener. You're on mute.
Hi, Jim. Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. I've been listening for you for a while. I have a simple question.
Go for it.
I'm married to a U.S. citizen, and I'm going to have my, 751 removal of condition this coming February next year. Is that will be an issue for the USCIS if I have because I moved my apartment. So I used to live with my my old apartment. Who's living now is my mother and father-in-law. So sometimes I'm still getting a mail from them from that address, but I moved from since May. I get a new apartment, so if I'm going to bring my like supporting documents, evidence, that would be an issue.
So let's back up. So you have your 2-year green card. You're getting ready to file your 751. Have you updated your address with USCIS?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And you and your spouse have moved to a new apartment?
Yes.
But you're saying you still get mail at the old place you lived, which was with her parents?
Yeah, like some old mail. Yeah, I'm still getting there. That I can use that as my evidence also. But the main mail or some very important thing that I move it to my new address already.
I think you're fine.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for your 500. Probably I'm listening to you 400 episode already.
Awesome.
I always listen. Always
so
listen.
I appreciate
All right, thank
it.
you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, for sure. That was fun. Let's talk to Henry. Hi, Henry.
Hey, Mr. Eugene.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Congratulations on your 500.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're so much helpful for all of us. We really appreciate all you do.
Sure. Well, it's only because everybody else here is doing all the work, so that gives me the time to come on and talk to you guys. So, what can I help you with?
I just have a quick question. I have a green card based on asylum, and I just received my travel document, and I just want to, ask you, like, it's gonna be my first time out of the country, and any advice that you can just give me?
So, you've already been awarded. Asylum. You do have your green card, or you don't have your green card?
I do have a green card, yes.
Now you have your green card, and you have a valid passport or travel document?
Yeah, I just received my travel document. Yeah.
Okay. So if you have a travel document, and then do you need a visa to go to the country you're visiting, or do you not need a visa?
No, I don't need a visa.
And you're not going to the country that you got asylum from, right?
No, it's a different country.
You should be fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just feeling a little bit nervous because it's gonna be my first time. But how
long will you be gone?
I just only gonna be a week. I just wanna see my family. It's been like 10 years since I haven't seen them.
I'm glad you're going, Henry. Have a great trip.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Bye, buddy. Yeah, for sure. All right. That was Henry. He's got his travel document, his green card, his refugee travel document, and his new green card. So he is good to go. Listen, we already have some very generous donations. Lewis has said that if we raise $1,000, that he'll match it to $2,000, which blows my mind. Thank you, Lewis. Lewis is going to be on the show later, and in fact, we're going to be talking to Lewis about how generous he's been with one of our clients. So that's pretty exciting. And then Tony said he donated $100. So I don't think on here it shows. Yeah, it doesn't show. When the ladies come on, we got to figure out how they can let me know during the day how much money we've raised, so that if we get to 1,000, then we'll know. But I mean, I'm sure at the end of the day they'll tell me. But it'd be fun to know sort of while we go. All right. So let's say hi to Tala. Hi, Tala. You're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I have a quick question. I have filed I-130 for my parents. And priority date is 06/07/2021. And we received a letter from USCIS back in 2022, September, saying that they are just like lining up the interview in Islamabad embassy. And it's been more than a year. We haven't heard anything. So my question is, like right now, are we supposed to wait?
Yep. I think most people, I mean, we'll see what the comments say, but I think Islamabad's like 16 months after documentally qualified before you get the interview.
All right. And second thing is like my parents are traveling to Australia, Sydney, where my sister is,
Hmm.
and they will be there like for around more than 10 months.
Wow.
So like they will be on a visit visa, but my question is like should I do a change of address? Like, is it possible they can have an interview over there in Sydney?
So the way that that works, you would have to ask the embassy in Australia if they're willing to take your parents' case, and then if they're willing, then you go sort of through the process of having Australia request the file from Pakistan. But
Okay,
if they're going to
so
be there, if they're going to be there 10 months, it might be worth it. It's a pretty slow. It's a pretty slow embassy. I mean, not slow. It's a pretty not very busy embassy. So it wouldn't.
uh-huh.
That's not necessarily a bad plan. If they have a legit reason for being there, i.e., seeing your sisters, and they're going to be there 10 months.
Uh-huh.
Generally, I don't like to mess around with where the file is and start asking people, where they are, or like usually you don't want to mess with that. But Islamabad is one of the slowest ones we got. They're going to be in Australia, which is probably a pretty quick one. So I think it's worth a shot.
Okay, so you're saying I should contact to American Embassy in Australia, Sydney, and transfer the case over there.
I'd probably wait until your parents actually get to Australia, and then I would start.
Okay,
Mhm.
perfect. And like, do you know like any time period, like how long it normally takes for
It's
transferring the case or change of address?
a couple months.
Okay,
It
all right.
depends on their willingness, though. They might say no.
Oh,
This is a request, not a demand.
uh-huh. Okay, got it. Yeah, because like that was my only concern because let's say if they travel to Australia and then meanwhile if they got an interview date from Islamabad embassy, so that will be a real mess.
Yeah, then they'll have to hot foot it back to Pakistan.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But I think you'll have. I mean, it won't be like, hey, your interview's tomorrow. You'll have a good chunk of time, probably
Oh,
six,
yes, yes.
probably 6 or 8 weeks.
I do understand. Yes, yes. Well, thank you. Thank you for your advice.
Thanks, Tala. See you, bud.
Thank you. And congratulations on your 500 episode.
Thanks so much. Robert is reminding me that the Chargers got their GM and their head coach fired. Well, when a team scores 63 points, when a team scores no points against the Vikings and then 63 points against you, I mean, I thought the Chargers had a lot of talent. I saw them actually beat the Vikings this year. So the Chargers beat the Vikings, but the Vikings beat the Raiders in one of the worst football games of all time, 3-0. 3-0. And then yesterday it was 63-21 or some crazy score. So I still wish the Chargers would just move back to San Diego or move to St. Louis. I don't know why they're wasting their time in Los Angeles. All right. So let's check in on the Micah Project. I just want to, Huli will drop the link, but there's a short little form that you fill out if you want to donate to the Micah Project, whatever amount you want. Tony donated $100, so thanks for that. And Lewis has said that if we hit 1,000, he's going to donate 1,000, so that's pretty exciting. And we're going to have the founders of the Micah Project on here in just a few minutes. All right, and here she is. Here's Jessica. All right. Hello, Jessica. I was just showing everybody the form.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good to see you. I am
sure.
great, and congratulations to you on 500
Oh, yeah.
episodes.
It's pretty crazy. We'll see if I can go the full 5 hours. I don't know, but we're going to give it a shot. And luckily, there's people filling out the waiting room, and I got good friends like you coming on to talk, so that'll be good. And here's Nicole. All right. So we got both of the founders of the Micah Project. How are you, ladies?
Hello. How are you?
Great. Are you somewhere cool, Nicole?
Oh, just my house.
Oh, well, it's a pretty cool looking house.
Thank you. Yeah, some Christmas decorations in the background. So
awesome. Well, why don't you guys tell a little bit about the history of the Micah Project, what you do, and what services you offer to immigrants?
Great. Yeah, we are a nonprofit that probably does a lot of the same work you do, Jim, with doing a lot of family-based naturalization, and then a lot of defensive work in immigration court. We work a lot with asylum seekers, folks who have been here for a while, or recent arrivals. Our staff mostly speaks Spanish, so we have a lot of Spanish speakers, but we have clients that have come from around 50 different countries around the world. And we also have Dari and Pashto and Portuguese and maybe other speakers in the office as well.
And so, Nicole, why did you and Jessica start the Micah Project?
So Jessica and I actually met when we were in law school, for better or worse, many years ago. And we've been around now for about 11 years this past August. So she and I both were really interested in working in immigration law. We're pretty committed to working on the public interest side, so within the nonprofit realm of that work. And we just sort of our interests aligned, and we were able to secure some startup funding at the beginning after founding our 501c3, our nonprofit, and we're able to start off. It was just the two of us at the beginning, and as she mentioned, with all the languages there on our staff, we are actually up to around 15 staff members. And in addition to having lawyers, so she and I are both attorneys, we have a few other attorneys on staff. We have some accredited representatives. So those are non-lawyers, but who are able to represent immigrants after becoming accredited by the Department of Justice on our staff. And then we also have a client support services department. So we're able to support our clients with other needs outside of their legal case.
Awesome. So Jessica, how does the Micah Project make its money, and why are donations so important?
Donations have always been a huge portion of the money that we run on, so we are especially grateful for fundraisers like this. We also receive some grants from private foundations and a little bit from the government, but we've always raised a large portion of our funds just from regular individuals who feel like this is an important issue and that supporting the dignity of all people and access to representation is an important value.
Awesome. And Nicole, why is this work so important to you?
I think that this work is important to me, sort of both on a personal level and sort of on being part of the world citizen. I think that on a personal level, I have familial and social connections, as Jessica mentioned, in the Latino community especially, but with lots of folks who weren't as fortunate as I was to be born in the United States. And I think that puts me in sort of a unique position to use as my law degree. I also have a master's in social work. And so to put those things to use in service of the community and to work with those in our community who need sort of my expertise or what I'm able to offer as they navigate the barriers that our system creates for them. And then I think, on a bigger level, pretty committed to the issues of justice, as you are, as Jessica is. I think to do immigration law, you do really, I think we're honored and lucky to have colleagues like you and others. You really have to be committed to the cause. I think that there was rarely an immigration attorney who doesn't really have a heart for working for justice in this area. And I do think it's a really important time to be in immigration law, to be an immigration lawyer, to care about immigration policy.
That's awesome. So Jessica, Monty and I were able to come down and have lunch with you lovely ladies a couple months ago, and we got to see your new office. How's the new office coming? How are you guys settling in?
Yeah, we are really excited. Since this summer, we have been located on Cherokee Street and what we hope is our forever home. We were able to buy a building down here. And for those of you who know St. Louis, it's really kind of an immigrant hub in this area. Lots of restaurants and shops and other things. So we're really excited to be here. We have some nice office space that is a lot more accessible than our previous office space was. So it's been really great to be really in the community and also to have some good space for our staff and clients to access here.
Awesome. Well, we actually have a question from one of our favorite members. Nurse Laura wants to know, says, Jessica and Nicole, thanks for what you do. Do you have any suggestions for how to help Americans understand that supporting immigrants is important?
That is a great and really hard question. So I would be happy to hear what Nicole has to say as well. I do think there is just a ton of misinformation and lack of understanding of the system. Sometimes I give presentations to non-immigrant groups about the system, and a lot of times if I ask, does anyone know how you get legal status? People will raise their hand and say, you pay money and you learn English. And I think if that was all there was to the process, we would have lines around the block. People would be very excited to be able to take the opportunity to pay some money and learn English and obtain legal status in this country. As many of your viewers probably know, the process is much more complex, and many people just don't understand that until they know someone personally going through the process.
Yeah, and I think I'd echo a lot of that. And also when I found myself, giving presentations or sort of sharing information with non-immigrants about the process, I do think the more we can talk to each other about it and share, if you learn something about immigration on Jim's show, or you read a quality article or learn something, by following our social media or something like that, I think sharing it with others who are not, subject to immigration policy in the way that immigrants are. So those of us who are born here, or people who have permanent legal status, I think it can really help with sort of combat that, what I often refer to as sort of innocent ignorance. I think there's a lot of really, really well-meaning people who support immigrants, who care about immigrants, who think that immigrants are good for our country, but just have no idea about the process, about the complexity, about the barriers that really exist for people. So talking to each other and raising awareness in that sense, I think, is really powerful.
We talk a lot on the show, you guys, about the mistakes that immigrants make, right? That sometimes they put themselves in situations that they might not be able to recover from. I actually had someone yesterday flat out admit to me that she had gotten her green card and her 10-year green card through fraud. And, it's not often that people are that honest with your lawyer, but what are some of the mistakes that you ladies see when you're dealing with clients that you wish that immigrants and those who love immigrants knew to sort of avoid?
I think what I would highlight is sort of the unfortunate reality that our system kind of forces people to make mistakes or sort of make decisions just out of necessity sometimes. I think, as sort of the opposite to like fraud or, making up a story
Sure.
sort of on purpose and taking that forward. I think in order to survive, we see folks forced to make decisions like checking a box on a form in order to get employment because there aren't a lot of ways to get lawful employment sometimes, depending on how someone entered the country or things like that. And I do think that the reality that we confront at the Micah Project is one error or problem that sometimes comes up is because it's so hard to access legal services or high quality legal services, whether you don't have the funds to pay a good high quality attorney, or you can't get in with a place like the Micah Project just because there is so much need. And our intake line is very full. And every month we have to turn away people that we wish we could represent only because of a lack of capacity. We just don't have enough attorneys and enough legal reps to take on all the cases that need. I think sometimes folks are forced to, work with someone who maybe has really good intentions and is helping them try to fill out a form, or maybe someone who doesn't have such good intentions, but is just charging people to fill out a form. Sometimes we call those notaries or notarios. And that's unfortunate because it really can mess things up for folks down the road.
Yep, for sure. Jessica?
I mean, kind of my go-to, everything Nicole said, but my go-to is just don't claim to be a U.S. citizen unless you are. Some lies have enormous consequences and some lies have much lesser consequences, and that's one of the enormous ones.
All right, so we have set our goal to raise $1,000 for you guys, and one of our viewers has already said that if we hit 1,000, he's going to match it. So that's pretty exciting.
Oh my goodness!
He's a very generous fellow. Now, the one thing I forgot to ask Jessica about was, can you guys give me updates during the day? So we'll be up the next 5 hours. I don't have a way to check to see how we're doing, but if you could check and let me know how we're doing, is that something that's possible, Jessica?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, maybe just once an hour, send me an email, and then I'll keep people posted. But Tony donated 100, and I think somebody donated 25 and is coming back to donate 25 more later. So I think we're going to get there, no problem. And Amani and I also said that if we raise 1,000, I haven't said this to anybody, but if we hit the 1,000, Amani and I are also going to donate 1,000. So hopefully have a good day.
You guys are amazing.
Yeah, hopefully have a good day for you guys. Well, thanks for coming
Yeah.
on, ladies, and thanks for all the important work that you do. If people want to learn more about the Micah Project, how do they do that?
So I would suggest following our social media. We're not super active because we do stay busy with other things and don't have a dedicated person, but we do try to share updates and, of course, about our work on there. It's just at the Micah Project, both on Facebook and Instagram, our two main networks. And you'll see our little logo, which is the 4 hands with the primary colors there when you search for us. So we would appreciate that. And yes, thanks again, Jim, and thanks to everybody watching. We appreciate the support.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Congratulations.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
That was great. They're so great. They're so lovely. I love those guys. They just do a great job. They do the really hard stuff. I mean, I hear these deportation stories they have. We don't do much deportation anymore, and I'm just really glad. And so I just think they're real warriors. And I like the lawyers that don't just sort of take the BS that the government dishes out. I like the lawyers that want to fight and want to stand up for their clients. And there's lots of great immigration lawyers that do that, but there are certainly some who don't. So we're glad to see them, and we're glad to support them. All right. Well, we're trucking along. Meme's been waiting a while to come on, so let's say hi to Meme. Hi, Meme. You're on mute, Meme. Probably waiting too long. Probably got bored. All right. Well, we'll leave Meme in the waiting room. The waiting room does have some space if you guys are wanting to come on. I got lots. Oh, here we go. Hi, Meme. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing too?
Fantastic.
Thanks for taking my call. And congratulations on the 500 show. Yeah, you've been doing a good job. All right, I just have a few questions. So my brother is trying to file for his wife, and we're all just putting our heads together to fill the forms and not to use a lawyer because the case is pretty straightforward. And we just had some few questions on the form. So we came into this country through our dad, to our parents, and on one of the forms it asks whether he has certification of citizenship. And from our memory, we don't have that because our dad did all the paperwork. When we're coming into this country, we came with our American passport. So I don't know whether he's supposed to have, we are supposed to have any certificates of citizenship whatsoever.
It's possible that he has one. You should do a Freedom of Information Act request from USCIS to ask them for it. It's free. You don't have to pay for it.
Okay. How do you ask for it?
So there's an online form called a G like girl 639. Fill that out, and they'll send you a copy of his file. I think on a CD is how they send it still. I don't know. I haven't seen a FOIA in a while, but yeah, they still send it electronically on a CD.
Oh, okay. So what do you say? G what?
639. I'll put it in the comments.
Okay, sure. All right. Thank you. And also, if in like a situation like this, a passport that is his proof of citizenship, does he still need to also submit his a copy of his birth certificate too? Because he wasn't born here.
Sure. A birth certificate is one of the main ways you prove who you are.
Okay. Even though he wasn't born here, he should still submit a copy.
And if it's in a foreign language, it has to be translated.
Okay, sounds good. And also, I think there's too many questions, but let me just run it quick.
Okay.
On the affidavit of support, if his wife wants to add her income, does she also need to submit the tax forms?
Affidavit of support.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I love this because you let off by saying this is a straightforward case, and so we don't need a lawyer. I'm going to do a video why you do need a lawyer for a straightforward case, but I will answer your question. So the answer to your question is, if someone is submitting an affidavit of support, they need to submit their tax transcripts, their tax returns, and their proof of income and their current employment letter.
Okay, even though she's the intended immigrant and it's just on her husband's affidavit.
We don't need anything for the intending immigrant for the affidavit of support, just for the sponsor.
Yeah, I'm actually, I asked if you are adding anybody else, if anybody's adding their income, if she should list their income there, does she need to?
No.
Okay.
Can't and shouldn't.
Can't and shouldn't. Okay, sure. And the final question, when I asked for the location where the field office location, should they just list the city where they live, or should they find the field office because they are confused what name of what city they should put?
What's the question that you're at? What's the form say? What's the question?
I think the form asks which field office will the beneficiary go for the, I think, fingerprint or the interview or whatever. I don't know. I think it asks something like that. The field office.
I don't think so. I think it just asks, will it be at a field office? I don't think it asks for which one. They don't ask for people to determine which one. That's too tricky.
It does. So it asks for the city and the state.
On the I-130?
Yes.
Let's take a look.
I don't know which number exactly.
That's okay. I can put it up. Yeah. So the beneficiary is in the United States and will apply for adjustment of status to that of lawful permanent resident at the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service office in. Yeah. So you have to figure out which field office it is. I think USCIS has a locator on their website where you can put in your zip code and it'll tell you which one.
Okay. Okay. Sure. All right.
Awesome. Thanks, Neem.
All right. Thank you so much, Jim.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right. All right. I saw we got another donation. So thanks. Andrew donated $100. Thank you, Andrew. Very nice of you. Very generous. I'm sure the ladies will be appreciative of that. So that's exciting. It's going to be fun if we hit our $1,000 and then old Lewis and Amani have to kick in $1,000 each. That'll be fun if that happens. All right. Oh, Optimus Prime is back. I guess he finished his Christmas party. You finished your Christmas party?
We haven't started.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to congratulate you and also thank you for the good work. I really don't have much to say. Update on my case. It's been 13 months, in processing. This month I received the letter. I don't know what's inside the letter yet because I left home. My wife told me it was coming in the mail, but we're not both at home right now. So just letting you know. But the next step I was hoping for is to go for the interview. I haven't filed all the paperwork and all of that. So I'm hoping it's...
You submitted your medical?
Oh, yeah, I did that since August.
So it's probably some kind of request for evidence, I would think. I don't know what other letter it would be.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably an RFE or, notice to come for the interview. I hope it's for the interview. I hope it is for the interview and we can just, go in. So just wanted to update you on that. But I'll keep you posted if anything else comes up. Thank you so much.
Bye, Optimus. See you, buddy. Have fun at your party. Bye. All right. Diva's here. Hello, Diva.
Hey, Jim, good afternoon. Can you take me off camera?
Diva, you are off camera. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a long-time listener, but first-time caller.
My favorite kind.
Yeah. I have a question about Mandamus.
Okay.
Long story short, so I came into the country with B1, B2 with my ex-husband and my son. And, I know you don't like the story, but it happened to me. But my husband had a relationship when he came here prior to our trip. He had a relationship here and had a son. I don't know that. And then I came to know once we all together came to here. And then after that, I divorced him 2017. And 2019, I met another guy and get married 2021. And unfortunately, that also not worked out. I filed I-360, which is for abuse case.
Yeah.
So that case is pending with the USCIS. I received my prima facie for the first time for 1 year, until it valid until 2023 July, and I received my EAD combo card. I submit my biometric, but since then I don't see any update on my case. So for now, I have a lawyer for that. My lawyer is advising me to file a mandamus, but I don't know what about it, but I would like to know about your advice on that.
Which form do you want to sue on?
I-360.
And how long has the I-360 itself been pending?
It's 18 months now.
Yeah, I mean, those things are taking 3 years. I think it's too early to file a mandamus. I think we wait 3 years before we file mandamuses on VAWA cases.
Yeah, I've learned that from your video. So I don't know. So if we file, what they're gonna do? So they are reject my case, or what is gonna be their reply?
It's not so much that they reject it. So in the majority of lawsuits that we file, the government, whether it's the State Department or USCIS, they just start working on it.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes they think our clients haven't waited long enough. So in about 5 to 10% of the cases, they file a motion to dismiss. And they basically say, Judge, Diva's case has only been pending a year and a half. It's not really that long. Processing times, COVID. We're doing our best. Please don't worry about us. Please go focus on something else and dismiss this and make her keep waiting. And when they do that, usually the judges agree with them. So it wouldn't affect your underlying case. You would just be out the money that you spent on the lawsuit. But even with that being said, I think it's too early.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you so much, Jim.
Bye, Diva. I'm sorry you're going through all this. Hopefully things work out.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, I might have to clear out some people from the waiting room just because the GOAT, Daniel himself, is supposed to be coming here in about 4 minutes. But I think we might have time for a quick call. Let's say what Jashankar says. Hi, Jashankar. You're on mute, buddy.
Hey, Jim. Sorry about that. Congratulations on your 500 show. Awesome work.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm excited.
I had a couple of questions, please. So I wanted to know, what are the drawbacks of becoming a co-sponsor for somebody else's, like a friend's?
That's a great question.
Petition?
That's a great question. So sometimes our clients will say to us, Jim, we're going through the marriage-based process, and the U.S. citizen doesn't make enough money. And my dad is thinking about being the Uncle Joey is thinking about being the co-sponsor. Uncle Joey wants to talk to you, Jim.
Yeah.
Will you talk to Uncle Joey? And I always say, hey, brother, you don't want me talking to Uncle Joey, because if I talk to Uncle Joey, I'm most likely going to tell him, don't sign that affidavit of support.
Yeah.
I think it's a very nice thing to do.
Right.
I would probably only do it for my kids. And even then my wife would probably be objecting, I think.
Because it's a binding federal document, and they can hold you against it till the person either becomes a citizen, right?
Now, in my whole life,
as
an attorney, as an immigration attorney, and as someone who reads pretty much the immigration news all the time, the only time I've ever heard affidavits of support coming up in any kind of case is when a foreign beneficiary uses the affidavit of support in a divorce to show how much money they should be getting in the divorce. I've never heard of the government coming after a co-sponsor for like unpaid medical bills or something else, right? I've never heard of that. Not to say that they don't do it, but I personally have never heard about that. So if that makes it more likely or more comfortable for someone to sign affidavit of support, it is what it is. But generally, I think it's a nice thing to do for somebody. I wouldn't do it, and I wouldn't recommend most of my clients do it. And that's why I tell my clients, you don't want me talking to Uncle Joey.
Okay, cool. And second question was, do you have any insight into how people on H-1B visas in this country can extend their visa stamp by staying here? I think they have a pilot program that's going to start next month.
Yeah, no one really knows much about it. It's hopefully going to work. It's only going to be for the H-1B holder, not for their H-4 dependents.
Right. Yeah, I saw that.
But,
yeah.
I mean, for people that have a concern about going overseas, it's going to be a great thing if it works. Nobody really knows exactly how it's going to work.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, sir.
Hi, Jashankar. See you, buddy.
Bye, sir. Yeah.
All right. That was our friend Jashankar. Daniel should be coming on in just a minute, so I'm going to not pull up anybody. Daniel's slot is coming up, I think, at 11:50. Let me make sure. Yeah, Daniel's at 11:50. He's going to talk about the intake process and how things work here. H&M says that the visa thing is a PR campaign. Probably so. I mean, I don't know. You don't want to get me started on the Biden team and immigration, but what am I going to do? All right, I got to kick a couple people out just because I got to clear out some space for Daniel. So I'm just going to knock out the last two people who are here. Sorry about that. Juli, can you let me know if Daniel is coming? I just want to keep everything on track. and I have someone coming at noon. I wonder how we're doing on our donations. Let's see if we got any. Oh, Jessica says, haha, we're already at $420. That was at 11:38. So she must have checked right when she got off. We're at $420 on our goal towards 1,000. So thank you everybody for donating to the Micah Project. We're excited to raise money for them. And remember, if we get to 1,000, we're only 580 away, and we have 4 more hours left of the show. So I think we're going to be okay. Yuli keeps trying to get on, but she was already on, so I'm not sure about that. Yeah, Tony wants me to cuss. I should cuss sometime during today's show. Maybe we'll just read some Biden and Mayorkas immigration news, get me fired up. Oh, Daniel's probably on a call. I bet that's what's going on. Let's go ahead and talk. Oh, there's Daniel. There he is. Hello, sir.
Hey, Jim. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing, Daniel?
I'm wonderful. Congratulations on 500.
Oh, well, I don't think we would have been here without all of your support over the years. So thank you, Daniel.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Feel bad you had to kick some people out, but
oh, it's all right. They'll be back. They'll be back. So talk to me about the time. Daniel, for those of you who don't know, Daniel just celebrated his 4th year with the firm, and he's sort of the guru go-to in the intake department. Do you want to talk a little bit about the intake team and what you guys do?
Oh, well, sure. Well, I'm happy to be here, but I wanted to say first what all your guests say. Jim, can you take me off the camera?
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm
I thought you were serious.
Oh, really? Why?
I don't
know. You're just used to it.
Yes. It's like a reflex.
Yeah. Well, we've got a great team. You know, we have a lot of people working in Argentina and abroad, so it's really fun to get to know them. People call our office. We explain how we can help and how much it costs, and if it interests you, you can speak to an attorney. So it's a great system, and I got some great teammates, and Julia is helping us all run the show here, so I appreciate her. And that's kind of how it works.
And how do you spend your time, Daniel, most days? What do you spend your time doing?
Well, as friends have noted when I've been on the show previously, is Daniel takes calls and makes notes, and that's basically my job. So listen to the story, get some facts, and go from there. So yeah, I was thinking back to your first. I remember when you first went live, Jim, like your first couple of shows, and like it felt like a big deal. Like you didn't know who was going to come on and what they would say. You can see it on your face as like, oh my God, this is kind of crazy. And now you're just like, what's the story? How long you been waiting?
Yeah, well, I think that's true for you too in intake. I mean, I think, you get more comfortable. And, the funny thing is, Daniel, I was just telling everybody before you came on that somebody told me yesterday about how they got their green card through basically fraud. And it was a story that I've never heard before. So every day we hear stories, even as long as you and I've been doing it, we hear stories that we've never heard before.
That's definitely true. Definitely true. Yeah.
What's your favorite part of your job?
I just love talking to people from all over the world, hearing their stories. Yeah.
There's some crazy stories. Well, yeah. So it's been.
I was wondering
fun.
how many Diet Pepsis you need to get through this 5-hour.
I haven't had any yet. I've only been doing water. So, Yuli, can you ask Elmer? Oh, Yuli stepped out. Oh, Yuli's gone. Now it's all going to go downhill. I'm going to get some diet soda here in a minute. Yes.
Yeah, we need a tally on the Diet Pepsis today. How much?
Yeah, and when Amani comes on, I'm going to take a bathroom break. So.
Oh, nice.
I think I'm going to switch back and forth between my office and the studio too, because it's just sort of hard to sit in the same place for 5 hours.
Yeah. Well, I hope Amani does okay by herself. You left me alone one time, and I'll never forget that. It was like 5 minutes. You had to go somewhere. Yeah.
Well, the other day, I don't know. Our friend Tamitape, he took over for a couple minutes while I ran to the bathroom when I did a 2-hour show last Friday.
That's funny.
Yep. He had fun though. He didn't hesitate. He just slid right in and started talking. And he was ready to go. Well, thank you, Daniel. Have a great break, and thanks for coming on. Thanks for supporting the show, and thanks for supporting immigrants.
Absolutely. This is fun. Thanks, Jim.
All right, bye, buddy. That's our friend Daniel Axelbaum, great supporter of the show, and a great supporter of our team. We're really lucky to have him. Mr. K has been waiting. Let's hi to Mr. K.
Hi, Jim. How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and congratulations to the 500 episode.
Sure.
Hey, Jim, my question is, when are you guys resuming next year?
January 2nd.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll be closed. That's a good point. So if you're thinking about doing a lawsuit, we need to hear from you by Tuesday or Wednesday next week. Not you. I'm just talking to everybody.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
We'll try to get our lawsuits out at the end of the week, and then we reopen on Tuesday the 2nd.
Okay. Okay. That was a question.
All right, buddy. See
All
ya.
right.
Everybody likes seeing Daniel. That's for sure. Everyone always likes to see Daniel. And he's saying happy holiday season to all our great fans. Thank you, Daniel. All right. William's been waiting. Hello, William.
Hi, Jim. Thank you for taking my call. I have a quick question. I have TPS currently, and I have a travel document, which is valid till June 2024. I've used it twice already to travel, and just last November, I submitted my AOS package, and I also applied for travel documents, since I don't know how long it might take, right? Am I safer now to go outside with my current travel document, and USCIS won't deem it abandoned?
I play these things pretty conservatively, and I would say to wait until you get advanced parole. There might be a rule that says it's okay, but even if there's a rule that says it's okay, I would want you to wait until you get your advanced parole on your green card application.
Okay, perfect, Jim. Thank you very much. I appreciate your input, and thank you for taking my call.
Bye, William. See you, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. I love that we're spicing in calls and guests and calls and guests. That's just great. Oliver is here. Hello, Oliver.
Hi, Attorney Jim. How are you?
Did you know Oliver is my middle name?
Sorry.
I am James Oliver Hacking III.
Oh, it's
How can I help you?
yes. I just want to ask Attorney if in behalf of my sister-in-law, she work in Canada, and then USCIS send the approval of her petition. But that time she was applying for the Canadian citizenship.
Oh, that routine.
After it, her Canadian citizenship was approved, and then she did not reply for the approval of her petition, and it's already for a year already was approved, and now NBC was notified her that her petition is already canceled. Is it possible to reinstate that one?
She can try.
Because she wanted to join my parents-in-law in the United States then.
How long ago did they say that it wasn't valid anymore?
I think it's just a year.
So a year ago they said it, or she just went over the 1 year mark?
I think it's beyond.
Yeah, so I would say she can try, but if it's been a while, they might not let her. She might have to start over.
Yeah, I think she inquired, and then they asked for the what was the valid reason that possibly to reinstate it.
What'd you say?
I think she did not reply yet, because I told her maybe about her Canadian citizenship application. That is why.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to think that's a good reason.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, a good reason is like I moved and they didn't update my address or something like that. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yes.
I don't know if they'll treat that as a good reason.
Okay, Attorney.
But she should still try. She can still try. I guess she did. She already did, right?
She just inquired, Attorney, regarding how she can reinstate her application.
But it sounds like you said she already told them it was because of Canada, right?
No, she didn't tell it yet. She didn't reply yet that she regarding her Canadian citizenship.
Well, I would say that I don't think they're going to think that's a very good reason.
Also, what was the very good reason, attorney? Is
Like
but
I had cancer, or somebody kidnapped me, or I was out of the country, something like that. Just because I got my Canadian citizenship, to me, that makes them less likely to reinstate it, not more.
Okay, that's her
Thanks.
problem.
Yep. Thanks, Oliver.
Thank you so much, attorney.
Bye, buddy. I like it when people call me attorney instead of Jim. That always makes me laugh. Or attorney Jim. I like that too. All right. All right. Alejandra's here. Hello, Alejandra.
Hi, Jim. What's going on? I'm so happy to be here.
I'm happy to be here too. How you doing?
I'm doing well. So quick question about a friend that just came in here. I just let her know about that you are actually a great lawyer and she had a question. And when she asked you about what will be the best way to change from a J1 to a H1B, because she's a teacher, you asked her about if she can maybe email you the DS 2019.
Yeah.
So actually, she just told me a couple minutes ago that she sent it, but I don't know if maybe she sent it to the wrong email or something, because actually, you with me work so fast. Anyways, I explained to her that you are in the middle of your 500 episode and everything. So I don't know if maybe just I want to double check if you received the email.
You have my real email address, right?
Yes, I give it to her.
Yeah, no, I didn't get it. So maybe have her send it one more time. I did. Someone else sent me a DS 2019, but it wasn't her. It was somebody else.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna let her know then.
Okay, perfect.
All right. That was all. Thank you.
Thanks, Alejandra. See ya. All right, all right. That's our old friend Alejandra, great friend of the show. All right. Let's see. We Will Win. We Will Win is here. Hello, We Will Win. You're on mute. We Will Win. Going once, going twice. Sold. All right, all right. Well, we've hit 1 hour. We're 1 hour over, and I think somebody's coming on at 12. Let me see. Let me check the notes. Yeah, Jennifer's supposed to be on. Jennifer should be here in a minute. That'll be good to see her. All right. I might just talk for a little bit to see if she pops into the waiting room. What plans do you guys have for the weekend? What plans? Anything fun? I'm going to have my kids. The boys are coming home, and we're going to a Christmas party tonight and a holiday party tomorrow. So that should be fun. What else is going on? Sounds like Julie's electricity went out. She must be using her phone to leave comments. AJ says, we will win, lost. Oh, watch episode 501. I don't think we're going to have a 501 episode this weekend. I think I'm going to take the weekend off and hang out with my kids, and then we'll be back at it on Monday, I would imagine, at 4. What else you guys got going on? Let's see. So I have a whole other thing that I do with lawyers called Maximum Lawyer. I'll have a thing with that tomorrow. I'll talk to my buddy Brent tomorrow. And then on Sunday, I'm going to Indiana. Nor has a softball camp at Indiana University. So we'll be in Indiana for the day, just driving up and coming back all on the same day. Jamal's working all weekend to get the money to go to Nigeria for next week. That's pretty exciting. He's got to scrape together every dollar to get over there. All right. So, well, let's go ahead and talk to one of the OGs. Temitape is here. How you doing, buddy? He's got Joe Biden over his right shoulder. How are you doing, my friend?
That's my second job. So,
hey, can I leave you in charge for a minute again? I got to go get a soda. Can you say hi to everybody?
yeah, no problem, sir.
Go for it.
Hi, everyone. Happy to see everyone at the episode 500. I hope everyone is doing great today. I'm really happy to be on the platform, on the show today. And God Almighty will be with every one of us. So nice to see every one of you.
Awesome. Perfect, buddy. Thanks so much. How you doing?
Sir. Yeah, I'm still going to come back in the afternoon. I just wanted to say thank you and God bless you and your family and all the team for all the good work you have been doing from 1 to 500. It's not an easy job. We thank you so much. We thank you for the love that you have for all the immigrants. And God Allah will reward you.
Thank you,
Thank
buddy.
you.
I appreciate it.
I think I had the three people that come on. No, the first person that come on board talking about the school, about the immigrants of students. Is it something that you guys handle?
No, there's no real job for us for international students. Usually for international students, that's all done overseas at the embassy. Usually that's just a matter of, is there a school that wants to take them? Is it a program that they think that they can complete? And is it something that the officer believes that they're coming
I have
for
a
a real
sister that already applied for one before, my real sister. So they deny her visa over there, and there's nothing that the school can do. So the school need to refund the money back to her. So he's trying to do now. That was 3 years ago during the time of 4 years ago during the time of the Donald Trump. So that's why I was saying, okay, let me ask if it's something that you guys help someone to process it.
I mean, like I said, no, we don't help with it, but you've got to prove that you're going to go back. You got to prove that you have enough money, and you got to prove that it's for a real reason to go to school, not just to come and hang out.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be back.
See you, buddy. I'll see you later. All right. Commit to pay. He comes and goes. He's got lots going on. He's a busy fellow. H&M had an interesting comment. I wonder how many shows each of us have watched. I started watching live around 280, but I watched the recording of almost 450. Sorry, Jim. I couldn't watch the first ones. They made me sleepy. I'm sure that's true. I mean, I used to always just, hi, I'm Jim Hacking, immigration lawyer, practicing law throughout the United States, out of offices in St. Louis. And back then it was just St. Louis and San Diego, right? So yeah, I got a little more pep. And of course, that is all thankful to Dr. Pepper. Ha ha ha. You see how I did that? I could do some tell you a crazy immigration story. All right, I will tell you a crazy immigration story. Let's see. All right, one day I was back at the old St. Louis office in Webster Groves. Adele and I were there, and my man Osama, who I'd helped get his citizenship, comes to bring his cousin from Mississippi to see me. And this is a really good guy from Palestine. He became a longtime client, but he shows up at my office, and I swear to God, it was after Friday prayer. So that's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. They came after Salat to see me, and they brought with them an order of deportation. This order of deportation was dated 29 days before. Does anybody know how long you have to appeal an order of deportation? Anyone? You have 30 days. 30 days. So that means that I had 1 day to get a notice of appeal on file with the Board of Immigration Appeals. Now, this particular immigrant had gotten really screwed over. That's right, Hina and Tony, 30 days. Had gotten really screwed over by his attorney. His attorney had missed a very clear defense to deportation that this Palestinian gentleman had. And I think he was even willing to admit it, that he had made a mistake. Now, a lot of immigration lawyers, when they make a mistake, they won't admit it. And they actually sort of become in conflict with their own client, and they will sometimes try to save themselves at the expense of their client. But this man, to his credit, admitted his mistake, and sort of he had no choice but to admit it because it was such a clear violation. So my client, the gentleman who came to see me, he'd been in the United States for like 16 years. And this lawyer was one of these guys that followed this approach, which I still get mad about, which is they'll put someone into deportation court through asylum in the hopes of getting them a work card. And he missed a defense to deportation, which was that our client had been in the United States for 10 years. He had a qualifying relative who was a U.S. citizen, and he had hardship that he could show. But the lawyer had never even raised it with the immigration judge. So we quickly filed. We stayed up late and figured out when Federal Express closed. We got it out the door, and the Board of Immigration Appeals received it. They receipted it. And then the attorney started talking to DHS attorneys and got them to remand it back. got the government to agree to send it back to deportation court so that the judge could visit the issue of cancellation. And lo and behold, we were able to help him get his green card through cancellation a couple years later, because there's only 3,000 green cards set aside every year for cancellation. 4,000. And so you have to wait like a year or two to find out. So it's a really weird thing. You have the trial, you think you did okay, but then you don't really find out for 2 years because you have to wait for, some judges wait until the visa is available to determine it. So here this guy had a deportation order that had about 5 hours left on it. Now he's got his green card at least. I think he's got his citizen. Yeah, he's got his citizenship. So that was a crazy case. I'll have more crazy cases as we go on. And it looks like Muhammad is here, so we will say hello. Hi, buddy.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I told you yesterday I'll be watching today, so I just wanted to come on and congratulate you on the 500th episode.
I appreciate that.
I also wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
In your experience, what are the worst Middle Eastern embassies and what are the best Middle Eastern embassies?
Well, there's no such thing as a best Middle Eastern embassy. I would say actually the best Middle Eastern embassy is Beirut. For a long time, Morocco was on my shit list big time. That sort of backed down. I haven't sued Morocco nearly as much. Cairo's always bad. But just generally, I know Islamabad's not in the Middle East, but Islamabad, Cairo, the Philippines, Manila, those are sort of the three worst, I think. And then Juarez in Mexico. Those are the four worst. So in the Middle East, if I had to take my bet, I would either go to Beirut or to Turkey.
Okay. Where would you rate the Jordanian embassy in Amman, Jordan?
Say that again.
Where would you rate the Jordanian embassy?
It's pretty good. Jordan and Turkey are pretty good. I mean, they're just really, really busy because Baghdad's closed. So those are the two places that Iraqis have to go. So they're not bad at all.
All right. Great to know. Thank you very much.
Bye, Mohammed. See you, buddy. Hey, we got a good reminder here from Tony. It's the top of the hour. Don't forget to send the link for the Micah Project donation. I will do that right now. Let me get that real quick. Tiny. All right. So let me put that in the comments. Hold on, and we'll get that. Hopefully we'll get a report here pretty soon from Jessica how we're doing. We were at 420 last we heard. And remember, if we raise $1,000 for the Micah Project, Curtis knows as well. I respectfully nominate Abu Dhabi as the worst U.S. embassy in the Middle East. I don't think we've had that much problems with Abu Dhabi. For us, it's always Cairo, but of course, we have a lot of straight up Egyptian cases, so maybe that's why. Tunisia is okay. We haven't had many problems with Tunisia, but I respect Curtis's opinion. Abu Dhabi, if you guys have had bad experiences in the Middle East, let us know. Anna's right. Pakistan is slow. But let's see here. Where am I? What am I doing? Trying to raise money for the Micah Project. I'm just going to give you guys, I can't get the short link. I'm just going to get you the official long link. So let me put that in the comments. If you guys want to donate 10 or 20 bucks, anything that gets us closer to 1,000, our friend Lewis says he's going to donate 1,000. And I too said that I would donate, Imani and I will donate 1,000. Here's the link to donate. There it is. Huli posted it. I'll just post it again. All right. Let's keep this party going. Jose is here. Hello, Jose.
Hey, Jim. Yesterday I
buddy.
was a little bit out of it, but today I kind of wrote down my notes.
Okay, cool.
First of all, I want to say thank you for everything you're doing. So second time calling. I know that last time you had a question about people getting offended about talking about their countries negatively. However,
Yeah.
not everybody is that savvy to understand if you do a hypothetical country that they might not know it's their country that you're talking about. So it could cause a little bit of a meaning misinformation, even if it's unintended. So keep what you're doing. You're being honest. I don't see any hate in any words that you say.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no worries. Big fan. I've been watching you since 2021. I wanted to say I'm sorry about your dad. You know, he must have been a great father. And you know, when I was going through my immigration process, I actually was running out of people to talk to because nobody had as much energy to talk about immigration, because that's what you're living through, that's your life, that's your trauma, that's your anxiety, that's your unknowns, that's your fear. And I started looking on YouTube, and that's when I found you. And it, in a weird way, it brought me some comfort and peace to see other people talking about their immigration process, that you're not alone in this world. I just love your show for what it is, the raw content of you talking to people in live about their immigration process. I got my green card in January of 2023. Is October 2025 when I would be getting my NATs if I was married to a U.S. citizen?
So the start date on your green card is October of 22?
No, January of 2023. So I just got it this year.
Okay, so 2023, so 24, 25, 26, 3 months early. So that's why you said like November, October of 2025. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I had a family member who had a visitor visa and then turned into a green card because of their parents. He's over 21 now. His green card expired, but it was during the COVID period. Is there any chance of him trying to recuperate that at this point, talking about the COVID situation?
You mean he stayed out of the United States for too long because of COVID?
Well, he was back and forth to keep the green card because he had his biological father lived in the States, and the stepfather that married his mom was how he got his green card. But he was going between the two places, and then during COVID, he decided, I'll just stay. It's already complicated trying to cross the border, and then it just kind of expired.
You mean like the physical card, the expiration date on the card passed and he was outside the United States?
Correct. And when I talked to him, he seemed like, oh, you know, there was no appointments after I tried to react to, oh my God, I need to renew it at least.
Well, there's that doesn't even make sense, because you wouldn't need an appointment to reactivate it. You would just come to the United States and file for a new green card. How long has it been since he's physically been inside the United States?
It's probably been over a year now.
I mean, COVID was over a year ago. This guy doesn't sound like he's thinking things through.
Would he be able to apply for a tourist visa?
No, anyone can apply for whatever they want, but he's demonstrated immigrant intent. He said, I want to live there. He had a green card. They're not going to give him a visit visa, I don't think.
Okay. What about somebody who had a misrepresentation, having a military son and a green card spouse? Is there any waivers for that? Or is that a...
Wait, why are you giving me all these hypotheticals?
No, this is somebody I know.
Tell him to call me.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Jose.
All right. Thank you.
Bye, buddy. All right. Rocio's back for a while. That's good news. And Pineapple Lemon has arrived. So now the party can officially start. That's exciting. And we got good news that Robert just donated $50 to the Micah Project. Thank you, Robert. We appreciate that. So that means we know we're at least at 470, because we were at 420 last we checked. So we're at least 470. We're almost halfway there, halfway to 1,000, and we have 3.5 hours left to go. Osima, Arby, I will be in Indiana. I don't know if I'll be able to meet you. We will see. I'm going to be wherever the Indiana University is, which I think is Bloomington, but we're just coming up, going to camp, and leaving, not even having breakfast. So we will see. Anna says it's raining cats and dogs in Dallas. All right. Well, our next guest will be Amani, and that's in about 10 minutes. So we still got some time. Let's see what Sax has to say. Hello, Sax.
Hello.
How you
Hi,
doing?
Jim.
Hello.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great. I took you off camera. What's up?
No, wait. Okay, we would like to be off camera. Is it okay?
You already are off camera. Yep.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Jim, thanks for your help. You're doing a great job. And
Sure.
we have a few questions for you regarding the concurrent filing. And my husband's brother is here. He's a U.S. citizen. And we are in the United States right now. And we would like to adjust his status. We are a family. So we would like to know the process and the forms that we would need to fill. So if you could just give us an idea about this.
Okay, so you're telling me that there's a U.S. citizen. We'll call him Chris, because Chris starts with C, and then Chris has a brother, and we'll call him Bill. Chris and Bill. So Chris is a U.S. citizen. Bill's his brother.
Yep.
And you say Chris wants to file for his brother Bill to get Bill a green card.
Yes.
What country is Chris from?
India.
Okay. So they can't do concurrent filing. Concurrent filing is only for concurrent filing is only for immediate relatives of U.S. citizens. So that's the parents of U.S. citizens, the underage children of U.S. citizens, the spouses of U.S. citizens, right?
Okay.
Did you know that?
No, we thought all this while that even the brother, he's the immediate relative.
They are not immediate relatives. I mean, in the real world, they're immediate relatives, but under immigration, they're not immediate relatives.
Okay, so then which filing should we go for?
So I know it's confusing. You actually file the same form, but you only file the I-130. Okay. So I'm going to show you the visa bulletin. So right now, the visa bulletin, I'm going to pull it up on screen here so everybody can see. So right now, brothers and sisters of U.S. citizens is the F4 category. F4 category. And for India, right now they're giving immigrant visas to people that filed in February of 2006, so 17 years ago.
Okay.
So Chris can file for Bill, but that doesn't give Bill the right to stay in the United States. And in fact, if Bill tries to get a visit visa after Chris has filed the I-130, then that's going to make it very unlikely that Bill ever gets another non-immigrant visit visa to the United States, because he's demonstrated immigrant intent and said, I want to live in the United States. And they don't give visit visas to people that do that. Excuse me.
So, Bill is already here in the
Doesn't
United
matter.
States.
That Bill's here visiting. Bill doesn't get to stay the whole time.
Okay.
Bill has to go back on time.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Thank you for your
All right,
answer.
bye, Sax. See ya. All right. Rocio's here. Let's squeeze her in. Hi, Rocio.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great.
Happy
How are you doing?
500, you made it.
Hey, you said I don't say your name right. How am I supposed to say your name if it's not Rocio?
You gotta roll the R. It's Rocio.
Oh, I told you I can't roll my R's.
You know what? But I always keep telling people that they can't pronounce my name. And I said, don't worry, my husband can't even pronounce it. But he gets away by calling me babe or honey, but people butcher my name in here. So,
Is
yeah.
that a pet peeve of yours?
No, I don't know. I guess I was using the word pet peeve. I always thought that pet peeve was actually like something that, like your favorite thing to talk about.
Yeah.
So when I saw somebody like talking about their 751s, I was like, oh yeah, I wanted to say that's my favorite.
Yeah, your favorite. Yeah, you're the queen of 751s for sure.
Oh, I wish I wasn't. I mean, but overall, I feel like mine wasn't that bad. I see what you're saying with people like have been waiting for like 3 or 4 years for a 751 that should take, you know, I don't know. I believe that mine was pretty clear. It was pretty straightforward, and it took like 1.5 years.
So thank you for calling. Thank you for being such a great supporter of the show. How's school going? Is your school day over?
In about 2 hours, it's a final countdown. I'm like, yes. And I mean, I think it is I love working here. I teach Spanish and I teach all across like the 3 divisions. It's an independent school. So we don't call it like levels. We call it like the lower school, the middle school, and the upper school. So it is a lot of work. But I like it because that means that I get to follow my students ever since, like if I stay here for like a couple of years, I follow my students ever since they're like little ones until they graduate. One of my students, I think I made a comment, one of my students in the upper school, they're already thinking of applying to college. You know, she's going to be a lawyer. She wants to be a lawyer. And she's doing, the school has, this is very cool. And I thought that I would share it with you. The school has like a mentorship program where they do trial cases for students that want to go into law school.
Mhm.
And her and I, because she's interesting after like, you know, hearing all me about talking about immigration and how intricate and complicated it can be. Her and I would have to get together and think of, we're going to make a proposal that they do trial for maybe deportation cases or,
Whoa.
yes.
Wow. I mean, that would be interesting for the kids. I mean, the funny thing is there's very few rules of evidence in deportation court. They can take hearsay. Most of the rules of evidence don't apply, but it'd still be an interesting case for the kids to work on.
Yeah, what we wanted to do is we wanted to give the kids the chance to experience, like, you know, as many opportunities as they can.
Yeah.
So we bring speakers all the time, and she was interested in like getting to, you know, going into like immigration trial cases.
Well,
And
I would be happy. I mean, you know me all the time. I talk about that sounds like a law school exam question. I'd be happy to write a little fact pattern for them if you need me to. That would be fun.
yeah, because she was asking me yesterday. They had their final exam, and they have to stay with me for like the whole 2 hours, even if they're done with their exams before. So her and I, we started talking, and she started asking me questions. And she's only 15 years old, but she said something. Wait a minute, like people that come on a tourist visa, they can't work in here. Why? I mean, and she started realizing how unfair it can be. And also she started to become interested. I don't know why, and I'm interested to know why Columbus has a huge Somali community. And I've always wondered if there are under like asylum cases or if they have like some sort of an agreement.
Well,
And
there's probably either a refugee resettlement city or organization there, or, you know, just some of the first Somalis in Ohio moved to Columbus. I mean, in St. Louis, we have 70,000 Bosnians. So after the war in Bosnia, a lot of them just moved here. So that's sort of how it happens. You know, there's a ton of Somalis in Minneapolis because the Lutheran Church is also a refugee resettlement organization, and that's sort of how they end up there.
yeah, her and I mean, I know that there's a Somali school for kids, and I have another student. Parents are from, and I'm sure I'm killing the name of the country, I'm sorry, but parents are from Eritrea in Africa.
You got it.
And mom works as a volunteer for a school for African kids here in Columbus. And she was also, they have like great interest in helping immigrants. So we're going to propose like a sort of like a mentorship program for her to do a trial case with immigration. She's very smart. She's very bright. And then she said, oh, so that's why you want me to learn Spanish? Because yeah, of course I do. Of course. But yeah, I mean, I love working here. I've been very fortunate I feel like my life in the US has given me so many opportunities. And that's why I wanted to help people to, you know, get the same opportunities that I had. But yeah, then today I figure that it's going to be my first Christmas as a citizen. And I keep thinking every day, you know, when I had like my pending 751, it seemed like I would never, ever, ever become a citizen. Like it seemed like so long, like, you know, when I did my first green card application, and now here I am. And then I think I told you that every day I keep thinking, wait, is that it? Do I have to submit any other paper? Like, am I done forever and ever with the USCIS? So, yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you, Lucille.
Yep. Well, I'll stick around and thank you for everything you do. And I can't wait to hear Amani now. And please tell her to give me the baklava recipe if she can. Like, if she wants to share the recipe, I'm having baklava tonight, actually.
Okay, I'll tell her. She'll be on in just a second. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, well, we have some big news. We have gone over, thanks to Lizard's big donation. Lizard donated $500. How about that? $500 for 500 episodes. Well, I appreciate that. That's just a great thing. So now we're over 1,000. We'll wait for the official report from Jessica, but we are heading over 1,000. So that's exciting. And that means that we're at 3,000. So Jim and Amani are donating 1,000, and Lewis has generously agreed to donate 1,000. So that means we're at 3,000. $3,000. So I'll tell Amani when she comes on here. She should be on any minute. She said 12:30. But truth be told, Amani's often just a little bit late. And that was true even in law school. So, but yeah, we're at 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. So I think maybe we should set our goal. What do you think? 3,000 maybe to 4,000? Should we set it to 4,000? See if we can get another 1,000 or maybe even 5. We've got 3.5 hours left to go. Let's see what Imani's still not here. Maybe she texted me. Let me see. How's everybody doing? That's pretty exciting. Tony says 5K. I think 5K is a good one. Oh, Jennifer. I didn't see Jennifer. I don't know what happened. She said she logged in at 12:11, but I never saw her. That's weird. All right. No word from Imani. How do I get on with my phone? Imani's saying. Just click on the link. Click on the link. Oh, here, maybe I better send it to her. H&M watch everything. Oh yeah, H&M. No, it's fair. You can say I was putting people to sleep. I mean, one of my favorite all-time YouTube comments, which I saved and I used, is the person said, "You are boring AF," and I couldn't deny it. I was pretty boring back then. All right. Let me get the link so I can send it to Imani. Copy. And then Imani's never been in the waiting room, I guess. I don't know. She hasn't been on. I guess when she's on the show, she's with me. So she should be here. Are you answering immigration AWS today? I'm answering questions for 5 hours straight. So with our guests sort of spliced in between, we have some people in the waiting room. I'm just waiting for Imani. Imani's gonna be on for a half hour, so we'll have some good things to talk about. Maybe she'll even answer a question, and I don't know. H&M says, inshallah, we'll get to 5,000 thanks to silent donors. I don't know. That would be great. Silent donor. Now, listen, let's talk about, and somebody said this is like the old PBS. Here's Imani.
Hello.
Hi, baby. Oh, you're at Lifetime.
I'm at my happy place. Yes.
Awesome.
How is everyone?
Oh, we're doing great. So I don't know if you know this, but we're trying to raise money for the Micah Project. And our friend Lewis, and Lewis is a longtime watcher, viewer, who actually paid another immigrant's immigration fees. He offered that if we hit 1,000, he would donate 1,000. And I told everybody, you and I were donating 1,000 if we hit 1,000. So we've already done it. We're
That's
already over
amazing.
1,000. We had the ladies on from the Micah Project.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed them. They're amazing. The work that they do, the vision that they have, the organization that they've created is incredible. That's awesome.
Yeah, so Jessica's supposed to be sending me timely reports, but we know we're over 1,000. Everybody's excited to have you here. I don't know if you can see the comments.
I don't know if I can see the comments or see the people. How do I see them?
You can't see the people. Yassine calls you the first lady of the show.
I like that.
One and only Imani is here. So Tony said he's been asking all week, are you surprising her with belly dancers, or is the appeal dead in the water? I told everybody the appeal's dead in the water. Rocio says Imani's like everyone's mom, and everybody wants your baklava recipes. So
that's a tough one. Yeah, I'll have to.
Are you willing? We're going to put you on the spot here. Are you willing to share it with me so I can give it to everybody next week?
Yes, of course. I'll share it with you. The more Egyptian stuff out there in the world, the better. I love it.
For those who haven't heard, tell them about when you have to cut. When you're making baklava, when do you cut it?
So phyllo dough is very finicky, people. I don't know how many of you have worked with phyllo dough, but if you've had baklava or like a meat pie or something, they can stuff anything into a phyllo dough. The problem is you have to cut it before it goes in the oven, because once it goes in the oven and it comes out, that's it. You can't really mess with it anymore. You just eat it, okay? And if you cut it after it's in the oven, it turns into little tiny crumbs and pieces and everything. All of your work is ruined. So that was a lesson I learned very early on in our marriage and very early on in our cooking. So, and when I asked my mom, Allah yarhamha, may she rest in peace, when am I supposed to cut it? What am I supposed to cut it? She had a long pause on the phone and she said, you didn't cut it yet? It was bad news. So anyway, that was batch number 1, but I've gotten much better since then, have I not?
Much better, yes, indeed. Alejandra says, Tony, you are right. We need and deserve belly dancing. But the one comment that I really liked was from Oman, who said, I watched one of her mock interviews. It was hilarious. Yes.
Good. I hope it was educational too.
I mean, on that point, what do you think what do you think most people get wrong when they think about how their interview is going to go?
Oh, I think the number one thing is if they go in thinking, "Oh, this is my friend. I'm just gonna tell them my story, and they're gonna help me." That's the number one problem, is that they don't realize that this is a government agency. They have a different agenda than you. Your agenda is to go in there and get your immigration benefit. Their agenda is to figure out, are you lying? Who are you? Why are you here? Should you be here? Do I want you here? Do I like you? It's a very different standard. And so you got to have the right mindset before you walk into that room.
Do you remember like the first couple of interviews you went on? Oh, actually, I remember you went on an interview before you even worked here for me because I was out of town or something.
Yeah, that was a good trick, Jim. That was like, I don't know, 10 years ago maybe. And
That wasn't an easy case.
I had my own full-time job and 4 children. And Jim goes out of town and says, "Hey, can you cover a case for me? In addition to everything else I'm doing." I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Why not?" It was a tough case. That was a super religious couple. They had some things going on in there. They did what I asked, though, but they stood out. They definitely stood out, and it was a challenge. But I think they got what they needed and what they hired us for. But that was an interesting day many, many years ago, for sure.
All right. So Lorraine says, "Amani's so beautiful, Jim. You picked beauty and brain." That's true.
Oh, I love Lorraine. Thank you. Aren't you sweet?
Tony said, "I love her mock interview. So glad USCIS waived mine."
Oh,
Everybody
nice.
wants you to do a cooking show, so we could do a cooking show. All these
That's
little-
a great idea.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I would love that. That would honor my mom too. That would make me so happy. We can pick like an Egyptian dish once a month or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that idea.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm that good, but I could try.
You should tell everybody about the old days when we would go to Steak and Shake. Why don't you tell them about that?
Are we telling old stories? Oh my God. So when Jim and I were in law school, I studied a lot. I like to study and I like school. And things took longer for me. I had to really pay attention. I needed to focus. Like, I know the kind of student I am. Well, Jim, on the other hand, with that big head of his, he reminds me of my son Yusuf. They just retain things much faster. And so they have a lot more time for fun and a lot more time for movies and activities. And so when we were in law school, Jim would often be looking for me and I would be in the library studying. And I would stay there for a long time. And he would say, "Well, don't you want to eat? Aren't you hungry?" And I'm like, "Okay, let's go get something to eat." So he'd invite me to go somewhere to eat. We'd go to Steak and Shake. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Steak and Shake. Anyway, I didn't know this because I'm not from St. Louis, but it's apparently like a cash only place or something. At least it was at the time. And every time we went, well, the first time we went, he's like, "Oh, this is great." He said, "Oh, I forgot my wallet." I said, "Oh, okay, that's no problem. That's fine." Second time, "Oh my God, I don't have any cash. I can't believe I didn't."
They only took
So
cash. They were going down the tube, so they only took cash.
anyway, those were fun times. And then there were other times when he would just bring me food to the library, which was so sweet because he knew I wasn't going to leave. So I got him to study more and he got me to eat, and we made a life out of that. Not bad, I'd say.
That's true. That's true. And I was telling everybody that the boys are coming home. We got 2 home. Yeah, they're all
Oh,
saying
I'm so glad.
that old trick.
I'm so glad.
Lemon said that was a red flag, Amani.
Indeed. You see, I had an open mind and I gave him a chance, you see.
What do you tell people getting ready for their interview, like in the week or two up before their interview, or even, a lot of people complain about how long their cases are taking. I try to encourage people to use that time to study their case and be ready to answer questions. But like when you prep a client a couple weeks out from their interview, what do you usually talk to them about?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is being calm, being natural, being confident. And to anticipate as many weird questions as you can think of. They ask crazy questions like, how did you get to the interview today? Who drove? Which car? So try to drive together, who made dinner last night? What did you eat? So even like basic things that you don't think a lot about, that's what they're looking for to say, hey, is this a valid marriage? And of course, I'm talking about marriage-based cases because that's the majority of our work. But that's the biggest thing, is really just paying attention, being confident, being natural, listening to the officer. Don't, overplay something and don't underplay something. Just kind of be yourselves. Like pretend like you're being interviewed on some talk show and you need to talk about your relationship. What would that be like? Don't be over the top, but also don't forget the little details. Sometimes people are just so nervous and they only want to say positive stuff. Well, I've had many officers say, what's one thing that really bothers you about your spouse? You got to be ready for that, so maybe it's they always forget their wallet when we go out. I don't know. Maybe it's they never want to study, they don't want to take out the trash. It's okay, whatever it is, but there has to be something, because that's what makes a relationship real. It's all the good stuff, and then a couple things that kind of annoy you, but doesn't don't change the relationship, don't change the love and the nature of the relationship. So don't be afraid to tell that story, as long as it's contained and reasonable. I think I once had a client say something like, I don't like the way she flicks her boogers at me or something. So, I don't know. That's not great. I'm not sure I would say that. But something like, when I'm trying to go to sleep, she thinks about all the lists that have to happen the next day. And, that's probably realistic. And I'm sure a lot of spouses go through that. So just be thinking about that too, like the whole story, because there's more than just happy times. There's so many different things in a relationship, the ups and downs. You just have to know how to talk about them.
I meant to tell you yesterday that someone came on the show, and he had been on the show like 6 weeks ago, and he said, Jim, back then he had told me, Jim, I got a naturalization interview notice, and then I got a ceremony. I got my ceremony notice, and I got a cancellation notice in the same day in the mail.
Yeah.
He said, what should I do? Should I go? And I thought about it, and I thought about you, and I said, I don't see much downside to go. Just go.
Oh yeah, that's my motto for sure. You can't get anything if you don't show up.
So they naturalized him. And
when he showed up,
he then had to go back to the Baltimore field office to pick up he was doing a name change. I think that's sort of why it was. He got his citizenship.
That's amazing. That's amazing. The only trick that we have is if we have to travel and there's a cancellation notice. That's the only trick, because the clients pay for that, and that's a lot of time and effort. But when in doubt, I show up. I don't think I've ever had anything not favorable happen. It's possible, but generally, if you show up, they want to respect that. You're there. That's already half the struggle. It's just getting there and getting in the room and getting in the door and getting the officer to pay attention to you. So if you can do that, that's half the battle, in my opinion.
Now, every now and then, there's a time where there's a place where you don't want to go to the interview, like if the case needs to be withdrawn or something like that. There's times where, okay, we have a question for you from Rocio. What's the funniest thing you've ever seen in an interview?
Oh, the funniest thing? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know that I've laughed a whole lot in interviews.
I knew that's what you were going to say.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something that I can't think of something funny. I know I've had strange things. Well, the booger thing was not great. I didn't really like that. I didn't really laugh about that. I just said, can we kind of change this subject? I can't think of anything super funny, Jim. Can you think of a funny story that I had in an interview?
You can tell them about the time that you went to the field office in Atlanta in your pajamas.
Oh, right. Well, thankfully I didn't go to the interview in my pajamas. Oh, I love that story. So I had an interview in Atlanta, and my client was flying in. One spouse was flying in with me. They weren't living together, so that's a tough case. Okay, so one of them was flying in from St. Louis. One of them was driving from a faraway land from Atlanta. It was like an hour and a half. So we were all meeting at the Atlanta field office. And when I got there that night, I got a text from my client, and they said that, oh, I just got a message that they canceled our interview. And I said, what? What are you talking about? I'm the lawyer. They didn't tell me. They're like, yeah, I think I just got a flight home. I said, no. Remember, I just said you got to show up. I said, no, don't go home. Let's stay here. Let me figure out what's happening in the morning. And it turns out, because Atlanta can't handle snow, there was a prediction of snow. They didn't say very much snow, but they can't function with that if there's snow on the ground. So they, were predicting that there's going to be snow, so they canceled all these interviews. Well, I happened to be staying at a hotel across the street from USCIS, so I could see out my window where the office is and what was happening there. And so the next morning, I woke up at 7 a.m. I opened the window and the curtains, and I see some cars out there. I'm like, huh. By 7:30, there were like 50 cars out there. I'm like, what? I thought they said it was closed. I said, that doesn't make any sense. So I was worried that they that they were going to close, and so I had my pajamas, I threw my coat on, I ran across the street, I took my interview notice and my ID. Of course, I forgot I had to go through security, so that was not super fun with my casual pajamas. But anyway, I walked through and I went up to the window and I said, hey, I have this interview notice. My client said they got something by text. I said, can we still go forward with the interview? And she said, well, is everybody here? I said, they will be. The interview's at 10 a.m. She said, yes, just come at 10 a.m. and we'll have your interview. And I was like, yes. So I ran back to my hotel room. Actually, I think I ran a few miles. I took a shower. I got dressed. I met my clients there and we had our interview. And it went very well. Now, one of the interesting things that happened that day, which never happened to me before in an interview, was the officer asked the client, how did he get to his wife's location from the airport? So he asked him to describe how he drove from the airport to this kind of remote location outside Atlanta. And thankfully, the client was able to say it, and they all agreed, oh, yeah, that road's not good. I use this road. Oh, yeah, okay, you take that highway. And so I was not anticipating that, but he was testing the marriage and testing the relationship and how often this person flew in and drove to see his wife. So I thought that a lot of interesting points in that interview. So good memory. I don't know how funny that is, but it's what happened.
All right, so we got a couple minutes left. What do you think? I've been asking almost everybody this. What are the big mistakes that you see people make that you wish they didn't make? Immigrants. What are some big mistakes? And I'm going to use this opportunity while you're here to take a bathroom break. So I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, no problem to me. Okay, so I think one of the biggest mistakes is taking it a little too casually, a little too informally, thinking that everything's, fine. I'll just give this and I'll just say this and I'll just do this. You can't be that casual. I think if anything, you should be a little bit on the formal side. You should be confident and comfortable, but not too comfortable and not too confident, right? You want to make sure you have what you need and that you can answer any questions and that you can keep the case moving forward, but don't take anything for granted. If there's an issue or something that you're not entirely sure about, they probably know about it, right? And so I get this a lot with tickets. Do you have any tickets? No, I never had any tickets. Well, it's not a big deal if you have a ticket, but it is a big deal if you don't disclose the ticket. So you have to know that you need to tell the truth and you need to talk about what is being asked and respond to what's being asked. But don't be clever, And I've had clients say, "Oh, well, that was expunged. That I don't have to tell you about that ticket." Well, that's not the way immigration works. That's not the way the questions work. So, paying attention to all of that, understanding each of the questions and why they're being asked, and how you're going to respond. I mean, one, always know, how did I respond on the form? What does the form ask? What did I say? And then two, is it still true? Do I agree with that? Did I understand the question? Because when you get to the interview, you can correct that. But once you leave, you've already sworn under oath, you've done all this, that's going to be a lot harder to do. So take the opportunity to make sure you're well versed on the questions, make sure you're well versed on what you're going to say, make sure you're well versed on what you've already said. And don't think the government doesn't know. That's like the number one thing. People think, oh, well, how will they know? How will they know if I lived here? How will they know if they had a prior spouse? How will they know about these tickets? They know lots of things, and they have access to lots of things because they're the government. So you should assume that they know whatever it is and think about the best way to present it and how you've already presented it. So I think that's really important. Other mistakes, I think not giving enough evidence, or just taking for granted that, yeah, this is my spouse, we have a child together, and, we have this apartment, and then you don't give evidence of like daily life. So what they're really looking for in a relationship and they're looking for when they're looking for a green card and marriage-based benefits is, what is daily life like for you? Typically in two ways. One, cohabitation. How do you live together? How does that work? And two, how do you work on finances? How are your finances? And for a lot of younger couples, a lot of their finances are separate. I don't know, maybe that's a trend or something. And I get that. but that's not traditional. And USCIS is more traditional. And so they want to see a lot more of that traditional evidence. So don't be afraid to dig deeply into your finances and think about, oh yeah, these are our credit card bills. We're buying groceries. We're paying for the, bills on the house, utilities, whatever, and your debit card. All those things show a pattern and a life together, because that's really what I'm trying to prove when I file an application and when I go into that room. I'm trying to show a daily life together. Oh, I think are you muted, Jim? I think.
Yep.
Yay.
Hello, Joe. All right. TM has a good question for you. What's your
Okay.
opinion on filing without a lawyer if you think your case is quote unquote straightforward?
I know. A lot of people really struggle with that. I think a lot of people think that. I think they don't realize some of the factors that you may not be aware of. I mean, there are certain countries and I would say continents that are more heavily scrutinized at USCIS. We see this all the time. And so, yeah, you think your case is straightforward, but really maybe you come from a part of the world where there have been some significant fraud and immigration doesn't like that. And so they look at those cases more closely. So your case is automatically more scrutinized. So for me, I think there's no downside to having a good lawyer by your side. Straightforward or not, that's not really the standard. The standard is how can I make the best case under the circumstances, and how can a lawyer best prepare me so I can get my immigration benefit the first time. So I get that question a lot. I really am, I don't advise it because I think there's so many things you don't know. How do you know your case is straightforward? How do you even know that? A lawyer would be able to make that assessment for you and tell you what some of the issues may be that arise. But you on your own, I don't know that you can do that. And I have so many people that say that to me, even a 751 joint. I have one right now. They just came back to us. They filed it on their own. And then they came back to us. And now they have an RFE. Well, they probably wouldn't have happened if I filed the case, right? Now, we get RFEs sometimes. That's totally fine. But this particular one wouldn't have happened, right? So it's a way to avoid potential problems in the future that you don't even know about, that you don't even understand, because the law is that complex.
Tony says, yep, you don't know what you don't know.
That's exactly right. Tony's right on that.
All right. Well, thanks, Amani. This was great. Thanks for coming on. Do you have any other words of wisdom or anything else you want people to know?
Oh, okay. Well, in closing, I would just say, pay attention to your immigration case, pay attention to your immigration history, keep everything, make a good record. Do not assume the lawyer has everything. Do not assume immigration is going to have what you need later in life. Make sure you have everything that you need that shows your immigration history in this country, because it's your duty to have it. And then we can help you if you need something, because we can help you explain what it is. But going after it and looking for it, that's a whole headache in and of itself. So keep track of your immigration file, call a lawyer, ask questions. Do not take anything for granted, because there's too much at stake.
Shukran, Amani.
Shukran, Habibi. Nice to be with all of you. Thank you so much. See ya.
Masalama.
Bye.
Well, that was a treat. That was great. Alejandra says, your firm handled my 751 case beautifully. I'll be forever grateful for your service and guidance. Robert says, Jim, talk about your fees. While they aren't the cheapest, you're not the highest. And remember, folks, some firms nickel and dime you, so it ends up being expensive. Jim is upfront. Yeah, we do things on a flat fee. Maybe, Robert, when you come on, we can talk about that. But yeah, it's good. It's good to do stuff on a flat fee. I think immigrants and people in general want to know how much they're gonna spend. And every now and then we might ask for a little bit more money, but that's very, very rare. And we would obviously talk it all through beforehand. All right. Ed's been waiting for a while. Hello, Ed.
Hey, Jim, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm very well. I have been watching your show for a very long time.
Thank you.
And I think you are helping the community. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
And I got a lot of information from you, and then I've been working on some processes. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And I've gotten to a point where I don't know if I need it or not, but I was saying I needed to come to your show and ask you. I have I think in February 2023, I filed for 140. It's been approved. I filed it together with 485, and then everything went through. I've gone through the medical. I've sent them the medical's RFE. I've done.
Did you said I-140?
Yeah, I did 140, and then I filed it together with 485.
Okay.
So that 140 was approved in April, and then the RFE for 485. I have sent everything, and it's gotten to the point where they said the case remains pending or something.
This is EB2 national interest waiver?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you filed it when? In June of this year?
No, it was in February. So February 16th will be my priority date. And I think when the visa bulletin came, it came as February 15th.
Right. So right now, though, the final action date for EB2s is, what country are you from?
Ghana.
So EB2, and you filed February of 23, right?
Yes.
So they're on November 1st of 22. So they haven't reached your number yet.
Okay.
So it sounds like everything's on track. Now you just have to wait for a visa to become available.
Yes, that's what they wrote in their online message. Said,
Right.
As of now, there's no visa available to you. And I was thinking, I do have an H-1B from my institution, but then I don't know if I really have a need for an EAD because I didn't apply for EAD.
Always apply for the EAD. Always apply for the EAD. You never know what's going to happen. What if the company had layoffs?
Yeah. Okay. So do you think I can do that now?
Yeah.
Or I should just let go?
Well, yeah. Well, I think you can still. You should be able to. Your 45 got receipted, so yeah, you can.
Okay. Because my 45 says pending, case pending, whatever. I have no idea what it is. So.
Yeah, it's probably going to be about another year before you get your green card, I would think.
Okay. So
Thanks,
I can go
Ed.
ahead and, yeah, thank you so very much. And then God bless you for what you do for everyone.
Thanks, man. See you, buddy.
All right, bye.
All right. That was Ed. Let's go to I Have Great News. What's up? I have great news.
Hi, Jim. Do you mind taking me off camera?
Yes, you are off camera.
Awesome. Okay. I don't know if you remember. I talked to you a few weeks ago. And let me give you a brief about what my case was. So
Sounds
me
good.
and my wife was a US citizen. She applied for a green card application for me. And me and her, we both are.
You both what?
Oh. We both were PhD students. So we are doing our PhD. And I'm doing my PhD in a different location. She's doing her PhD in a different location. And we initially got a medical RFE. We got it approved. We sent our medical, and then we sent. Then we got an additional request for evidence where they asked for updated evidences. And you suggested us, and you told us that since we are in a different location, it's going to be slightly difficult than your typical case. And you gave us a very beautiful analogy of, like, think of a person being on a Mars and trying to explain your case to a person sitting in a Mars. So
okay.
About our case.
Okay.
So I took your advice, and we submitted all. You suggested us to submit continuation of an evidence. Like, say, if I have submitted a joint bank account, just give an updated version of that.
Yeah.
So we submitted those. We submitted photographs. We also submitted our offer letters and so on and so forth. So today I got an approval notice that our green card has been approved just today. So
Awesome.
I'm pretty excited about that. I do have some, and I want to thank you for that, because all those things I did not really thought it through initially, and because of your advice, I was able to do that. And it's not like, you're not even my lawyer or anything. I even asked you if I need a lawyer. You said, yeah, it's a pretty easy case. I think you can do it by yourself. But, I really, from my bottom of my heart, I want to thank you, because without that, I don't think I would have able to done it. I have been following your videos forever now. I don't, it has been so much fun.
Well, that's great. If you wouldn't mind, if you could put a little summary of that on the Google, leave us a review and just explain that a little bit, that'd be a big help to us.
Yes, I would love to. Do you mind sharing me any details where I can do that?
Yeah, just go to reviewhackinglaw.com. Reviewhackinglaw.com.
Gotcha. I'll do that.
Congrats to you and your wife. I'm happy for you.
Thank you. I do have some questions though. So I'm new to the immigration world, so I don't know much about how things work. I heard of something called 3-year rule. What is a 3-year rule?
So that won't be for you because you got. Oh wait, hold on. I don't know why you got your green card through marriage or through work?
Through marriage.
Yeah. So if you and your spouse are still married and if you live together for the next 3 years, then you can apply under the 3-year rule for citizenship. You don't have to wait the full 5 years. Most people who get a green card have to wait 5 years. But if you're married and you got your green card based on marriage and you've been living together for 3 years, then you can apply on the 3-year rule.
When you say living together, you mean living in a same location?
I mean, yeah. So if you're still living apart at that point, you'll have to wait the full 5 years.
Okay, that makes sense. So let's say right now we live together on the weekend or like 4 days a week or 3 days a week. That won't count, right?
Well, see, in the old days it would be easy peasy, but now they're pushing back and they're saying living together. So that it's up to you. You could take a chance. All that would happen is you just lose your filing fee and have to wait the full 5 years. But I would say let's wait 3 years, see how much time you've actually spent together. And I would also suggest that you keep track starting now of all your time together, like night by night almost. And then in 3 years we can figure out what makes the most sense.
Perfect. So let's say, what if we do it, let's say after a year, we get our own house and everything is at one location. So can we count from that time to like, say, 4th year?
Yeah.
As a 3-year rule.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah. So the rule is, have you had your green card 3 years? Have you been married 3 years? And have you lived together for 3 years? If all those things add up, then you're good to go.
Oh, perfect. I have one more question, and that's related to my family. So my mom is an Indian citizen, and she has a visiting visa to US. And she's like, I mean, she really does not really want to apply for like a green card or anything. So I have a question. Is it okay for her to travel to me on a visitor visa, as she has been doing it in the past? And is it okay if she continue doing that?
Sure.
They won't have any issue at the immigration.
Well, that's a different question. They as you get closer to citizenship, they might start giving her more trouble. But as long as she's got the visit visa, she's good.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, that's all the questions I have, and I would like to thank you. And it was literally a coincidence. I got an approval on your 500th episode.
That's great. Congrats. Thanks so much. Thanks for the call.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now we have a very special guest, my good friend, Jennifer Ibanez Whitlock. Jennifer, how are you? Can you hear me? Nope, the old microphone. You can't hear me? Can you hear me? I don't know if she can hear me. No. Rats. I can't hear you.
Hey, I can hear you now.
I can hear you now. Awesome.
Fantastic. Sorry about that.
How are you doing?
Somebody said to me yesterday that I looked stressed and that like I needed to sleep for 8 hours.
You look great.
I want to say that's one of the kindest things that I could have heard yesterday.
Well, we've been having fun so far. We're into hour number. We finished 2 hours. We got 3 hours left. So thanks for helping me pass the time. And so for those of you guys who don't know, I met Jennifer on camera just like this a long time ago. I think it was a Skype call. Jennifer was moving to St. Louis at the time, and she came and worked for us for a few years. And now she's in Washington. She was on the board of the Micah Project. So we set a goal, Jen, at the start of the show to raise $1,000. I have a new update from Jessica. We're at $1,170. And one of the viewers said if we hit 1,000, he'd match for 1,000. And Jim and Amani said we'll match for 1,000. So right now we're at 3,170. We're trying to get to 5,000. So if we get to 5,000, we're gonna be really happy. So one of the Lizard donated $500. So we're really appreciative of that. So we're on our way. We're over 3,000.
That's incredible.
Why don't you tell everybody? I know you're very, very busy, especially right now very, very busy. Why don't you tell everyone what your current role is in Washington, D.C.?
Sure. So I have the privilege of working for the American Immigration Lawyers Association. That is the nation's largest bar association representing immigration attorneys and legal professionals. We have over 17,000 members to date. And I sit on the government relations team, which if you had asked me what that was 3 years ago, I probably couldn't have told you. But essentially, I advocate on behalf of AILA before Congress, before the White House, before administrative agencies like ICE, the immigration courts, to advance policies that, in a nutshell, advance justice, are fair, that treat immigrants in a way that they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. I think on a day-to-day, I do a lot of like emailing and reading, but every once in a while you will catch me on the Hill running around trying to find the right office to meet with people in person after things went back to in-person meetings following the COVID pandemic.
So do you miss working one-on-one with clients?
I do certainly miss elements of it. In fact, the reason I decided to do policy work is that, frankly, after about 9 years of private practice, I just got tired of telling people, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do for you. I'm sorry, this is deeply unfair, but this is what the law is, or this is what the policy is. I also got tired of saying things like, this is how USCIS should treat your application, or this is how the immigration judge should rule, but never really being able to give uncertainty because of the arbitrary nature of so much of our immigration system. So I think that's the part that I don't miss, but I certainly miss learning about different countries, picking up a few words here and there. Like, maybe I love, that's one of my favorite words that I ever learned from clients, and helping people attain stability that is worth more than more than anyone can imagine, unless you have yourself in a position where you don't know if you're going to get to stay with your family member, you don't know if you're going to get to stay in the job that you have. So that's the part I missed, but I don't miss the stress of feeling like I could do everything right. I could fill out every form correctly, and my client would still get a no because somebody decided either to not follow policy or because the policy was so deeply unfair.
We're having a little bit, your audio is sort of cutting in and out. So I'm just going to ask you 2 more questions. I think we just got to go through with it. The first one is, what can you explain sort of in everyday terms for regular viewers, what the current proposals are with regards to aid to Israel, aid to Ukraine, and what the Republicans want at the border, and what it seems Biden and Mayorkas may have already at least tacitly agreed to, if you can.
In a nutshell, the White House asked for more funding, supplemental funding, because of emergent needs. Unfortunately, the funding package included requests for funding for Ukraine and other allies, and funding for immigration processes. So the White House originally was asking for more money for immigration detention and other processing. What has transpired since the original funding request is that Republican negotiators have latched onto this as a quick pro quo. So if there's essentially, we're in a situation where funding for Ukraine and other allies is being pitted against some very dramatic changes to our asylum system and our policy system, some of which unfortunately appear to have the support of the White House. Things like putting limits on how many people can enter the United States on any given day, making it harder to apply for asylum, making it so that more people are placed in detention or on some form of electronic monitoring. So what we as an organization, other immigrant organizations are trying to do is get across the message that trading significant long-term changes for what could be 6 months of funding for Ukraine is not only not worth it, not appropriate, but also deeply are harmful to immigrant communities, regardless of where you are. This is more than just border management. It's about making some significant changes to how things happen even in the interior.
All right, so I'm just going to summarize for everybody because your mic it's shorting out a little bit. I'm not sure. It's okay. I'm not sure why, but basically they are tying the funding to support Ukraine in its fight against Russia. They're sort of pitting immigration issues back. Yeah, I think Jen, let's do this. Maybe after the new year we could just have you come on and we could just talk about that that issue. And then the one other question people had we can talk about next time is people want to know, like, what should regular people know or what can regular people do when it comes to the immigration process? Like, how do you figure out which candidates are supportive of immigrants, which ones aren't, and sort of what everyday people can do when it comes to immigration? But we'll have you back on after the new year if that's okay with you.
That would be great. Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks, Jen. See ya. All right. Well, that was too bad, but we will definitely have Jen back on. She can come on anytime, and we could obviously fill a whole hour with her. She's a great lawyer. She was on the board of the Micah Project, as I mentioned, and she's a great supporter of immigrants. And we really liked working here. Andrew and I would always say, what does Jen say about that? What does Jen say about that? Because Jen is the kind of lawyer who reads up on every sort of new development in the law. She was really, really good at helping us sort of understand what's going on. All right, let's take some callers for a while. We've had some guests. I'm sorry about that audio. I'm not sure what was going on. I could actually hear it. It was a little choppy, but I could understand it. It sounds like you guys couldn't understand it at all. And we'll let you know how to. We'll get Jen on again after the new year. Wendy's here. Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good.
What's up?
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to explain myself. I am Wendy Hun Fakivalu. I'm living here since 2016, end of 2016.
Mm-hmm.
And I applied for asylum 2017, beginning of 2017. And now, the last 7 years, I don't have any call from my case is still pending, shows pending. So the last 7 years I'm waiting there. Between these 7 years, I make 2 times changing the address. My question is that affected my waiting queue is changing one place to another place?
Did you notify the asylum office that had your case that you moved, or did you just do the AR-11?
Sorry, say again.
How did you tell the asylum office that you moved?
I put in the address change form. I have a caseworker who helped me when I put my asylum from my. He has knowledge about law, but he's not a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
He is a caseworker,
mm-hmm.
And he did all. And I get confirmation when I get the change the address.
And when you moved, did you move around the same city, or did you move from like one part of the country to another?
I'm changing from state to state. When I was filed the first time, I was Washington D.C. After 6 months, around 6 months or 1 year, I changed to Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
But recently, I'm working in Nashville, Tennessee. So I am living there. Currently, my case is here.
Okay, so that might have slowed things down. What's the date that you actually filed? When did you file?
2017, February.
6 years ago. Okay, and so what's your question for me? Does moving make your case go slower? I think it can, especially when you move from one asylum office to another. You moved from the Arlington asylum office
mm-hmm.
To Tennessee, so yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that means when I move my case to New Orleans, the case is shows like a new case, like it's not.
Not like a new case, but it does make it slower.
It makes it slower.
Mm-hmm. But there are a ton of cases from 2015 to 2017 that haven't had an interview. There's a bunch of we have lots of cases in our office just like that. So I don't think you need to be worried or anything. That's just part of the deal right now.
So nowadays, one question. Nowadays, I'm 2 years ago. I'm dealing with diabetics. I'm almost 60 years old. So I think it's everything is I'm living me alone. No, I'm not living with a family. Can make to run accelerate my case, any case.
Well, I could file a lawsuit for you and get your case moving, but asylum, if you don't win, then you go to deportation court. So if it's a really, really strong asylum case, you might want to sue them. But if it's sort of a thin case, then you might just want to keep waiting. You might not want it to be decided quickly.
Thank you for your advice.
Bye, Wendy Hoon. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Good luck. All right. Let's say hi to Sasha. Hi, Sasha.
Hi, Jim. Is it okay for me to turn my camera off?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 questions today.
Okay.
So my husband will be applying for citizenship in January 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Question, do you think I should wait until he is approved before submitting my documents for the marriage-based green card?
How did he get his green card?
Through filing his father.
Okay. And so he's already applied, or he becomes eligible in January to
He
apply?
becomes eligible in January. So he would be, the 90 days would be, April would be his 5 years.
And how did you enter the United States?
On a tourist visa.
And did you overstay? Are you out of status?
I did overstay.
Yeah. I mean, what country is your husband from?
Jamaica.
So it might take a year or so for him to get a citizenship. Might take less depending on where he lives. So
Okay.
I think filing the I-130, you can't file both, but you can file the I-130. I think filing that and getting started wouldn't be a bad idea.
Okay.
Yeah. Because his case might take a while. You're already married?
Yes, we're married a year now.
Yeah. So when he goes to his citizenship interview, he's gonna have to list you as his spouse, and so they're gonna know about you anyway. So I think you might as well go ahead and file the I-130.
Okay.
That way, at least you have something in your back pocket if something happens.
Understand, yes.
Yeah, I vote yes.
Okay, thank you.
Bye, Sasha.
My next question, one more, Jim, before we go.
Go for it.
So my mom, she went for her B1, B2 tourist visa interview last week. And she was denied after asking if she has an immediate relative in the States.
Yeah. Yeah. They were never, once you overstayed your visit visa, they were never going to give mom a visit visa.
So even though nothing on the application state anything about me, you think they would still?
Yeah. That's why.
Okay.
Thank you, Sasha.
All right. Thank you, Jim. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, that's something we're seeing more and more of. If you sort of guilt by association, if a family member comes to the United States and applies for asylum, or if a family member comes to the United States and doesn't go back on time, we've been seeing that more and more of people getting their family members having their visit visas denied. All right, let's say hi to TM. What's up, TM?
Hi, Jim.
How are you doing?
Good. First time caller, long time viewer.
My favorite.
Happy
Welcome.
500 every episode. It's been a long time, and thank you for all your work and your passion for immigrants.
Sure.
It's really appreciated. So my question is, if an immigrant was in the immigration court and then files I-130.
Yeah.
The I-130 gets approved and then goes back to court to dismiss the case, then file I-485. Would that person need to file a lawsuit for USCIS to join the case together because it's taking forever?
Give me time frames, please.
Okay, so this person filed I-130. This person was put in immigration court in 2019.
Why? Just for overstay?
Just for overstay.
Okay.
And in 2021, she filed I-130.
Got married to a U.S. citizen.
Was already married to a U.S. citizen
Okay.
when ICE came to pick her up.
Yep.
So filed
That's good.
I-130.
That's good because then you don't have that higher standard so that they were married before. Okay, good.
Yeah. So then they have 2 kids together.
Okay.
So filed I-130 in 2021, and well, okay, then the lawyer didn't wait for the I-130 to get approved. So in 2022, October of 2022, the lawyer went to court with the pending I-130 and got it dismissed, Biden administration just so, and then filed I-485, the work card, didn't file the advance parole, and after a month, the I-130 got approved.
Cool.
So the I-130 got approved in November. The case was filed in October.
The 45 October.
The 45 was filed in October
23?
22.
22. Okay.
Yes. And the I-130 was approved in November 22.
Yeah.
Work card was approved January 23.
Good.
And then it's been radio silence since.
So, and the 45 was filed with USCIS.
Yes.
And the 45 was filed after the motion to terminate was granted.
Yes.
Did the person have an interview on the I-130?
No.
If they were to have an interview on the 45, where would it be?
Baltimore.
Where? Baltimore?
Yes.
Oh, I'd sue them. Baltimore's great. Baltimore and Chicago are my 2 favorite places to sue because they don't mess around. They would just start working on it. I think whenever you're talking, it's a little bit of a complicated history. I-130, well, deportation, I-130, marriage, deportation, I-130, termination, 485. It's unusual. You can tell you've listened to me before that usually we wait until the I-130 is approved to terminate.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe something got crossed in the wires when that happened. I'm not complaining that your lawyer filed a motion to terminate. Anytime you can get out of deportation, that's a good thing. And the last time I was in immigration court, it was like the judge was bending over backwards to terminate as much as possible because I think that was his marching orders, right?
Yeah.
So I have no problem with what your lawyer did, but I think sometimes the wires get confused.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the EOIR in Baltimore or was it somewhere else?
Yeah, Baltimore, yeah. And when I asked a senator to look into it, he came back saying something weird, that the case is on hold because they're expecting a document internally from somewhere. They didn't mention where.
So it could be the immigration court, or it could be the visit. Did you come on a visit visa?
Yeah.
What did you tell them the purpose of the visit was?
It was for vacation.
And did you take a vacation?
Yes.
Did you move in with your spouse right after arrival?
Yeah.
Wait, did you hear my question?
Yes.
Right after you arrived, did you go move in with your spouse?
Yes. And then we went on vacation together.
There was a vacation together. Okay.
Yeah.
Were you already married at that point?
Yes.
So when you came to the United States, you were already married?
Yes.
And everybody knew that? Nobody hid that?
Yes, and I already had a kid.
Already had a kid. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the internal document is probably the EOIR stuff, I would imagine.
So do you think a lawsuit will get them to find whatever they're looking for quicker?
I think this is the exact kind of case that lawsuits were made for. Yep.
Okay. So if I want to do a lawsuit in January, I can just contact your office, right?
Yeah, just email us and say, let's go.
Okay. So I can just tell them about this show, that I already had this conversation with you.
Yeah, say I was on 500 at the 225 mark.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, or you can just email. Are you on our email list?
No.
Okay, yeah. Just send over an email and we can go from there.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, TM.
Thank you.
See ya. All right. We are just about, look at this. We're just about halfway through, and we've also made more than half our money. So we're trying to raise $5,000 for the Micah Project, the Migrant and Immigrant Community Action Network, I think is what Micah stands for. But you heard from Jessica and from Nicole, and you learned about the good work that they're doing, trying to help those who don't have any money go through the immigration process. We're trying to raise $5,000 for them. We're already over 3,000 because Lewis is going to donate 1,000. Jim and Amani are going to donate 1,000, and we were at 1,170 last time we checked. We should be getting an update at around 2, but we have passed over the 2.5 hour mark for the show, so that's pretty exciting. Let's see what Maya has to say. Hello, Maya.
Hi, Jim.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Congratulations on your 500 episode.
Well, thank you. I'm very excited.
I got a quick question. I'm a green card holder right now, but to retrospect, I came to the US in F1 visa, and then I got H1, and then I worked on H1, and I got a green card from EB2. My spouse applied, and then I got green card on EB2. My question is, when I worked in H1B, COVID happened, and then I changed my address, which is about 200 miles from my work area. And then I was working from there, work from home for 1.5 years. So I was wondering, will that impact my future US citizenship?
Probably not. They're probably not going to work that hard. You're worried about the fact that you were working remotely when your H-1B was for a particular address?
Yes.
That's a good question, Maya. I haven't seen the guidance from on that yet. I haven't heard of it being much of an issue, but I think it's something smart to think about. So I think that when the time comes, you need to be ready to talk about it and explain it. But in my heart of hearts, they're not really pushing on this right now. Now, if Trump gets in office, they might start pushing on it, but I don't think anyone's going to get too worked up over. You already got your green card, right?
Yes, I have a green card. I got green card last year.
Yeah, I think you're fine.
So I have not traveled outside. I'm afraid to go outside because if I come in the US, will they have any
I think the chances of that are very, very, very small. I mean, obviously, the safest thing for you to do is to stay here until you get your citizenship. But I think that might be overkill.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Zim.
Bye, Maya. See ya. All right, that was Maya. How's everybody doing? Rocio's off to her students talent show. We'll ask some more questions here in a minute. Amani had fun being with us, and she says to tell you all hello. Nazda says happy 500 show. Congratulations. I don't know. Can we go another 2.5 hours? What do you guys think? That would be something. Let's see what time it is. It's 1:30. Our next guest should be here soon. In the meantime, I'm going to say hi to Isbet. Hello, Isbet.
Hello, Jim. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Fine. Jim, I have one question to some reason. I have an immigrant petition for my mom. My entry petition for my mom in 2007 June, but we are documented qualified in February 2020. But for COVID reason, the embassy is closed and visa bulletin has no movement last 3 year and 4 year.
Yeah.
And last 5 months has no movement. And this month, 2024 January, has movement just 1 month. For that reason, after document qualified, I'm aged out in CSP.
Okay. You're sure you aged out?
Yeah, I am sure because I count my sales page and then that I see and I'm aged out. And as like that, my family and friend, many children are aged out for that reason. Oh, so I have a question. What can I do now for this reason? Can you have any suggestion for this reason?
Well, one, I would
What
make
can I
sure.
do?
Number one, I would make sure that you're aged out.
Actually, I see USIS website and I count my age.
Okay. All right. Well, then you're just waiting. There's nothing else to do.
But I see that last August, the USA has updated their CSP rules, but it's just for inside who are inside in USA, for them. But why not the who are waiting for consular section?
Because they don't want people to come to the United States.
So what can I do? What do you say?
I think you're just waiting.
If they gave me visa for my mom with my mom?
No, not if you aged out.
Do you have any suggestion for me?
I don't. I'm sorry.
So sad.
Thanks, Isbat.
Okay, thank you so much, Jim.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
All right. That was Isbat. Hey, we got a guest. Everyone's going to be excited about this. Nurse Laura is here. How are you, Laura?
Hi, Jim. How's it going?
Good to see you.
Happy 500. Yay.
Hey, look at that. Oh, wow. Thanks. That's nice.
Yeah. Well, I've been really happy to be part of the community, and it's just been so great to have so many friends and encourage people. I'm just really happy that you've reached 500. It's awesome.
It's a nice little community that we have, isn't it?
It really is.
And
it
you're
helps
so
a lot of people.
you're so great to be part of it, even after you got your green card.
You know, help people like you needed help, right?
So what advice do you have for people that either just found the show or just going through the process? Like what gave you strength to keep going? I know you were banging your head against the wall. What advice?
Yeah, that's putting it mildly, I think. I mean, it's tough. Being an immigrant is tough. It doesn't matter where you're from. Some countries have it worse than other countries do. Obviously, I'm Canadian. It's not too bad, but when you're waiting for that adjustment of status process to happen, your country may as well be on another planet. You know what I mean? You can't visit. It's very isolating. You are not alone. There are lots of people who care about you. We want to make sure that you're okay.
You're always very supportive when people are having a hard time in the comments. What would you mind sharing your timeline with people?
Yeah, so this is probably going to come as a shock to some people who don't know because we didn't tell everyone when we got legally married. But as I mentioned, we got legally married behind the Taco Bell in our area.
I remember.
Yeah, and that was in February 2022. We tried to use a certain service to file our paperwork, and they told me to commit perjury.
Really?
So,
about
yeah.
About your entry or about intent or what?
Oh, no. They decided that when they didn't sign the paperwork to say that they were the preparer, they told me that that was fine and that it wasn't going to be a problem. And I was like, no, that's lying.
They said, is that their policy? They won't sign it?
In the states where it has to be a lawyer who does it or someone who is licensed.
Like accredited rep.
Right. Then they don't. And that's also where their headquarters is in my state. So people who are interested can probably figure that one out. But
I think if anyone scrolled today's comments, they might even be able to see.
They would be able to. And
they might
YouTube keeps those.
Yes. Right.
But anyway, so we tried to do that. We tried to start in February, and they wasted 3 months of my time. We finally got all our paperwork together, sent it in May 2022, and I think I got my EAD the same day as biometrics, so it was about 30 days.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
Oh, thanks, Waihuri. We love you too. But you know, it was about 6 months before we got the I-130 approved. And that was fine because I was expecting it to be about 2 years. And then I got ants in my pants because we got the RFE for medical, and I was under the assumption that it would just be immediate, pretty much. And it was just every day. Why is this still taking so long? Why hasn't USCIS done this? This is bullshit. You know, all that kind of stuff that you think when you're expecting something to happen right away and it doesn't come.
Yeah.
So we called your office, we called our congressperson. Congressperson tried to step in, but there's so much that they can do, you know, all that kind of stuff. But it sounds like when we threatened to sue, USCIS really took a notice, and they approved my green card the day before we had planned to sign the paperwork to
Yeah,
sue.
it was like I think it was on a Monday, wasn't it? Because we were talking on that Sunday, I think.
Yeah, it was, I don't remember what day of the week it was, but
Yeah.
it was a huge surprise. I remember was sitting at work and I checked the USCIS website, and that's where I found it. And I just remember sitting there going, "You bastards."
Well, at least you hadn't spent the money on the lawsuit.
It's true. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been nice to hire you. So,
Yeah.
oh well.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. What about people who are just starting the process? What advice do you have for people as they, I mean, and I would say not just the tactical stuff of going through immigration, but also just sort of the head game of, you know, we spent a lot of time on here about mental health and about, you know, what are the things you can control? What are the things you can't control? What do you have for people?
So for
Especially
people
as a nurse.
Yeah, for people who are control freaks like me, understand this is not something that you're in control of. And it sucks.
Yeah.
But realizing that, figuring out what you need to do to make this as not enjoyable, but tolerable of a process as it possibly can be is what you need to focus on. With that said, if you're really struggling, get help. As an immigrant, you have the right to purchase health insurance. Please do it. If you're in another country where it's not very accessible, take a look online, go on Reddit even, make some friends with people who are also immigrating.
Yeah.
You don't have to be isolated.
Alejandra said she thinks you got your green card on your birthday. Is that right?
I actually received my green card on my birthday. Yeah, it came in the mail that day.
Awesome.
That's a good memory, Alejandra.
Awesome. Great. Well, Laura, thanks for all your support. We love having you here.
Thanks, Jim. Thank you so much for all you do. This community means the world to me and to a lot of other people too. So thank you so much.
We love having you. Thanks. We'll see you soon.
Thanks. Bye, everyone.
All right. She's a good one. She's a keeper. We'll be glad when she becomes a U.S. citizen one day, if that's one of her plans. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Hey, we got some heavy hitters in the house. You all better be scared now. I'm sure USCIS is. Here they are. Tim and Tom. Let me go to the wide view. Oh, and Jill. Watch out. Yep. All right. So, hey, guys, how are you?
We're doing great, Jim. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm glad you're here. Thanks so much for coming on. Is Andrew going to come on later? Do you guys know? I got to ask him.
I don't know. We'll have to make sure he joins on later. But we wanted to stop by. Congratulations, episode 500. It's an amazing accomplishment, and it's you've helped a countless number of people through the show and through the firm, and it's quite an accomplishment. So,
well, we're really lucky to have you, and of course, longtime viewers will remember Tim. Tim's been on, I think, twice before. We have to get Jill and Tom on. Jill and Tom, you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Yeah, I'm Jill. I'm a new attorney working at Hacking Immigration Law, and I've been here, I think, just about 2 months. It's been great so far.
Yeah, Jill's doing great. Amani really enjoys working with Tim. She loves working with Tim, with Tom and Jill and Casey, our other new lawyer. So, yeah, it's great. Thank you, Jill. And Tom, how about you?
Yeah, hi, I'm Tom Kalish. I'm an attorney here. I've been working at Hacking for about 6 months, and I love every day coming into the office and fighting for immigrants every day. And it's a real blessing to work with people like Jim and Tim and Jill every single day.
Well, while we have you here, let's tap into some of your legal brilliance. What are your guys' favorite kinds of cases to work on?
That's a good question.
They're all kind of fun in their own way. I love N400s, especially because that's the end of the process. It's always a great thing. A lot of people have been through, visa process, visa interviews, and then 1 or 2 interviews with USCIS. And by the time they get to citizenship, they're ready to be done. And it's great to see the total relief and joy that they have when they complete their interview and get recommended for approval. So that's always a fun experience.
How about you guys?
I think for me, it's probably asylum. The asylum case was probably, I think, the first thing that I worked on when I came here as a clerk, when I started clerking. And they're really hard and they're a lot of work, but the payoff is really rewarding when your case is successful.
For sure.
I think for me, it's got to be the I-130s, I-45s. It's the first introduction we get to these clients and their very first step at getting that green card. So there's a lot of questions and a lot of uncertainty, and it's fun to go through and get to meet them, get to know them, and then get to answer any of their questions and kind of give them a clear path of how the process is going to go.
Yeah, I really like working on marriage-based green cards. Those are always fun. Do you guys have time for a couple questions?
Sure.
Yeah.
Do officers expect a lawyer to come to the N400 interview, or do they think it's a sign that the person is hiding something? I love that.
That's funny.
No, I think it's not surprising at all when attorneys come. It's actually, I always think it certainly helps the client, and it puts the officer in the right mindset that, okay, they're serious. They want, they want to do it right. They want to make sure that the interview goes smoothly. So I think it's only a benefit. I've never seen them suspect anything being hidden or any problems in the case just because an attorney's there.
Have all three of you guys, have you all been to asylum interviews yet? Or I don't know if you guys, the new guys have.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
They've done a lot of behind the scenes, but yeah, I've done quite a few.
And you had 2 in one day last week, right?
Yep, that was earlier this week.
Oh, this week.
Same day.
That's rough, man. That's rough.
Yeah, it's all right. Those are always tough cases, and they're exhausting and emotional. But we got through them, and I think they both went well.
So for you, Tim, having been here, you've been here like over 3 years, right?
Yep.
What advice do you have for immigrants, or what I've been asking just about every lawyer that's been on the show so far today? We had some from the Micah Project, and Jennifer came, and Amani was here. What mistakes do you see immigrants making, either when you're doing a consult or in cases that they filed that we take over? What are some mistakes that you think maybe be avoidable, or that sort of hurt your heart when you see that people making them?
Yeah, I think the biggest one is when people try to guess what the government wants them to say, and tries to figure out what answer are they looking for, what is the way to make myself look good, because you get into trouble where you say things that are inconsistent. You get into trouble where you may say things that are not entirely true, or maybe maybe there's a document which says something different that is in their file. So you always want to represent yourself accurately. And anytime you're trying to guess what they want to hear and try to say what you think they want to hear, you mean well, you're just trying to help your case, but that's not the way to do it.
Yeah, I like to tell people, like, don't think that you're in control of the interview. The officers have done this 100 times. They know what information they want. And you're right. You usually aren't going to be able to guess why they're asking a question. Almost never. For Jill and for Tom, so talk to me about, because you guys have been in people's preps for interviews and then attended those interviews. Can you talk a little bit about the value of having a lawyer prepare you for your interview? To me, I think that's one of the most important things that we do, other than going. I think, one time I had a lawyer, and when we took over those cases in DC, she said, I never go to an interview. I just view myself as a potted plant. And so I said, well, you've clearly not seen Amani at an interview, because she's jumping all around and hitting people and passing shit around and doing all of her jumping around like she does. But to me, I think there's great value in having the attorney there, but also in the prepping part. So do you guys want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Yeah. Just as far as practicing before you actually go into the interview and having answered the questions in an environment where there are no stakes versus then going to answer the same question in a space where there are stakes is really helpful. And I think that the clients that I've seen that we've prepped have done really well in their interviews, for sure.
Yeah, I would echo that, and then say, it's all about visualizing what it's going to be like in that room on that day. And we walked through that process with them about the time that we're going to be arriving, what to wear, what to expect once they go into the room, and how fast usually things go right when we get in there. They're usually immediately put under oath, and then they're asked for 3 or 4 documents immediately. So I feel like when we get to that day, they have everything prepared and they're ready to go once we walk into that room, and nothing is really a surprise to them once we get in there. And that's what we want.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because, some people come from countries where if you're going to meet with a government official, you're probably in big, big trouble. We've had people think that they were going to be interviewed by somebody in uniform, so they don't even really know what to expect. And then, you're in pretty close quarters. I mean, I went to an immigration interview once. I think it was in New York, or maybe it was the old Philadelphia office. And we were actually sort of like at the embassies at a glass counter with officers right down the line. It was really great. So it can be pretty intimidating. Last question. What's your best piece of advice for people as they get ready for their immigration interview?
Be honest.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Honesty is key.
Yep. Yeah, and if there's anything that you're going to be honest about, that you're worried about, talk to your lawyer before you're honest, because you might want to withdraw that case or not file it.
Yeah. And if for marriage cases, I always recommend just, talk to your spouse about your timeline. Make sure you remember the same day, the same first date you had. It's amazing how many people will one person will think it was the movies and the other person thinks it's the night before when they met at, the party or the restaurant or whatever. So just go over your timeline and be ready, because they will ask you questions about that. And you want to make sure that you have the same memory. It's the same relationship, but sometimes your memory is just a little bit different.
Tom?
Yeah, I would say that sometimes we run into that in the interview prep meetings, where sometimes they might forget the exact date on the marriage or something like that, or a birth date or something like that. So we usually just recommend to go through the forms one more time. And then also for N400s, just to really start prepping those questions, those civics questions early, just to feel like you're prepared and ready to go for that interview.
I don't think I've told you guys this story before, but one time I had a couple, we were doing a marriage-based green card. The foreign national was the wife and the husband was the U.S. citizen. He also had diagnosed ADD. And so she was mean to him the whole time we were prepping, saying, he's going to forget this, he's going to forget that. She was just busting on him the whole time. And of course, one of the great things about having a lawyer when there's a Stokes interview, which we ended up having, was that, I was there for both and I got to see both perform, right? And I also got to take notes. And of course, like we do, we check to see how the answers match. And they had a different story about how they got engaged. She said that he did it like at a party, and he said that he did it in the back porch, and they had like a like an umbrella, and he undid the umbrella and the ring fell out. So you would think that you'd sort of remember that, but so we come out. Oh, and then here's the other part I forgot. So he goes first, he does fine. And then of all things, this is why we had the Stokes interview. When she filed for her student visa, she said that she was engaged. She said that she's engaged, and that's why she was going to come back. And so he asked both of them about her fiance, and she said no. He only asked her. He didn't ask the husband. He was really nice. He didn't say, was your wife ever engaged before? He only asked her, and she at first denied ever being engaged. And then he pulls out her DS-160 and says, so we go outside, and I tell him how their stories generally match, but the engagement story didn't really match. And she just starts yelling at him right on the corner, right in front of immigration. And of course, I have in my back pocket that she forgot this convenient thing of a fiance on her DS-160. So I let her just wear him out. And then I said, well, point of order, let's just be clear. Do you want to tell him about your DS-160 problem? Oh, and she just went white, and then she apologized. Now, we got it all approved, but it just goes to show you, I mean, that's something she hadn't even told me that she had put down on her. I mean, I think she forgot that she had put that down on her DS-160, and this was back when we couldn't get them. So that was something. All right, well, good job, guys. Thanks so much for coming on, and have a good weekend if I don't see you later, okay?
All right. Thanks, Jim. Congrats again.
Okay.
That was great. Thanks for coming. Somebody send Andrew a message. Oh. Hooli, send Andrew a message and let him know I need him on here sometime. Okay. All right. Looks like Hooli's got some kind of electricity back. Hey, everybody, we're heading towards 3 hours. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? As Techa used to say, can you believe it? All right, that was nice of them to come. That made me happy. Let's see. All right, so Laura was on. Okay, so we got 10 minutes. So I'm going to have on one of our favorite members of the community, and I think the winner of our first viewer of the month, Asfar, is here. Hello, Asfar.
Hey, Jim, how you doing?
I'm great, buddy. How you doing?
Good. Congrats on the big 5-0.
Thanks, man. Yeah, and we had fun on our little check-in, our one-on-one check-in when you won viewer of the month, I thought.
Yes. We just talked probably like 3-4 weeks back. Well, I just wanted to first of all congratulate you and be a part of this 500 episode, and have a couple of comments from my side to every of your listeners. First of all, Jim, I mean, I haven't seen anyone with the patience that you have, dealing with the multicultural, multi-background people. So that's really great. I know there's always moments that comes up here and there, but that's also from a viewer's perspective. That's also kind of because everything is just monotonic, then there's no excitement in life, right? So
well, and I think by the time I get mad, everybody else is long past mad at the person, so they're ready for me to sort of erupt and get rid of them.
Right. And I've got some news. I filed for my mom's I-485 adjustment of status, and guess what?
Got it?
It took them 45 days to have it approved.
Awesome. That's
Yep.
great.
Yep.
So
And again,
so you became a citizen when?
July.
And your mom's already a green card holder.
And then my mom's already a green card holder.
That's
Yep.
great.
So
Oh,
my
I'm glad.
citizenship was. So I've been a F1 student to a visit visa holder for the time when I was out, and then coming in a L1 visa, and then my employer filing for the green card, and then becoming a citizen. So I've basically,
You've had all the
USCIS.
forms.
Yeah, and one of the advice I wanted to give everyone is like, you never know what document at what time, at what stage of your life might be helpful. Because my very first F1 visa, and this is in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, I was only 16-year-old when I did my high school, and they actually wanted me to come in for an interview, and they could not believe. And back then, it was just like going through the authorized agents, filling up or submitting all your paperwork, and then you get your visa straight away. This is obviously before 2001 time. But I was called in for the interview, and my dad, back then, he got his visit visa because he wanted me to come over. I got the only reason they wanted to basically ask me to come for an interview was they wanted to see how come a 16-year-old is going to US for engineering degree, I-20 and those kind of stuff. And they just asked me, hey, prove that you've been through grade 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way till high school. And I just bought my dad's briefcase with all my grade certifications and passing of grades document, and that actually got me the initial visa for the student visa back then. So again, yeah, I will tell everyone through this channel to keep documentation on hand, and if there is any mismatch like names misspellings and stuff like that, keep the documentation all up and running rather than just going through or like kind of neglecting and ignoring, apart from being honest. So that's one thing. And the other thing I wanted to say is USA, right? The land of opportunities. But there's always, just like you mentioned, Jim's 10 Commandments, right? There's always proper rules, there's always proper law. It is a land of opportunities for people who pursue things legally with full honesty and integrity, and that's why I recommend Jim Hacking's law group and Jim and everyone in his organization, rather than making a lot of stupid or hasty decisions or hasty mistakes in the application, because that will haunt you forever. It's like it's like your birth record. It's just gonna go until and unless until and unless you're gonna die. So that's some of the things that I wanted to share, and looking forward to more, Jim. And I'm just gonna keep on, just like Nurse Laura and all that. Did Shabazz join or not yet?
No, we haven't seen Shabazz yet.
Okay. But really, and again, with Amani's session, I'm just kind of going here and there because I'm in office. But Amani's session was great as well. Really good inputs, insights, and the good thing about this YouTube channel and Hacking Immigration Law is you guys give reality check for a lot of people. You give a lot of hidden messages, like for example, one of the hidden messages, like if you're applying for I-485, have you filed for I-131, have you filed for the I-765 and stuff like that. So those are a lot of hidden messages to keep everything kind of streamlined. And again, keeping up the spirits of a lot of people, because I know, there's a lot of people who have difficult times, tough cases, and a lot of people might think, and me myself included, I would possibly think that my case is just simple as forward. It shouldn't take that long, but you never know. So it's always good to have someone like Jim Hacking or his attorneys and his company to have a look at it and go through the proper channel so that your streamlined immigration happens.
Thank you, Asfar. Thanks for all your support. We'll see you soon, buddy.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, man. All right. I'm going to turn the mic over to our buddy Brian Manning. So Brian Manning is here, and Brian is an immigration attorney friend of mine down in Dallas and Houston. And for those of you guys to know, we probably need to have a whole show with Brian.
I'd like that.
Yeah, Brian is a really successful lawyer. He was an asylum officer in the South before he opened up his firm, and also he worked as a consular official. Oh, speaking of, we started watching this show called The Serpent on Netflix. Have you seen this crazy thing?
I don't think I know that one. No.
It's crazy. It's about this low-level consular official in Thailand, but he works at the Swedish embassy, Danish embassy. And two Danes come to Thailand and die, and he has to try to investigate what's going on. But the ambassador is really mean to him. I think you'd get a kick out of it because it seems to be pretty realistic. But it's set in the 70s, so I don't know.
Cool. I'll check it out. Nice.
Yeah, Caro says I follow Brian on social media. Amazing advice on asylum, and she says yes, I love him. So thanks for being here, buddy. How you doing?
Doing well. I'm in the car, as you can see, but I wanted to say congratulations on your 500th show. Your consistency and persistence and stamina are amazing. Congratulations. That's a feat. That's something special. You've helped a lot of people on all these shows. So congratulations and thank you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate the support. So tell me if you would, if you got a minute, I want to ask you one State Department question and one asylum question. So when it comes to the actual interview for people at the embassy, when they finally have been waiting all through National Visa Center, documented qualified, and then getting their interview, what should people expect when they go, and what mistakes do people make when they go?
I think to start with the second question, I think a major mistake is relying too much on your documents or expecting your documents to sort of tell your story for you. First of all, expecting the consular officer to even be familiar with your document is a mistake. And then just sort of thinking like, oh, well, yeah, it's in my documents. It's in what I submitted. Like, really a key thing to understand is that these visa officials usually don't really care much about your documents. I mean, especially if we're talking about like a tourist visa application, but I would say even for like an immigrant visa, when you're going in for your immigrant visa interview, like they still just are not that concerned with what documents say. They tend to think that most documents, or that there's a very high chance that documents are fraudulent. And so really they just want to hear from you. They want you to talk like someone that they expect, how they expect someone to talk who is like legitimately pursuing this benefit. So one of the main things is don't rely on your documents. Like don't think that, oh, I'm okay as long as I've got my documents. You have to be ready to answer their questions and to explain why you're eligible, how you qualify for the benefit of the kind of visa that you're seeking. So that's a big mistake. One thing to what was the first question you asked, Jim? Mistake?
Well, just what to expect, but I think you covered it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, real briefly, what to expect. It's you might have to wait a long time, and once it's your turn at the window, your interview is probably going to be shorter and it's going to go by probably kind of in a flash for you. Like these things usually are just kind of boom, boom, boom. The officer's like, tell me this, that, and they want you to keep your answers kind of short and concise and respond directly to the question. So it's probably all going to be over kind of in a blur. You might be there all day waiting, or at least for a while, but it goes pretty quickly usually once you're at the window.
Awesome. Great. And then when you're getting your asylum applicants ready for their asylum interview or their asylum hearing in front of the judge, and just so you guys know, Brian does a lot of asylum in deportation court too. So if you need someone with that, Brian can help you out with that. But talk to us about what advice you give to your asylum applicants when it comes to explaining their story and telling their story.
One of the main things that I really focus on with them is that we are sticking to the facts and we're trying to highlight exactly how my client meets the actual qualifications, and we're not adding a bunch of extra stuff, which is to say the officers aren't, or the judge, they're not really concerned about the emotional aspects and what's all the context of your life and the context of your country. They don't care where you went to school. A lot of people want to include just a bunch of information, in their written declaration, but also on the day of their interview or court hearing. They just want to be, it's understandable. They want to be heard. They want to talk a lot. But these people, the judge or the asylum officer, they want to get to the point. They just want to know, do you meet the requirements for asylum? And so, first of all, you have to know what those are. Hopefully you're working with an asylum lawyer who can tell you, these are the objectives. These are the things that we're trying to show the asylum officer. And then you need to practice telling your story in a way that goes straight to the point and shows them those things, leaving out all the extraneous, all that extra stuff.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I always tell people is, hey, they're already going to know about Iraq, or they're already going to know about Rwanda. You don't need to tell them the whole country. Like some people want to start with, when the king died in 1912.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you have a lawyer, it's your lawyer's job to provide that context, what we call country conditions information, through reports, news articles, stuff like that, that shows that, yes, the kind of things that we're talking about are happening and that someone like you, the client, is at risk. But that really is like the lawyer's job and the asylum officer's job to sort of sort that out. You, as the asylum applicant, you need to be focusing on you. What has happened to you, and what is it that makes you think that you're at risk in the future, and why? Those are really the three main things for asylum: is what's happened in the past, is it bad enough to count as persecution, what makes us think you're going to be persecuted in the future, and what's the reason, or like the motivation. Is it connected to one of the 5 protected grounds?
Awesome. All right, last question. What did you learn as an asylum officer and a consular official that made you as good an immigration lawyer as you are?
I think that I'll say really from my time as an asylum officer, there's some things that stuck with me that really inform the way that I do my job now as an asylum lawyer. And one is like effort, and 2 is simplicity. I was shocked when I was an asylum officer to see that most immigration lawyers do virtually nothing for their clients. And I'm sure you know this, Jim, having, cleaned up the mess that other lawyers have made when people fire their own lawyer and come to you. Most immigration lawyers don't put any effort into it, and they do virtually nothing. So I was shocked at that. And I was like, okay, when I'm a lawyer, we're actually going to do things to really try to help our clients. So putting effort into it is is important, but then also making things simple. Like this stuff is complicated, you know, the stuff that you're doing, Jim, is complicated. Asylum law is complicated. And if you can just tell the story and then also as a lawyer show the officer, you know, how the facts get applied to the law in the simplest way possible. Like basically make the case simple. In telling the story and explaining it in written format, you want to make it simple. These people's lives are hard. Being an asylum officer and immigration services officer, it's a hard job. They're stressed, they're overwhelmed. And if you can just show them in the way that you present the case on paper, but then also in the way that, you know, the person testifies during the interview, if you can make everything smooth and tight and just to the point and clean and simplify everything, the officer is going, oh, thank you, you're making my life easy, you're showing me how to get to the answer yes in your case in the easiest way possible. And that makes a big difference. I mean, especially in the close cases.
Awesome. Thank you, Brian, so much. If people want to get a hold of you, what's the best? How do they follow you on social, and how do they get a hold of you if they want to hire you?
I'd say go to my YouTube channel, which is Political Asylum Lawyers. If you go to YouTube and search for Political Asylum Lawyers, that's the best way to find me and to check out our training materials and all our videos.
And do you still have that stuff about the prep stuff, like for a State Department interview or asylum interviews? Do you still have that?
Yeah, I've got a lot of like really long, really detailed tutorials on my YouTube channel. If you go to the YouTube channel and then you click on playlists, one of the playlists says like full-length training videos, and there's some like really in-depth stuff, like some of them are 2 or 3 hours long about how to prepare for and how to handle the asylum interview and stuff like that. So Political Asylum Lawyers is the name of the YouTube channel, and then look for the playlist. It says like full-length trainings.
That's awesome. Thanks, Brian.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me, Jim. And again, congratulations to you. And I know you've got a great team behind you as well. You guys are doing great things with this show and just all the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Talk to you soon, brother.
There, Jim. Take care.
Later. Yep.
Bye.
Oh, that was our friend Brian Manning. You can find him, Political Asylum Lawyers, on YouTube. He's a great resource, and those trainings, you can't be beat. Hey, we're going from one guest right to another. A guest we've had on before. Aditi's here. Hello, Aditi.
Hi, Jim. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Awesome. Congratulations, first of all. 500 episodes. How does that feel?
Feels great. We did, in November, we did 30 days. We did 28 in November. I only missed 2 days in November. So, yeah, it's good. We got here. I'll be glad to take a break. I'm going to take the weekend off, so that'll be fun. But are you back in the United States?
I am back in the United States, and it feels great.
You really have a good radio voice. Like you should be, or a TV voice. Like you should be on television or something.
Should I?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe not as America's Most Wanted, but maybe something.
Well, no, let's hope not that. So remind everybody your connection, if you will, to the immigration community and scenario. And then we'll talk a little bit about the great resources that you have on LinkedIn.
Yeah, well, thank you again. I mean, it's such a pleasure and honor to be back on your show. It's funny to be friends with people I have been terrified the most of my life, starting with immigration lawyers. So to be invited by somebody from your community means a lot to me. Just like any other person who has come to this country on an F1 visa. I went through the whole rigmarole of being a student to then having an H1B, then being in the backlog given my country of birth, and then making the bold decision of going for the employment-based first category of getting your green card to sort out my immigration woes once and for all. And when I went through this process, it seemed to be very lonely. I seemed to be the only one who was crazy, and I didn't want that feeling to even the worst enemy that I had in my high school. So I was like, let me create a community so that everybody can go through this together. So there's a sense of normalcy for things that I thought was the end of the road. For example, I didn't get an NOID, but when you get a notice of intent to deny, or when you get a request for further evidence, or when you get a scary notice from USCIS, to not feel like you're by yourself and that you have your friends around you and that people are willing to help you. So that's my story and where I come from in this immigration space. It's been insanely gratifying to be in this space, to hold a room for people's stories, both victories and losses. And we're just getting started. And to be honest with you, Jim, I wanted to ask you that when you started this, it starts with a decision where you're like, okay, let's just do the show. Let's just have like folks come in on YouTube and have them asking questions, and like I'm gonna answer. And I'm sure from episode 1 to episode 500 your vision has changed, and you
Yeah.
have learned things on the journey, and you're figuring it out as you go. And I too find myself in the same space. So I want to ask you, between episode 1 to episode 500, what are the things that you have learned? How has your vision changed? And how do you foresee your journey from episode 500 to episode 1000?
Yeah. Well, when I started the firm and then when I started the YouTube channel, I was operating under some advice from two guys who have books that I've read. One is called Tribes by Seth Godin, and the other one is called Crush It by Gary Vaynerchuk. Gary, of course, is an immigrant. And my thought was, and I have a therapist and one of my coaches are both Buddhists, and they say that I have a very high ratna, and that I'm very good at gathering people. I get power out of gathering people together. And that's true. I have a whole group for lawyers. Our Facebook group has 11,000 people in it. And I like to gather people to me. And I think that's what you're doing with your LinkedIn group too. And I think to me, I knew that going through this process was lonely. I knew this process was confusing. And I thought that if I could help lessen the confusion and lessen the loneliness and the what's the opposite of hope? Whatever the opposite of hope is. Despair. The despair of going through the process. That's really why I wanted to do it.
And what has been one of the what do you call that? Like, yeah, you want the outcome, but then there are like serendipities that happen through the journey.
Yeah.
So like, what is a serendipitous outcome of
Well,
this?
one is I didn't know that people would watch. Number two, I didn't know that. To me, the best part is there are 20 or 30 people that watch almost every show, and I feel like they're friends of mine, right? Like if I don't come and do the show for a couple of days, I sort of miss them, right? And I've never met them face to face. So that's a great thing about the internet and everything else. So I think that's been the biggest thing. And then that people get such a kick out of the show. And the funny thing is they really like it when I get mad, which isn't all that often, but that's like their favorite. So those are all,
that's right. Yeah, you have a touch of all the mean hosts in reality television. Like you say it as it is.
Well, yeah, that I love. I mean, that I'll always do. I mean, core value number 2 at our firm is we do what's in the best interest of the client. So I'd much rather turn down a case or tell people like it is. Like I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I want to underpromise and overdeliver. If I think you have a 20% chance of getting your case approved, then I want you sitting next to me knowing how hard it is. I don't want you backbiting and looking at me and saying, you promised me this, you promised me that. I would much rather be the hero than just someone that just said, give me money and I'll save you.
We need more folks like that in this space, to be honest with you. Not just yes.
I want to ask you a question. Ask you a question. Can you explain for the people watching, and I'm only keep you a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
Can you explain for the people watching the per country cap and the real world effects of the per country cap on green card those seeking green cards?
Yeah, it's first of all, I do want to acknowledge the fact that the size of the country that I'm coming from is significantly a lot more than any other country that's there, barring China possibly. So one can make the argument that, Aditi, most of the green cards, if you look at the total number of green cards that are given out in a year, most of it is going to Indians. Like, so if you remove the country cap, like where are we going to be? And I do want to pause us and think about what the way we have been programmed to think about this space, that we're coming from a scarcity mindset. That is, there is only this system that's there, and we have to figure out what our space is within the system, and we are playing for scraps. And it's not just about removing the country cap and giving unbridled entry to every Indian that wants to come to the US, but it's fundamentally changing the nature and the system that is US immigration. And you talked about this, that the per country cap has not changed in 30 years. We still give out more green cards through family-based immigration than employment-based immigration, when employment-based immigration has ballooned in the US. So it's not my apathy toward the country cap per se, but it's my apathy toward or my complete shock toward US immigration's resistance to change. And we're talking about the United States, man. This is a country of hope. This is a country of innovation. This is where people don't stop talking about AI. And when you're thinking in those contrasts, that this is a country where we're talking about changing the way we live life, and they cannot change an immigration law. Be for real right now. Like, come on. It doesn't make sense. And I'll tell you this, and I know this is not answering the question that you have asked me to answer, but there's a comment that somebody made today. It was an extremely intelligent woman who got her EB-1A, and that is one of the toughest categories to get your green cards approved. And she said something which kind of stuck to me. Why does it seem to be such a shock to the system that immigration is so hard? Because if you take immigration out of the picture, Jim, America is an easy country. It's an extremely easy country to live. I cannot think of any other country to migrate to, being an Indian, where I would have had such an easy life. My friends have moved to Germany. They have had to learn the language. I didn't. My friends have had to move to some other country and cook for themselves. I have 1,000 Indian restaurants in my backyard, right? So in every other aspect, the country is so good. It's so easy on immigrants. And the only thing that's a thorn in the system is the damn immigration laws. So it's not so much about my disdain about the country cap, but it is my deep sorrow in the resistance to change for folks who want to be here and want to significantly contribute to the development of the country.
I think that's a great point. And, I always refuse to play the game of let's pit one immigrant group against another. And even if it's undocumented versus documented, or if it's, those who want a per country cap, those who don't, I love what you're saying much more about growing the overall pie instead of operating in this fiction that we're stuck with this number of visas. I mean, all the time people say, let's get rid of the diversity visa and move those 50,000 visas over here. That's one approach. Or we could just double all the visas, or we could come up with guest worker programs that would let people come and go and not have to enter the United States without permission, right? So last question, because this is something I actually really would like to know or to educate myself upon. I talk to people, particularly from India, who get fed up and lose hope. I can't do this anymore. I'm not waiting anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Can you think of any stories that stand out for you of like real sadness about that, or that maybe that if those people had stayed in the United States, they built companies that really grew and thrived in Canada or wherever? I mean, and it can be a small story. Like I just want the viewers to sort of understand that with all things, these policies that we have real world consequences on the overall health of our country and on individuals in their lives.
So I'll tell you, okay, wait for me to take it to a literary and nerdy place. So, so there's this, and I'll tell you, not the sad part of like, you're asking me the question, if I'm understanding your question correctly, is the what if, right? What if you did not give up? And what if you stayed? And what if you fought the system? What could life have been? Or do you have any regrets? And to be honest with you, India is changing significantly. And I've said this before and I'll say it again, that words matter. So when you say you move back to a country, there's a sense of regression in your career. It necessarily doesn't have to be. There are lots of people who are moving back on choice. So that doesn't make me as sad. What makes me sad is what we subscribe to and become good with as we might live our lives in the US. So yeah,
what we accept.
yeah, we just accept it. And there's this poem by, and I'm telling you, I'm going to take it to a nerdy level. You have me on your show, so like you have to bear with me.
All
So
good.
there's this poem by a Bengali, he's a Nobel Prize winner. His name is Rabindranath Tagore, and one of his poems that he had written, the first line is, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. And what I see is, in my journey in the US, because of the system that is USCIS, my mind was riddled with fear. It was just riddled with fear. My life was riddled with fear. I felt so caged. And it took me an arm and a leg to fight that fear so that I could hold my head high and live in this country which promised me freedom. And I got that freedom except for immigration. But a lot of times what happens is, because there is normalcy in numbers, some of us just live with that fear without ever deciding to rock the boat. And that's the kind of human potential, or the dimming of it, that makes me so sad. And I hope that people dig deep as you have to go to find that courage and destroy this fear. What does destruction look like? It could look like going up for an immigration category that you didn't think you could go for. It could look like moving back to another country and starting your life. Or it could look like migrating to Canada. But please, please, for the love of God, live without fear.
Last question. I know I said that was the last question, but this is more of a personal one. Why is it important for you? I mean, some could say that you got your green card, you could just move on and live your life. Why are you still building your community, having these discussions, telling it like it is? Why is that? And just real quick, somebody said, I feel you there, Ms. Aditi. The fear sometimes kind of paralyzes me. But why are you doing this?
Oh my gosh, it's just the pent up anger, the pent up anger. And I don't know, to be honest with you, I don't know why. I can tell you this. I feel called to do it. I just feel called to do it. I don't know where this is going. I don't have clarity on it. I'm figuring it out. I'm laying the tracks as I move forward. But I feel so much joy, Jim, not just helping people, but also learning about the journeys of other people and being and learning about, man, like there's so much power in the stories that we have. And you don't have to be a certain type of immigrant to have powerful stories. Every immigrant has a powerful story. As a matter of fact, children of immigrants have a powerful story. And it feels so good to be a reservoir of those stories, and for absorbing all of that. And then if it radiates out, it radiates out. So I don't know how else to answer that question, except for that it makes me happy, and it's really good anger management.
I really appreciate that. I mean, I never told you this, but like when I was a kid, I was molested by the church, by a priest. And so when I came to terms with that and knew that I wanted to use my law license for something, I thought about like using that, like doing that as a practice area, but like that was just too close to home. So immigration was a place where I could direct my anger, direct my frustration. And I haven't mentioned this in a while on the show, but the first 400 times I sued USCIS for a delay.
400 times. Oh my God.
The first couple of 100 times I did it, when I would hit submit at the court, I would always say, fuck you. Fuck
yeah.
You. I don't have to do that anymore, but I understand like that reservoir of anger and putting it to a good use. So thank you for doing that.
Oh, thank you so much, Jim. And what a wonderful testimonial you gave for your own work. More power to you. And I hope there are more immigration lawyers and folks like you in the system. We need you. And thank you for holding that space.
Thanks, Aditi.
All right. Take care.
Have a great day. Good seeing you. Have a good weekend. All right. Bye-bye. All right. We got a good friend here. His name's Robert. I'm going to bring him, Robert. And then after that, I'll get to you confused right after Robert. Okay. Robert, I'm going to give you the mic for a minute, if that's okay. So can I take my break real quick and then I'll be back. Can you handle it for a minute?
Knock yourself out.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy. I'll be right back.
So I just want to give a couple people some background about me and my case. I've actually used Jim's firm twice. We did it for my wife's advanced parole. And then when we got her a valid entry, we did the adjustment of status and kind of did all that stuff. And I did want to speak to about the fees. So a lot of lawyers do charge extra for RFE responses, things like that. So you can't always look at cost. I mean, certainly it is a factor, but you have to understand that sometimes those cheaper options do end up costing you more. And I'm in the Los Angeles area, so cost of living here is relatively high. And I've seen firms that charge for the services they charge $5,700 for close to $8,000. So you have to kind of weigh that stuff out. And I would always recommend to people, you have to hire the experts and allow them to do what they do best. I mean, we've seen the past 3.5 hours of what their firm is capable of, and all of the different testimonials, and continuing to leverage that in your own case. And my case, my wife's case, and ours was pretty straightforward, but I do think that having the attorney there when we did get the RFE was just so much easier. We got an RFE for a translation that wasn't done correctly. Now, a lot of other firms, speaking to cost, they would have charged to respond to that RFE. They didn't do that. We just got them the correct translation, and we were sent off, and everything's been super, super great. So I would always recommend anybody that can, you have to try to make that sacrifice. And if you have to change your budget for temporary standpoint, you got to look at it as an investment. It's not a cost. It's an investment in your future, an investment in yourself, and in your family, and wherever that leads you to.
That's the point you always make, is that it's an investment, and that, I mean, I can't tell you how hard it is to fix messed up cases. It's much easier to avoid the mess up. So yeah, for sure. How are you doing, man?
Good, you, sir?
Yeah, good. Sorry about your Chargers.
I'm 42. I started watching them. A little bit bad background of me, my family. My parents were born in Mexico, right on the border, Mexicali and TJ.
Yeah.
So when my father became a citizen, because he joined the army back in the 80s, so that was when it was easy. He joined the army, became a citizen, and all that stuff. But I grew up in kind of a broken home, whereas my dad was always. I've lived in Germany, I've lived in South Korea, I've lived kind of everywhere, and he was very strict and never let us go outside. Typical, very, very dictatorship almost. And when my mom
he
and
was
him,
he was a stern and exacting taskmaster.
yeah, and finally when him and my mom didn't work out, I was 12, and I turned on the TV, and the Chargers had their back those dark blue uniforms.
Those
And
are the best.
That's what made me like them. No other reason other than I saw them on TV and liked that uniform and been a fan of theirs 30 some years.
So
And
would that be like
been
Stan Humphries, or was that Dan Fouts?
That was Stan Humphries. That was the year they went to. That was the year they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, who beat him?
The 49ers.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I was a season ticket holder when they were in San Diego, which I agree with you. I wish they would have stayed in San Diego, but I live in LA, but I'm like the only Charger fan probably. So
have you been to the new stadium?
I actually have not. I don't live that far from there, and it's just the traffic is just, and the cost. To be frank with you, like the cost is just so astronomical. I mean, parking's I think $100, and I don't know if you've seen photos of my son, but when we first hired you, my wife was just pregnant.
Yeah.
And now we've had Anthony, and he's going to be 2 in February. So that whole process of, and like I spoke to earlier, like I was telling everybody, I did have to make, I had to use your guys' payment plan, and you have to look at it as it's an investment, and you have to change your lifestyle, and it's just a temporary one, but it's definitely worth it. And now she has her green card, and we're going back to Peru, I believe in May, and then myself and her, we're also going to go to Spain in March of next year. So being able to, for her not to live into the shadows anymore, to speak of what everybody else has been talking to earlier, when she got here, she was DACA, so left kind of living in the shadows. Sure, she had a work permit, but
well, what did DACA mean to her, and what did it mean to her when she actually got her green card? I mean, how was she?
I think DACA for her was just more of her parents. Well, they're both unfortunately deceased, but her mother is technically her sister.
Uh-huh.
So they came here in the 80s when the amnesty. But again, I don't know enough about the amnesty to speak fairly highly of it. But that's how
Yeah.
they got here,
Yeah.
and then they brought some of their family members here later on through their citizenship and through their process. So when she had DACA, it was more of just at least being able to go to school and like work. And then when we got the green card, it was a great feeling to know that when we went to Peru, when we came back on the advanced parole, trying to get that clean entry, they had taken her to administrative processing. I'm not allowed in there, so I'm
Right.
waiting outside of LAX for 45 minutes, and
I remember.
it's a nerve-wracking experience. But now we have a green card, and there's nothing, we can go to, like, I'm a huge Barcelona fan, so I've been there 5 times now, and we're gonna go to Madrid this March. Being able to do that with her, I couldn't do that
That's
before. We
awesome.
couldn't even think about that before. The biggest trip that we had prior was Puerto Rico, and then I had to be very diligent to make sure that that flight did not divert. It was a direct flight, or it didn't go anywhere near outside of the U.S. because we just want to make sure that she could get back.
Right. Awesome. Well, Robert, thank you, my friend. Good seeing you. Thanks for being the
seeing you.
supporter, and thanks for caring even after you got your wife's immigration benefit.
No, I think immigration is. I've lived around the entire world, so I have a little bit different perspective of what that can do. But to have more people come here and to hold our elected officials more accountable. So to circle back to something that somebody was talking about earlier, if we want meaningful change, the people that are eligible to vote, you have to vote, and you have to be engaged and reach out to your local representatives, not just when you need something, but let them know what you're passionate about. Prior to this, I never really was a political person. I mean, I watched Bill, Real Time with Bill Maher and kind of those political shows, but never really was involved. The last 2.5 years, I've bugged our local representative so many times of like, this is what I expect. This is what I expect you to do on behalf of me. I'm a citizen. I vote every 2 years. And this is what I expect. And the squeaky wheel gets the grease or oil, whatever you want to call it. So for those people that are eligible, vote. And if you're a green card holder and you become a citizen, vote.
For sure.
If we want meaningful change, that's how it's going to happen.
Thank you, Robert. I hope you have a great weekend. We'll see you soon, brother.
Take care, man.
Later, man. See ya. Everyone, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I got to text somebody. Doing a live show until what time are we done? We're done at 4, right? Yeah. All right. Jamal says Trump coming back will be disastrous. Let me just check my calendar real quick. We move that to next week at sorry, everybody. This is making for great television, isn't it? All right, just give me 1 second. All right, here we go. I'm going to go to Confused and see if we can try to unconfuse her. All right. Hi, Confused. How you doing?
Hi, dear Jim. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you. I am actually pretty unconfused now. I used to be very confused before, but you guys handle my I-751, and I am like super, super grateful.
Awesome.
I'm Alejandra, by the way. Always in the comments.
Yep. It's good to see you, Alejandra.
So thank you for all that you do, Jim. Really, it's so much, like I was just doing the math, and if we look at all of the episodes like a marathon, it will be like 40 days straight, nonstop.
500 hours. I was thinking about that today. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. So just little brief with me, similar with North Florida, for example. I came from Mexico on TN visa late 2015. Was renewing my visa on yearly basis until 2019. And when we talked before on the comments, being an immigrant, it's expensive, it's uncertain, it's like every year, going through this process. But also, as Far was saying before, it's very important that we keep track of everything, all of our documents, everything organized, because nobody will care, nobody will know your story better than you. You are your first and best advocate of yourself.
Yeah.
So I mean, in my case, unfortunately, like I did get my green card through marriage, but then things didn't go very well after that. And I remember joining, when I was on my very, very confused stage, like, okay, the marriage is going sideways. So first time I joined, I was like, can I even travel with my extension letter, and my passport? Can I come back? Those kind of questions. And then I joined you guys for guidance and to sign my case. And then like 1 year later, this year, like Tom sent me the email with my green card. So it was very, very professional. As Robert says, it's an investment in your future, but having that firm backup, it's priceless, so thank
Awesome.
you.
Well, thank you. And I love working on those are probably my favorite cases. We call them 751 solos, like when you getting it filed jointly, that's good and important. But when you have to do it by yourself, those are tougher cases. And I think that's where working with a lawyer really helps. Totally.
And the other thing that I wanted to say, I think, like, as you said before, the officers, they know their job. They have done interviews, they have seen couples thousands of times, so I do remember, like, just little brief with my story, like, we did have a stocks interview, and when the officer was interviewing me, like, just for the first green card, the 2-year green card, I didn't get the answer on the spot. Like, he didn't say, okay, it's approved. He just told me, you will get an email in 24 hours, 48 hours, I think, like, he thought on my case overnight or whatever. But I remember at the end of the interview, when it was just with me, he told me, I do recommend you seeking legal advice. And that's all that he said, I think, like, they read the couple, they read the room, and they can see the future almost, and true, I ended up needing legal advice later on. But yeah, always be honest, always, play a fair game. But thank you. And this is Nico. I was expecting Rocio to bring her Argentinian dogs, because this is Nico. He came from Mexico 2 years ago.
Awesome. Yeah, Rocio's she's still at school, so I don't think her dogs are with her.
Yeah, but thank you, Jim. Thanks you for
Alejandro. Good to
everything.
see you. Yep, thanks so much. All right, bye-bye. All right, I see a good friend of ours, the one and only Mr. Stuart Bell. Hello, Stuart. How you doing, buddy?
Counselor Hacking, how's it going?
Long time no see.
I know, right?
So,
although you see me today slightly blurry, I'm not sure what's going on here. So,
me or you? I'm
combination of this and the camera.
Oh yeah. So Stuart is a good friend of mine, and Stuart, you want to tell a little bit everybody about your immigration journey?
Yeah, I think it's long, like everyone else's, emotional, like everyone else's, but fortunately, having the support of you and the team there just means that whilst it's difficult and challenging and there's no shortcut, it's at least you've got an advocate in your corner to make it run as smooth as possible. So mine was coming in and out of the US, so from the UK, if people can't tell from the accent, in and out of the US on a tourist visa, tourist things, and some business interests over here. Those business interests grew over a period of time. So then there was a E2, I might get some of the numbers mixed up, but there was an E2 investor visa submitted. That wasn't with you guys. That was before we knew each other back in 2015. So that took a couple of years to go through the process, in part just the process, and in part because I was slow moving it through the system. But by that point, I'd met my now wife, and we'd started dating a little bit more, but I was very adamant of not wanting to come in and anyone to suggest it was a green card marriage or anything like that. So I was adamant that we were going to go down the business route and do things properly, as I thought in my head. That was rejected on technicality on the application could have been refiled, but without taking advice, I immediately reapplied for a tourist visa because the visa rejection had invalidated the ESTA, and because I immediately replied, like within 2 weeks of the ET being rejected, and thinking that the ET was going to be successful, I'd actually sold my apartment in the UK and was getting ready to move. So then applied for a tourist visa with no. I was living with my parents temporarily.
No
while I was
UK
waiting to
ties.
come through.
Yeah.
Yeah, weekly UK ties, exactly. So by that point, my relationship with my wife had got to the point where we didn't want to risk anything else. So we kind of could have resubmitted it, the E2, but put that to the side in favor of the fiance route and then the marriage route. And then perfect timing for this call, but that just arrived this morning.
There you go.
So Lucy was a green card holder, had been for 20 something years in the US, had just never got around to naturalizing. So she naturalized first, then we submitted the fiance visa, then the adjustment of status, then the removal of conditions, and then just in the last couple of weeks, the N400 naturalization had gone through. So thanks to the people in the comments saying congratulations. That really is, well, we know, almost 8 years, 2015 to 2023. But it's difficult being on the other side, not having clear answers to the questions. I can't imagine people doing it themselves. Even the most vanilla of cases, British background, no issues in the past with any kind of criminal issues, or I'd been married once before, but that was no particular big issue there. It was all the most vanilla setup as it was, and even then it's difficult. So yeah, highly recommend anyone to get the support, and particularly get the support of you guys. Just as a demonstration, people thinking that they're going to do it themselves, the N400 at the end of all of the process, so 4 or 5 bigger, more judgy stages beforehand, but still this is the folder of information that you guys have helped me bring together just for the N400. So to try and get through that level of stuff by yourself and go there fully prepared, difficult. So yeah.
And your N400 interview, how long was it after we filed? It wasn't long, was it?
No, that went through pretty fast. I think we must have filed early in the summer, so May or June.
Yeah, I think it was May.
May, yeah. And then the interview was 3 weeks ago, so the beginning of November, end of November, I'm losing track of time. So so from May to mid-November, and then the ceremony was 2 weeks after that. And it went pretty fast. And in fact, the interview, the N400 interview, kind of, I think anyone who's listening will be through the same. As soon as you walk through the doors of USCIS or an embassy, your heart starts racing, and it's PTSD comes back again. But the actual N400 interview, and I think on the strength of everything we'd done before, was 10 minutes, if that. It was a sign of all the work that had been done before. So thank you, and thanks to Alex and all the rest of the team there. So great to work with.
Thank you, Stuart. Have a great weekend, buddy.
All right, guys. You too. Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.
See you, man. All right. I promised Abdul I'd go to Abdul next. Abdul, you're up.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. You got to talk a little louder, Ben Roethlisberger. You got to talk a little louder.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. I love your show. First time, long time listener, first time caller.
That's my favorite.
I really appreciate what you've been doing for everyone. It's very nice of you, and I've been on your show a couple of times, but I always had connectivity issues, so I couldn't really join a show once. But I'm glad I joined this show on the 600 show. But let me keep my question short.
Okay.
So I have a friend who applied for the DV library. And I was wondering if it was because he was supposed to be graduating in January. And on the DV lottery, they asked you, because you're supposed to have a high school diploma, if I understand correctly. And now, since he put on the application that he has a high school diploma, so by the time if he gets elected, could that be an issue? or like I don't know how do you see it?
So
play
you're
out
saying
here?
he's going to graduate? He's going to graduate from high school in May or December?
Yeah, from high school in like January or something like that, or December. I forgot when he's gonna graduate, but in a couple of months or something like that.
I don't know the question. I don't know the answer to your question because it rarely comes up, that question, that issue of whether or not somebody is eligible for the education requirement. That hardly ever comes up. So I don't know the answer. I don't know if it has to be at the time that you apply for the lottery or whether it's the time you apply for the visa. I would imagine it's when you actually go through the visa process. So did he get selected?
No, he applied this year, so that's why I'm asking, because if he gets selected and
Yeah. So number one, I would say let's worry about it if he gets selected. But if he gets selected, I think he should be okay, because I don't think you have to have. I don't know for sure, and this is something that everybody should look at if he gets selected. But I think it should be okay, because I think it's going to be when he actually starts the visa process. Does he have the requirement? I don't think it'll be. Did he have it when he applied? But I could see that being the rule too. So I just don't know.
Oh, okay.
But I think, I mean, if I had to guess, I think he's okay.
He should be okay, right?
I believe so.
And one more question. Is it possible to apply for asylum outside of the United States, or you have
No.
to apply for?
You can't apply for asylum outside the United States.
So you have to apply for a visa, or it has to be specific visa, like a visitor visa.
You would have to be inside the United States in some way, shape, or form. However you get here, you get here. But you have to be physically present inside the United States or at a port of entry to come to the United States, or to apply for asylum. You have to actually be here.
Port of entry, okay. So it means that you're present, you're basically present in the United States.
All right, thanks, Abdul. We'll see you next time. Let's go to Karubo. Hello, Karubo.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Can I get off the camera?
Done.
All right. I have two questions. One is this. I recently got my green card through marriage, and then I have my asylum case that is still pending, and it shows interview will be scheduled. I was wondering, is there a way, should I remove or should I write a letter to the immigration to have it removed?
Yes, that's an excellent idea. So, and you have the green card in your hand, right?
Yes, I have.
So I would figure out where your case is pending.
Okay.
And send them a letter by Federal Express so that we have proof that they received it.
Okay.
Send them a copy of your I-45 approval notice and
Okay.
a copy of your green card and a cover letter that says, "Hey, it's me, Karubo. I'm here. I applied for asylum on such and such a date." I would include your asylum receipt notice.
Okay.
And say, "Hey," and your case was still with the asylum office, not with the immigration court, right?
So my asylum case is different. It has a different office from my I-485.
Sure. Where's your asylum case? Do you know?
I believe it's in Houston.
Houston. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's not at the immigration court. Like, you didn't get sent to deportation. You were still waiting.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So write a letter to the Houston Asylum Office. That's where our friend Brian Manning, who was on the show a little while ago, that's where he used to work. And say, I officially asked to withdraw my I-589 application for asylum, as I've already received lawful permanent residence. A copy of my green card is here, and I don't need it. So I don't need asylum anymore. And I ask you, please withdraw the case.
All right. Okay, I'll do that. And another question is, will it come when I apply for my citizenship? Will it come back? I mean, the story of the asylum?
Yeah. You have to be ready to talk about it. Probably not in great detail. I think they're not supposed to talk to you about it much, but they can certainly ask you about it. And if there's anything in there that wasn't true, that can bite you at naturalization.
Oh, okay. All right. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Have a good day. Congratulations on your green card. Yep. All right. We're humming now. We have an hour and 7 minutes left to hit our 5 hours. Jamal and Mohsen are talking about how expensive weddings are. Let's go to Hina and see what Hina has to say. Hina, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Hina. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm sorry my camera's off. It's almost midnight here.
No worries.
So it's my first time caller. I've watched all your previous shows. So and
Welcome.
thank you. Congratulations on your 500th episode.
Hard to believe, eh?
I know, seriously. So I'm a current client and a returning client of yours. I filed for my N400 application in November with Mr. Bloomberg
Awesome.
right before we moved to Bahrain as dependents on my husband. So we're doing the expedited process under the specific provision for citizens stationed abroad right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So my question, it's a two-part question. The first one is that have you seen such cases get approved in the given time frame of like 45 to 60 days?
Yes and no.
Okay. Because I know, like, being outside of the United States, I would have to go back for the interview
Right.
if it gets done. So I just want to make sure, like, we're in our time frame of returning within
but you can't trust anything that they say. But yes, I have seen it go quickly and I have seen it drag out. So.
Okay. All right. Well, my second question is about social media.
Okay.
I have been openly very supportive of whatever is happening in Gaza right now. So I wanted to know, is that going to be like looked upon, and is that going to be looked at negatively?
That's a great question. I would say this. Here's what I'll say. I'll be diplomatic, okay?
Okay.
I've never, ever had the FBI come and talk to any of my clients about supporting Israel.
I'm not supporting Israel. So.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I've had lots and I've had FBI agents come and ask about Palestine or other countries in the Middle East. So I want you to exercise your free speech, but we're also in a sort of a time where you're asking for a benefit. So I'm not telling you what to do, and I believe in the First Amendment more than anybody. But I would just say I do think you're more likely to get inquiries from outside of USCIS for supporting Palestine than you would the other way around. So. I mean, I think you can still get your green card. I don't think you need to worry about it to that extent. But the thing that happens that I've seen mostly is who are you watching? Why are you watching? What are you watching? What connections do those people have to other groups? It's sort of like guilt by association, if that makes sense.
Correct. Especially like, sitting out here in Bahrain right now, watching everything that's happening around the world, where my husband is, working for the government, telling me, don't post this, don't post this. So we're constantly.
I think that just because things are heightened, everything's heightened. So I think there's a difference between consuming content and sharing content. I think there's a difference but I mean, most of the time the FBI has been around me asking people about social media stuff. This would be a good video. It's almost always more about what they've consumed than what they've said. I mean, I've had people say dumb stuff too, so I shouldn't say entirely, but 8 times out of 10, it's about the stuff you're consuming and it's always been Muslims.
Right. Okay. Wow. Well, that's my baby sleeping next to me. Okay, well, that basically answers my question. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Hina. Talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, bye. All right, we have another special guest here. I got to bring her on. Her name, Lizzie, and her role, Princess. Hello, Princess Lizzie. You're on mute. How you doing?
I'm on mute. Sorry, I was muting my TV.
No worries. How you doing? You got your hair did.
Yeah,
It looks nice.
wow. Happy 500th show to you and the whole team.
Can you believe it?
I also just wish your father may soul rest in peace as well. I'm sorry about your loss. And yeah, I'm just calling on just to say congratulations. And I've realized a lot of other people have called in, so I can't just sit here for 5 hours because I've been watching from the beginning. So I decided I wanted to call in too. Even though when I started my immigration journey, I never knew about your show. I never knew anything about I just didn't have anyone. It was literally just me in like a maze. But once I got to like MVC, that's when I found your show. And even just the tips I've learned from yourself and people in the chats has just been amazing and supportive. What people don't understand at times is it can be really lonely. Like when you're trying to go through that immigration journey, it's like you're hitting your head against a hard wall and it's so frustrating. But once you finally get the green card in your hand, it's like you've won the lottery or something. Yeah.
And, just remind everybody, I consider you to be an immigration ninja. You pulled off something that's very, very hard. Would you mind telling people how you got your green card, just because I think it's so badass?
Sure, yes. So I actually applied for an EB2 NIW. That was the basis of my immigration. EB2 NIW, in case people don't know, is basically where you self-sponsor yourself. So it's actually on the USCIS website, it's in the employment section, but no employer actually sponsors you. You self-sponsor yourself. And that's because you are telling the US government that you are someone of exceptional ability. You have maybe professional qualifications, you've got your degrees, work experience, and you're showing to the US government that you have a plan of, I like to call it like research that you're going to do in the US, which is an endeavor. And it was really hard to pull it off because I just didn't know where to start. I did try and contact quite a few lawyers, attorneys in America. Most of them told me no. The one that did say yes to me said that she wanted me to already be in the States, so that was impossible.
That was the part that got me, that you did this all from overseas.
Yeah, so yeah, it was, yeah, I did it all from overseas. What was so frustrating was just paying for my I-140 fee, because at the time USCIS would not allow me to make a payment online, so I had to get someone in America, or I had to send my UK pounds to them, tell them to now get me a money order, send it to me, so then I could then send it back again to USCIS in America with my packet. So even just the simplest of things was so frustrating. And yeah, so basically I had nearly everyone telling me no, but I don't know what it is inside me. I was just determined that I just need to try this. I'm just going to try it. And I just believe I can do something with it because the USCIS website is telling me I meet the criteria. And
it's just awesome. I'm still in shock that you pulled it off. And how have you enjoyed? Are you back overseas again? Or are you here in America again?
I've already relocated to America, but I'm in the UK right now because I just finished my second master's. So I just graduated this week. Awesome. So I'm just here for graduation. So yeah.
Very proud of you. Thanks so much, Lizzie. Thanks for being such a great member of the community. Everybody loves you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Jim. Once again, congratulations to the whole team. And it was also lovely to see your wife earlier. She seems so down to earth. So you're really lucky to have her.
I am.
But don't tell her that. Don't tell her that.
No, I'll tell her. We need to have her on more. So thanks, Lizzie.
Thank you, Uncle Jim. Bye-bye.
See ya. Oh, what a good kid she is. Very proud of her. And like I said, amazing. Hey, now we're going to have a very special guest. One person besides Amani, who, if she weren't here, none of this would be here. I hope she's on camera, but maybe she's driving. Adela, are you with us? There she is.
Yes, I am. Hey, guys.
So there's Adela. So Adela has been with the firm for 15 and a half years. She's the rock of the firm. She keeps everything going. She's one of my best friends, one of my favorite people. I love her so much. And she's been such a great partner with me over the years to get this thing running and going and operating. And she's eyeballs deep in switching to Salesforce. So for all of our viewers who use Salesforce or have worked with Salesforce, you know what a big deal it is to move from one CRM to one as big as Salesforce. Adela, how are you doing?
Glad it's Friday, but excited to be able to join. I barely made it, so I'm very happy to have a little bit of free time.
You're great. You're great. I appreciate it. So talk, I've been having a lot of the guests today talk about, we want it to be sort of educational. You got a couple minutes?
Yeah, totally.
What are some of the mistakes that you see people make in immigration that you wish they wouldn't make?
Ooh, share everything without being so immigration, for example, asks you for your text messages. So instead of going through the text messages and creating a small history or a timestamp of in January, here's a few messages. In February, here's some few messages. 2022, here's some messages. I just dumped everything in there and shared it to immigration. That's one of the common mistakes I see. Without reading. So they see all your drama in your messages, all of the drama, and you don't want that. And then immigration has you give immigration ammunition to say, hey, this is a fake relationship, or hey, you were I had a client, for example, jokingly say, you only married me for the green card, love you XOX, right? But they shared that with immigration. That's not pretty. And even though it's an internal joke with you two, it's ammo for immigration, right? So I would say that is one of the biggest ones. Translating documents, vet your translators, because errors are going to be in there. Dates. I find that dates, names, addresses, and alien number are the things you can never mess up on a form. Those things will haunt you forever. That's something we fix for our clients, right? I think those are a few.
What do you think has changed when you think about immigration from when we started? So what do you think as far as USCIS and the State Department? I mean, Adela, just for you guys, Adela's been doing this so long. We used to do the DS-260s on paper, if you can believe it. DS-260s on paper. That shit wasn't even electronic. We would send in. I remember when they first started doing online filing of the checklist and all the documents, and we would have to break it up into 5 big email chunks. Remember that?
Yes.
So talk to us, if you will, about how things have changed.
So I've experienced it all, right? Immigration went from send me your originals and only your originals to don't you ever send me your originals unless I specifically request it. I can only accept copies, certified copies, to send it to me via email or send it to me via snail mail. I call it snail mail, so UPS. And then it went through email. And then now we have the portals. And those have been really nice and helpful for our clients, because we can get you something that would take us 8 months at NVC. Now it takes us around 30-ish days to get NVC qualified, right? So it's definitely a transition. I don't think immigration is as tech savvy as they want to be. And then another thing is that the agencies don't really talk to each other very well. So I moved, for example, I have an I-130, I'm pending, and I lived in one address, but that takes 12 months to pend. And then I I get to the NVC stage and I'm like, hey, NVC, I moved. Here's my new address. Well, guess what? At the embassy stage, immigration is still going to have your original address, and they're not going to know that you moved. So that's another thing that our clients struggle with, I think, is moving. I mean, immigrants move by definition. And, you know, you got to start fresh, start from scratch, and you end up moving a lot. And when you do that, that messes up your case too, or holds your case back because the agencies don't talk.
All right, we have a question for you. From your experience, what's been your most complicated I-130 case that was denied and then approved?
Oy, okay. So I love all our cases, all our clients, and I know sometimes, you know, I don't show that all the time, but like, I think it's the hard ones that, like, let's see, the best one is where we did a really good I-130 case, and it's actually, immigration never questioned the I-130, they questioned the I-751, which is the removal of conditions when it was time. So a client would get a 2-year green card, and then immigration would require you to remove your conditions and reprove your marriage again. That one is memorable just because of the stupid rejection notice we received. Pardon my language. But they essentially accused my client of just like being friends and saying that all the evidence, which was really great evidence, was not enough. And it looks like, and I quote, looks like this could be 2 friends kissing, end quote. Literally wrote that in the rejection. And so that one was a sweet victory, I would say, because it was just insulting from immigration to say, oh, this wedding photo and you 2 kissing is just, it could be just friends, right? And that one just got me mad. So I think that's a sweet win. Also the hard ones, like the solo 751s, where the person doesn't necessarily have a lot of evidence, and we make a really good statement and write an affidavit from the spouse. Those have been also like sweet victories because the immigrant's ex-spouse is willing to help and speak on behalf of that immigrant. Those are also sweet victories and hard win cases, right?
Here's another good question, and you're the right person to ask this question. Adela, what should immigrants do if USCIS still uses their old address and mail doesn't get delivered, obviously, even though a change of address was filed? I'm assuming that they're talking about the sending of green cards or EADs or advanced parole, things like that.
Oh my God. Your mailman should be your best friend, period. Okay. Let your mailman know, go to your old address, and whoever is living there, talk to them, say this green card is coming and immigration doesn't want to recognize it, recognize my address change. So if something is received, can you please let me know? Or talk to that mailman. I feel like anyone waiting for something from immigration that's that important, like an EAD, travel document, or a green card, must be best friends with their mailman. I mean, you know it's coming. So stop, take a day off, and literally wait for your mailman to show up and tell them, hey, I'm waiting for this. If you receive it, let me know. That's what I tell my clients to do all the time.
Yeah, that's good advice. And you're right. We have stalked the mail people. We've gone to the local office where the distribution center is. You got to keep track of that stuff for sure. All right. Couple more questions. Why do you fight for immigrants?
Well, I'm an immigrant, but I fight because I always fight for the little guy, right? And for me, anyone that's coming into the country with no experience with the immigration process needs us for help, right? And we can make a difference. I fight for immigrants because I want to help someone go through the process that I had to stumble through as a kid with my parents, right? Because I immigrated here as a refugee, and I was the translator. I was 3rd grade, so that makes me, I don't know, like 11, 12, something like that. 4th grade, I think. And I had to translate for my parents, and I only had like a summer English class in Bosnia. Like, I learned nothing in that class, okay? I knew how to say my name is and hello and I need help, and that's about it. And I was the translator. So I know what the process looks like. I know that it's not made for an immigrant to go through. You know, it's not an easy system. And having a firm like this to help people find the right connections, fill out the correct forms, get the proper translators, etc., is golden. It's just an amazing feeling to see a client go from I just came here and I have nothing to here's my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, like my whole family, here's my community, you know, to see them transition to that.
Awesome. Last question. What do you want people to understand about the immigration process that they might not already know on their own?
Okay. It's a slow process. And so when we tell you that this is going to take this many months and these are the things we can do in between, like, believe us. Most of the time, I think the biggest struggle that my team has is when I say, or when they say, you know, we submitted everything, now we have to wait. That waiting period is not pleasant, but it's out of our control, right? That's one of the things that I think it's the hardest pill to swallow, is that we don't necessarily have full control over the system, right? We know how to navigate the system. We know how to get it unstuck, right? We know those things. And we've learned a lot in the last 15 plus years doing this to make your process easier. But when we say this is waiting time, you got to believe us that it is waiting time and that we're doing everything in the background to make sure not to overly annoy immigration so they put you on the shelf, right? Like we've learned the balance of how often do I bug immigration.
Adela, thanks so much. Thanks for all of your hard work. Thanks for fighting for immigrants, and we'll see you soon.
Awesome. Bye, guys.
All right. That was the one and only Adela the Great. Let's go over to James Bond 007. What's up, James?
Hey, Mr. Jim, how's it going?
Good, buddy. How you doing?
Good. I'm sorry. 1 second. Give me 1 second.
It's all good, buddy. You're doing great.
bad.
We haven't had anybody walking on today's show anyway, so it's perfect.
Hey, I gotta offer you something though. I will try to come down there and come offer you a detailing job.
Oh, I would love that. I need a detailing.
I will take 1 day off and come down there and detail everybody's car.
That'd be awesome. That would
Yes,
make
sir.
me very happy.
Thank you, Mr. Jim. Thank you for everything. You are really awesome. Thank you so much for everything you do for us.
Thank you, buddy. How you doing? What's up?
All right, Mr. Jim. I got a question. So I did call about a couple of months ago about my N336, about the false claim to citizenship.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So it's been 180 days already, and I haven't received a call back from them. So I don't know what I should do.
So remind me about what's the basis of the false claim?
Oh, I got somebody actually stole my identity, and they registered me to vote.
I remember.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What field office would have your N336 interview?
It's in Raleigh, North Carolina. Yes, sir.
And so it's been more than 6 months since you filed. I mean, that rule about 180 days, they hardly ever follow that rule.
Because I don't know if I need to like just redraw the whole application and refile the whole thing, the whole N400.
I mean, generally, I'm a fan of that approach. You could also leave it and file the N400. That's probably what I would do, unless there's something defective with the. I mean, do you feel like at the N400 stage you gave them all of the best evidence you had of the identity theft, or did you feel like you got some of it after the N400?
After the N400, well, I accidentally did not give them the police report. Yeah, that was the only mistake I did. I didn't submit a police report.
Yeah, I would say leave that N336 and file a new N400. It's just going to cost you $700, and then you have two things going. I wouldn't withdraw the N336. You don't have to.
So you don't think they might have an issue with that?
No, and in fact, I think the N400, the filing of the N400, might trigger them to work on the N336.
Oh, okay. And also, my wife, she's not a green card holder, but I was trying to see. We got married. We got married about 2 years ago, and we have 2 kids. I was trying to see if I need to wait for me to submit her application, or just go ahead and do it.
I would go ahead just because we don't know how long your N400, new N400 or N336 is going to take. You can only file the I-130, not the 485. But you could I would go ahead and file that now, and then of course make sure to list her on the N400.
Okay, now she came to the state when she was like 3 years old, but her mom was like trying for her to get her papers, but unfortunately her mom passed. So
Do you
there's
have
no way
proof?
she.
Do you have proof of her entry?
Yes, sir. She do have it. Her mom used to work for the airport. I mean, what's it called? Like a flight attendant.
But like, do you have her passport with the stamp?
Yes, sir. I think she have it. But her brother is in the Marines too.
That doesn't help.
Oh,
Make
okay.
sure that you take a digital picture of her entry stamp, because that's the most valuable thing that she owns.
Okay, so I can add her on my N400, the new application.
If you're married to someone, you should list them on your N400. Yes.
Okay, no. The time I applied for the old N400,
You weren't married yet.
I wasn't married at that time.
Yeah, make sure to list her on the N400.
Okay, all right, I'll do that. Thank
Thanks,
you so
man.
much, Mr. Jim. I
Bye,
appreciate
buddy.
it. Have a good one.
See
Yes,
you,
sir.
man. All right. Rocio's here with the dogs. What's up, Rocio?
Hello, can you see them? I hope Alejandro can see them.
We can't see him. I only see a black screen. Do you see him, Juli? No.
Oh, I think it's because of it might be because of the front camera.
I don't know.
Let me see if I switch the camera and I call them. Can you see me now?
No.
No? That's weird.
It's
Okay,
weird.
hold on, let me see.
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I'm gonna kick you out. Maybe come back in.
Okay.
All right, we'll see. Everyone wants to see the dogs, especially Nurse Laura. Nurse Laura really wants to see the dogs. And then after that, we'll go say hi to Matt. And then our friend Lewis is coming on at 3:30. So, and then we'll go to Andre. I know when Devendre's here. Everybody's here. All right, I'm going to go to Matt. Matt, are you there, buddy?
I am, Jim. I am.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm just pulling over right now. And I'm pulled over.
Are you on the
Safe
road?
and sound. Yep. Not anymore. Now I'm on the side of the road.
What's up? Are you guys together?
It's on 500. I'm going to put the cam
You're
on.
breaking up.
Hello. Say hello,
Awesome.
Priscilla. Hey, we're twinsies today with the gray shirts.
Our cameras aren't working. There he is.
Oh, it's on.
You guys are
Got it?
matching. Yeah, it's breaking up a little bit. How you doing?
Hear me?
No, it's all. I think it's your internet. There we go. That looks better. I don't know. Matt's locked up. We'll come back. Let's go to Andre. Hi, Andre.
Hey, how you doing, Jim?
Good, buddy. How you doing?
Good. I called about a year ago regarding a 601.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting. My wife did quit her job and she did come to Canada. We were thinking about living back here again.
I remember that was your plan.
That was the plan. She applied for a job here in her field and she didn't quite get it. And there was nothing in the area for her without having to. So we said we didn't sell the house yet in California.
Sounds like some more good evidence of hardship.
Oh, it's the expense of this, the difficulty of this is unbearable. It's unbelievable. I can't see how this is even good for you. How can the government actually inflict this kind of pain on a U.S. citizen is beyond me.
Yeah.
But anyway, so she quit her job. She moved back down here with the kids. We stayed here for about 6 months. Then we said, let's just have her go back, get your job back if you can. And we'll just wait it out. So that's what she did. She got reinstated back into her, not really her old job, but just a level down, which is about a $20,000 hit, but it's okay. So now we're waiting for the 601 to get approved, and we're hopefully anytime soon.
But I was serious when I said this is more good evidence of hardship. I think you have to submit an update to them. What I would do is I would update them and say, look, she tried to go to Canada to be with her husband. It didn't work out. You assholes should really give him the waiver, because now she's had to come back and she's making $20,000 less. I think this is not fun for life, but it's all better for your case. I mean, that's good evidence, bro.
Oh no, absolutely. The other part, as a Canadian way, we don't want to rock the boat. You know, we're in the process. We're waiting it out.
What's the boat rocking? I don't see any boat rocking.
Yeah, no, it's. We're looking at we're contacting the senator right now to see if we can get this thing try it for another attempt for expediting.
Pshaw on that. That's a waste of time.
But that's not. We're not putting too much hope on it. We also just we sued the government, basing it. We had a Mandamus lawsuit, and we were hoping that they would kind of expedite things that way. But then that got dismissed. But now my question here is what can we do?
Is this 601 or 601A?
601. So I'm in Canada, my wife's in California, and the kids are in California.
Yeah, I remember.
They're on their way back down. They're right now they're in LA. They're taking the next flight, I guess, this evening to come back for Christmas.
Yeah.
Which is like $4,000. This is just crazy, right?
Right.
But anyway, my question is, what can we do not to speed up the 601 and getting approved? Because I mean, that's not really going to happen anytime soon. But what can we do to speed things up? So, like, she quit her job. She got reinstated in a lesser job. Are we going to have to show support again?
Oh, that's the least of your problems. I wouldn't worry about that. At the very least, you just find a co-sponsor, but she's probably still making enough.
Oh, yeah. She's still making quite, but I mean, the pay scale is just a little bit off.
No, I think you're fine.
Now, like right now, I'm constantly getting police clearances because in Canada, to get the police clearance they need, it takes about 20 to 30 days. And so I'm every 6 months, I'm reapplying for a police clearance. So I have it on hand, ready to go at all times.
That's okay.
Is there something like that we can do in advance? No.
If you get the waiver, you should be pretty much done.
Okay. So after the medical, we probably have to redo the medical, the police clearance, and that's about it.
God willing.
Now, we don't want to fall in this trap again. And our lawyer we hired a lawyer for the 601. We hired a lawyer for the litigation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, moving forward from this stage, we want someone on our back to walk us through whatever's next in line.
I don't think you need anything else.
That you think we're good?
Mm-hmm.
So once the waiver's approved, it's just
you might have to do
10-year green card and then apply for
immigrant visa, and then you come to the United States. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. That's what we're trying to see if we could speed things up. What paperwork we need on hand, and then what do we need afterwards so we don't fall in this trap again? Because I mean, honestly, this 601, it's not legal. It can't be legal.
All right, buddy. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
See you, man. All right. Let's go back to Rocio, see those dogs.
Let me see. Okay, let me see if I can call them, because if I turn the camera, that's when it kicked me out. Kocha. So this one, the one that is coming. Come on, Kocha, come here. He is. Let me see if he. Okay. This one. Let me see. Chloe. They are all okay. This is Chloe. I don't know if you can see her.
Oh yeah. Oh,
that's a golden doodle.
Yeah.
This India. She's coming to me. India, Kocha. These are like kids that don't pay attention really.
Right.
I brought them from Argentina. I actually flew them over here. So they came with inspection. Kocha, India. Can you see them? The big white dogs.
Yeah.
They're Dogo Argentinos. I don't know. Let me see if you can. They're meant to be hunting dogs. I don't know if I turn my phone around.
I see them. Boy, that one looks tough.
They're tough. I mean, but they're not
Oh,
tough.
so you have 3 dogs.
Yeah, 3 dogs and a cat and a husband. They're not aggressive, of course. It's only in how you raise them. They're hunting dogs. They're working dogs. They're, for big farms and big games. He's actually the biggest goofball ever. And I actually flew with India, the puppy, the one that you're seeing her probably right there.
Yeah.
I actually brought her from Argentina this summer. She flew as cargo because the airlines, and I actually can
I
help
remember
people.
you told me about it. I remember.
Yeah, so we had to do all the paperwork. I was with a pending 751, Yaki CBP officers at the Miami airport, me having to go get the puppy from cargo. It was not fun. So,
Well, at least they made it through.
oh, and they're safe and they're the best dogs ever. But yeah, it was not fun. But we're here. So anyhow, I owe it to Alejandro and to you to show the dogs. And I also wanted to say thank you for all you do. I feel like the show, it makes you really relatable because I've read about you before getting onto the show. And now it's like, wow, I can't believe we are almost like friends. It gives you this connectivity.
Like if I went to Columbus, I would have coffee with you. Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just love what you do. And I think that there's a great, great value in what you guys are doing. And I learned everything that I know, which is not a lot if I compare it to you, but I learned it through you.
Oh, I think you learned a lot on your own too.
So thank you so much for everything you do. And now I'm able to listen and watch until the end.
Thanks, Rocio. Have a great weekend.
you.
Thanks for coming.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. All right. That's our friend Rocio. She's out of here. Matt is back.
I can't hear.
Hi, Matt. Can you hear me? Can't hear. All right, we'll come back, buddy. I don't know. Yesman's been waiting a while. Hello, Yesman.
Hey, Jim. How are you? Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. I'm doing great, buddy.
Man,
How you doing?
I've been holding my piss for the past 3 hours. Just
Oh, sorry.
Just to say.
At least I got a bathroom break.
I know. No. You deserve it. I just wanted to say congratulations. Thank you for everything on behalf of the community. You keep up the great work that you're doing, my friend.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Appreciate the good wishes.
All right, Jimmy.
Now go to the bathroom.
All right.
See ya. Oh, that's some commitment. Waiting 3 hours to go to the bathroom. Even I took a break. Enrique is here. Hello, Enrique.
Hey, Mr. Jim, how are you?
I'm well. How are you doing, my friend?
Good. On September 19, I applied for citizenship for the N400.
Okay.
And I'm still waiting. I haven't heard anything when my interview is going to be.
Where do you live?
I live in Baltimore, Maryland.
So people will say in the comments probably 7, 8, 9 months.
Yeah, that's about it. Like I was looking at the processing times, and it was like 7 months, 8 months in the Baltimore field office. So another question that I have is like, what are some best interview tips? Like,
oh, great. That's a great question. Okay. Well, show up early, have your documents organized. I mean, I made a TikTok the other day. You don't need to bring a lot to your N400. Are you doing the 3-year rule or the 5-year rule?
5-year rule.
Okay. So you don't have to. How did you get your green card?
Through my father.
Okay, perfect. So all it's really going to be is, have you had any criminal issues since you got your green card?
No.
Any trips outside the United States of more than 6 months?
No.
Do you have all of your travel updated on a spreadsheet somewhere?
Yeah, I did all that.
I think you're good. I don't think there's much to worry about. I think the typical interview goes something like this. Hey, Enrique, my name's Officer Hacking. I'm going to be conducting your N400 interview today. We're going to start off by asking you 10 questions. Do you want me to give you the fake test right now?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Who's the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court?
John J. Roberts Jr.
Oh shit. I didn't know that. I thought it was just John Roberts, but that's good. If the president and the vice president can't serve, who serves as president?
The Speaker of the House.
And who is the current Speaker of the House?
Mike Johnson.
Oh shit, he knows. So if he knows Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, he's dialed in. So we're 3 out of 10. We only have to get 6 right, and then they stop. Okay, name one state that borders Canada.
New York.
We elect a U.S. senator for how many years?
6.
And what? I don't know if I asked this one right. I'll ask you this one. What is one war that was fought in the 20th century?
20th century. World War II.
Perfect. You passed. Then they'll ask you to write a sentence in English and read a sentence in English. So the one that we see all the time is who lives in the White House. That's what you have to read, and then you have to write. Then you have to write. Then you have to write the president lives in the White House. Hold on. I'll just do the whole damn thing, right? So let me get up the N400.
Okay.
I won't ask you like your address and stuff that's private. I won't ask you that stuff.
Yeah.
But they will ask you that stuff. Here we go.
I remember from the last time me and my dad went to the Baltimore field office for a green card interview. They asked all of that. So
do you wish to change your name?
No.
Okay, then they'll ask you your country of birth, your country of nationality. They'll ask, are either of your parents U.S. citizens?
Well, my father is. My mom passed away in 2020. So
how old were you when your father naturalized?
I was over 18.
Okay, that's what they want to know. Yep.
Yeah.
Then they'll ask for your address the last 5 years. They'll ask about your parents. They'll ask like your height and weight and all that stuff. They'll ask your jobs for the last 5 years, school. How many total days did you spend outside the United States during the last 5 years?
I think it was maybe 49 days, something like that.
And how many trips of 24 hours or longer?
4 trips.
Any more than 6 months?
No.
Current marital status, they'll ask you that. Then they'll ask you about your spouse and whether their immigration status is. They'll ask about any children. And then they'll ask you about citizenship. Have you ever claimed to be a U.S. citizen, ever voted? Have you ever been declared legally incompetent? Do you owe any overdue federal, state, or local taxes? Ever called yourself a non-resident and not paid your taxes? Then they'll ask you about, have you ever been a member of any organizations, associations, funds, foundations, parties, clubs, societies? You'll tell them about that. They'll ask you if you ever been a communist, a totalitarian, or a terrorist, ever advocated the overthrow of any government. Then they'll ask you all those questions. Ever been involved in genocide, torture, killing someone badly, hurting someone, forcing someone to have sex, or not let someone practice their religion? Then they'll ask you about military stuff. Ever worked in a jail or prison? Then they'll ask you about crimes, citations. Then they'll ask you all these questions like, have you ever been a drunk, a prostitute? Have you ever committed any crime or offense for which you've not been arrested? Ever been in deportation proceedings? Ever avoided the U.S. Armed Forces? Were you more than 18? Were you over 18 when you got your green card or under 18?
I was over 18.
So you didn't have to register for selective service. And then they'll ask you, these will be the last 6 questions. They'll ask you, do you support the Constitution and form of government of the United States?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand the full oath of allegiance to the United States?
Yes, I do.
Are you willing to take the full oath of allegiance to the United States?
Yes, I am.
If the law requires it, are you willing to bear arms on behalf of the United States?
Yes, I am.
If the law requires it, are you willing to perform non-combatant services in the U.S. Armed Forces?
Yes, I am.
If the law requires it, are you willing to perform work of national importance under civilian direction?
Yes, I am.
What does it mean to you to what does it mean to be a good citizen?
To vote, to pay my taxes, to support the U.S. Constitution and the laws of the United States.
By the powers vested in me by USCIS, I hereby declare you a citizen. Enrique, welcome to America. Now, don't really say that you're a citizen. We're just playing, but that's sort of it. We'll say, okay, everything looks good. And did you say Baltimore? Was it Baltimore or no?
Yeah, Baltimore.
Yeah. So Baltimore, they often do same day Nat ceremonies. So you might just do it that very day, unless you're changing your name, but you said you're not. So I think you're in good shape, buddy.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Jim.
All right. Thanks, Enrique. See you, buddy. All right. That was fun. We got to do that more often. I'm going to go to Lewis because Lewis is a good guy. Then I'll go to Andrew, who's also a good guy. All right. Lewis, how you doing, man?
I am very well, thanks, Jim. How are you?
Good. Thanks for sending me that email yesterday. That stuff you sent me is what they currently show, but they used to show a lot more.
This is about the data, right? By field office.
Yeah, about the data. Yeah, Lewis was answering my call yesterday about the data. you used to be able to literally see how many came in and out. And I think I say, if I can figure out where I saved it, then I can ask for it again, like updated. They're hiding that stuff now. Now they just have that dumb processing times that say we approve 80%.
It's in there somewhere. Maybe I didn't send you the exact one, but on that link, I've definitely seen that says how many came in this quarter, how many went out this quarter, how many of those were approved, rejected, noided.
Oh, that's what I need. That's okay. I'll keep looking then.
It's in there.
How you doing, man?
I'm very well, thank you. I did a little bit of math. I've learned to change the word math from maths now that I'm.
You can say math. It's okay. We don't care.
And by my rough calculations, in 500 episodes, you'll have answered 18,000 questions.
How many per episode did you estimate?
So I worked on 500 episodes, 30,000 minutes, 12 people per episode, and 3 questions per person.
Yeah. So how many altogether?
18,000.
That's great. Well, I'll tell you this, it may not be true, but I feel like it's made me a better lawyer. Like having the show and having to be sort of, and I'll always admit when I don't know something, and I'll even admit when you were right and I was wrong about the public charge. Yeah.
H1 and the H1B one. I still stand by that. You can go in and out of the USA even without advance parole.
No, you're right. You're right about that too, but that still makes me really nervous.
That's fair.
That makes me nervous. Yeah.
I am. So look, I've watched most of the show today, and it was really awesome hearing Nurse Laura about the mental health thing. My biggest tip I can give there is download 1 or 2 of the apps onto your phone that track USCIS, and then you don't need to go and check the status checker. Now, it's very easy to say this. I was probably checking online 20 to 30 times. I'd love to say a week, but it was a day. It became a little bit addictive. I'd be on conference calls. I'll just check once more. I'll just check once more. And then, of course, when it did update and I did get the green card, I get 3 notifications from 3 different apps within a minute. So my biggest advice to give to folks is let the apps do the work, pay a couple of bucks and pay for a premium version of the app so that you can get a notification as soon as anything changes, and don't kill yourself checking every minute because it's not healthy.
I love the advice. I also think, I've mentioned many times that if I knew someone who was like going to grad school and they were looking for a research topic, I think that looking at the psychological effects of, think about all the things that we see. Couples separated for years and years, family, brothers and sisters separated from years and years. We've had plenty of cases, both in our office and on the show, where dad can't come to the United States. So dad's not there for the first 2 years of child's life. That has real world effects.
That's it.
Right.
And look at the chap a couple of weeks ago, the terribly sad case. Thankfully, he dialed back in the next day, feeling a lot better.
Yeah.
But he was really struggling through USCIS's inadequacy.
Yeah.
You'd probably use a ruder word, but I still have to be respectful to them for another 4 years and 7 months.
I don't, but Lewis. So in the pantheon of fans of the show and friends of the show, Lewis has done a couple of amazing things. One is he's agreed to kick in $1,000 as I did, Amani and I did today since we hit our goal. So we're gonna probably end up right around $4,000, I think, for the Micah Project, thanks to Lewis and everybody else who donated. And if you haven't donated yet, we'll put the link one more time. Maybe we can get us right to 4,000. But that was very generous of you, Lewis. Also, Lewis was so happy, even though I wasn't his lawyer for his case, that he agreed and offered very kindly to pay for the legal fees for one of our needy viewers. And so that was very, very kind of you, Lewis.
I feel my case went smoother because I was able to instruct the lawyers that the company had instructed and tell them how I wanted things done. Nice. And I do remember when they put forward the I-129 originally for the L1 visa, L1A visa, and the I-140, I asked for copies of those. And they said, "Oh no, we don't send them to you because you're not the applicant, you are the beneficiary."
Yeah.
And I made it quite clear that I wanted those, and I found mistakes in them. And look, nobody's perfect, but my application pack for the green card was 1,132 pages. That was what was submitted. I printed those 1,132 pages before they were submitted and went through every single line. And there were loads of little mistakes here or there. Some of them probably very little, some of them maybe more serious, but it's on us, not the lawyer, to get it right. I firmly believe that. The lawyer we've got to rely on to get the most of it right, but we have to check every single thing before it gets submitted. It's on us. It's our lives.
Well, this is why Lewis has his green card now, and I appreciate the advocacy and the level of scrutiny and detail, and I certainly appreciate having you here in the group. And I'm sorry we missed each other when I was in Austin, but what other advice do you have for anybody, just real quick, Lewis, before we go, about the immigration process? I mean, you gave us a good tip about, not checking every 10 seconds, but what else do you want people to know?
Firstly, I have to recognize I was extraordinarily lucky. I was lucky with the timing of my application. I was lucky that premium processing became available for I-140s just at the time I was going to apply. I was lucky that I had the L1 visa, so I didn't have to worry about, is an EAD going to come? Is advanced parole going to come? The tip I would now give, and it was mentioned in the chat earlier, I have a Google spreadsheet now of every trip I take outside the US.
Yeah.
How many days I've been abroad, and I travel extensively. So by the time 5 years come, it will have been 50 trips. So knowing exactly what countries I went to, how many days I was gone. An interesting little nugget is that if you go on a Monday and you come back to the US on a Wednesday, you might think that's 3 days, but USCIS only considers it 1 day because they only want you to track full 24-hour periods. So when you've got your spreadsheet, it's not Wednesday minus Monday, it's Wednesday minus Monday minus 1 day.
Did I ever tell you my favorite story about counting days?
Tell us their favorite story.
So we had this lady, she won the diversity visa. She came to Maryland. She lived with her aunt and uncle. She really wasn't here all that often. She applied for citizenship, and they denied her because they said she had a trip of 6 months, right? 6 months. And they said a trip of more than 6 months. So therefore you can't get your citizenship because you broke your continual residency. And she didn't have a lot of ties. So how many days, to you, Lewis, how many days are in 6 months?
Well, if we average, I don't know, 365 divided by 12 times 6.
Well, there's lots of ways to skin that cat. They were skinning it 180 days.
Well, that's not right, because there's 365 days in a year.
My lady was 181. Okay? So we made the argument. They denied her naturalization. I think she hired me for an RFE. They denied it. It was either Fairfax or Baltimore. I think it was Baltimore. And we did an N336. And my wife went, and we made the argument that 182 and a half days is 6 months.
That's right. Yeah.
And
even another half day on a leap year.
Yeah. The officer never saw it coming. And he literally his mouth dropped, and he approved it. He reversed it. And so that was that. So you gotta count those days. And I think that advice of keeping track of your travel, because you don't want to recreate that later, and it's your burden. It is your burden. Yeah, exactly.
So listen, before I go, you've done a huge amount for us, the community, including 4 hours, 45 minutes today. So Rossio and I got in touch with each other, and we have a little surprise for you. So I think Umra might be just outside the door, and she's going to come into your office.
Hey, there it is. Look at that.
And we made you a little hoodie.
Look at this, guys. Thank you, Umra. It says Hacking 500. That's awesome.
And on the back, these are what we believe some of your favorite phrases. So maybe you'll read them out for us.
I'll be happy to. This is great. Most visit visas are denied. Most visit visas are denied.
You never ever say that once. You always repeat the sentence twice.
That's funny. So what's your question for me? That's when I get frustrated. When I'm starting to get frustrated. All right. You're on mute. Yeah, that's Yuli's. That's hers. You need a co-sponsor. Oh my God. Remember, there was that time where that's all I ever talked about was you need a co-sponsor.
And then someone goes, oh no, but I've got 2 years. There was just one bad year.
Yeah, get a co-sponsor. I don't like K1s. True. USCIS are such idiots.
I had to be polite to get it through the print.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's the whole shoot and match. Yep. This is good. This is great. This was a bad plan. This was never going to work. Who told you this could work? That's the best. That's the best. Well, I'll be wearing this. I'll be wearing this next week. Thank you, Armra. Thank you, Lewis, and thanks, Rocio. That was great. That just made my day. I'm glad you came on at the end.
Well, it's been a pleasure. Here's to the next 500 episodes.
Thanks, buddy. See you soon.
Keep well, man. All the best.
Bye, Lewis. Oh, that
See ya.
was great. That was great. All right, let's get Andrew back on. Andrew, those are things I seem to say from time to time.
That is true. And I was just going to say, man, that's a tough act to follow. I didn't get you a hoodie.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I gave you a hoodie. You got your Wisconsin hoodie, but you're not wearing it today.
That's true. I did also want to say, though, the last time I was on the show, I got accused of looking like a USCIS agent. And then I come into the waiting room and you're running a full N400 interview in here.
Yeah, I think you had the arm patches on that time.
I think I did. Yeah.
That's great. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You getting ready for the so just so everybody knows, we're having a reset week. We'll be closed not next week, but the week after. So between Christmas and New Year's, we'll be closed. So that's going to be great.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. We're getting together with sibling, brother-in-law, their kids, my parents, all in a big house. So it's gonna be pretty noisy with 4 kids ranging from my youngest, who's a very loud 2-year-old, to their oldest, who's a very loud 6-year-old. So it's gonna be pretty fun, but pretty noisy.
In your house or in?
No, we're going up to Minnesota. My parents.
Nice.
Yep.
My son just came home from Minnesota last night. So I think I hadn't realized this, but I was thinking, for the Minnesota winters, he'll be here for a month or 5 weeks of it. So that'll help a little bit, I think.
Well, it's going to be in the 40s and sunny the whole week. It's gonna be uncharacteristic.
Yeah, and I guess things really get tough in January, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, do you want to introduce yourself real quick for those of our viewers who don't know you and sort of what your role is, what you do around here, how long you've been here, all that good stuff?
Sure. Yeah, I'm Andrew. I'm the supervising attorney. I've been here for 9 years, counting law clerk, 8 years as an attorney. So it's been a while. I've actually, the last 6 or 7 years of that, I've been up in Wisconsin working remotely. I was kind of the pioneer, I think, of
our first remote team member.
And I do kind of work with, mentor the newer attorneys a little bit, work with the paralegals. I have a number of my own cases kind of as needed. We actually just got, in the cases that I'm working on, we just got 4 or 5 of them out the door today. Nice. Which is pretty exciting. I just finished signing off on my last form right before I hopped on. So that's pretty excited. We're trying to get as many things out as possible before we close, as Jim mentioned, for the reboot week. So things are moving, working with the team. So I'm good. I came on here kind of fired up because of all the stuff we're shipping today.
Well, that's good. Tim and Tom and Jill all came on earlier too. That was fun.
I saw that screenshot of that. That's what reminded me that I needed to get in the room.
Awesome. The room where it happens. So just real quick, I'll get to 1 or 2 more calls, but real quick, and I've been asking this of almost every lawyer that came on. By the way, your client Hina says, I meant to email you back, Andrew. I'll do it in the morning.
Thank you.
I've been asking everybody, what mistakes do you see immigrants make that you wish they would not?
I would say the number one thing, and I'm going to just kind of ignore littler things that are pretty fixable. The number one thing I think that is really hard to fix, and Lewis was talking about this a little bit about visit visas. Not only do most of them get denied, but you can get yourself into a lot of trouble on those. So the number one mistake I would say is doing something that you think is going to be convenient or helpful in the short term, because somebody told you to, whether that's a consultant or somebody that could potentially torpedo everything in the future. So I know that that's a little bit broad. So specifically, I will say, writing that you are married in your home country on your DS-160 on your visit visa when you are not in fact married.
We never see that.
And you get consultants who will fill it out for you, and they'll say, oh yeah, we do this every day. This is fine. This is what they want to see. But you're responsible for what's on that. Even if you didn't read it, even if you didn't look at it, you're still responsible. And you might get in on that visit, but you're going to find yourself either getting denied or needing a very expensive, very difficult waiver down the road if you do that. So think about everything long-term. Think about everything kind of, what is your whole immigration journey going to look like? And even if something is going to make it harder to get something short-term, don't mess yourself up I don't know what kind of language I can use, but I'm going to say don't mess yourself up short term or long term for something that's going to maybe benefit you a little bit in the short term. That's the number one thing I would say.
I think that's a great way to put it. The way I've been framing it lately and with my immigration talks is you only have one immigration record.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get a black mark on there, some black marks you can't get off your record. Right.
Yep.
And so certainly, and you know, that what you mentioned about people saying they're married, you know, it's bad when they hit you with a misrepresentation charge. That's bad, right? Like they say,
Mm-hmm.
oh, well, you lied about being married. But you know what else they like to do, don't forget, is sometimes they just act like you told the truth.
Yeah,
right?
you're kind of in a catch-22. Now you're in the position of disproving a marriage that never proving that a marriage that never happened, which is it's pretty hard to prove
divorcing your imaginary spouse. Yeah, that's sort of hard to pull off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Andrew, thanks for coming on. Thanks for all your support for the firm and the show, and we appreciate you very much. And I'll see you soon.
Thank you, and congratulations on the 500th show. That's pretty incredible.
That's something else. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
See you, man. I've been thinking that when we get to 10, or I'm sorry, 1,000, I think we're going to do a live show. Like we'll rent a theater and do a live show, like, and get guests and stuff. I think that would be really fun. Might not go 5 full hours, but we might do like a studio show or something. Like, I think that would be fun. All right, Devendre's been here.
Hey, Mr. Jim, how are you?
I'm good, Devendre. How you doing?
Good. Happy 500 episode.
Thanks so much, and thanks for all the good advice on taking breaks.
No worries. We're here for that.
What's
so
up,
I would
man?
like to congratulate every immigrant and everyone that been through the process that's supporting you till you make it 500 and more. And my question is, I was a TPS holder. Now I have my green card. Is there any form I should file to let USCIS know I don't need TPS no more, or just?
Oh, I would just leave it. I wouldn't do anything. I would just keep it.
Okay. Quick advice for everybody going through the processes: just be patient and then don't go crazy, and then live your life.
I love it. Just be patient. That should be on my shirt. Just be patient. Don't go crazy. Just live your life. I like that.
Yep. All right, Mr. Kim. Thank you
See
so much.
buddy. All right. Benny, we're about 1,000. I think it's about 3,400 or so. 3,400, I think we're at right now. So if anybody wants to still donate, I haven't heard back from my friends at the Micah Project. Next time we'll have to have like a gauge. That's one thing I didn't think about. All right. We are going to end the show with my partner in crime, Ms. Hooley herself. Hello, Hooley.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I've been going back and forth, but that's the joy of living in Latin America. The energy went off. Then I went to a coffee house. Then the energy went off again. So nice.
Well, so talk about your time. How long have you been at Hacking Immigration Law?
2 years and 3 months or 2 months.
And what is I know that everybody knows you from the show, but what is your day-to-day? Like, what do you do the rest of the time?
Well, I'm the senior communications coordinator here in Hacking. So basically, I'm like the traffic controller of calls. So first of all, you're going to hear is my team that is composed by Skyla, Tatiana, and Mariana. We are the girls that we receive all your calls, and we'll try to filter and see if your case is something that we're able to help you, to assist you. So the intake specialist will let you know how we can help you on the best situation. And the other thing that we do, once you're a client, we help you to get updates, or if you have any information to send to your legal team, we're that bridge of communicating from you to your legal team and help you on anything. I just want to let everyone know that we are here to help you. You have to trust everyone, since my team getting your phone call up to the end of the attorneys handling your case. We all here working together to help you. And each and one of our team members that work in Hacking, we're so proud of what we do. We love what we do. And for me right now, for example, Jim did this interview with this caller a few minutes ago. And I got chills. Like, it was so excited because I just imagine when the person goes through that and finally gets at the end of that process, that it's so exciting. And it was such a struggle since getting their green card into doing all that process. And for me, thinking that I'm part of it, just helping, receiving calls and doing my job, it's so grateful. And I want to say thank you to everyone who participates on the show, on the comments, to Tony, Rocio, you see that?
There it is.
Norse, Lara, and everyone. I really appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. You make my day. I love doing the show with you, Jim, and I love working here in hacking. So I have only 2 years and a couple of months, so I hope it could be, I can reach a little bit more than Adela. Not that much, I don't know, but let's see.
we love having you here. Juli, talk to me just real quick. We'll wrap up with this. Talk to me about, the stress level of people going through immigration. Can you talk about like the way people explain it to you, or how do they describe it? Because I think you guys, as the front line on the phones, you hear a lot of it.
Yes. Well, we receive all type of calls, like basically people trying to look someone to help them because they are on a removal or they're on deportation, or even though people that have been detained and they haven't heard about their family since a couple of weeks and months. And that's what we filter to the intake and to basically to the legal team. And it's hard to hear different stories that are complicated. We try to do our best, but you hear about everything. People, it's like one day, I remember this call, this lady was crying because it was so hard for her to do all this process. She was like, I cannot handle it anymore. And at the same time, she was going through a divorce. So it was kind of hard. And it's heartbreaking hearing some things and some situations that we can't help. But at the end of the day, we try to do our best and help everyone as we can. So we hear a lot of tough stuff, but well, we try to do whatever we can that is in our hands, basically.
Well, I want to thank you. I also want to thank all of our great fans, everybody who came on and asked questions, everybody in the comments. It's been fun reading. We've hit our 5-hour mark. We've made well over our goal. We're well over 3,000, and that link will be live for a while. So if you want to donate to,
I'll share it again.
Yeah, if you want to donate to the Micah Project, we'd appreciate you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rocio and Louis, for my sweatshirt.
I love that sweater. It's great. And has my phrase.
This was a bad plan. This was never going to work. Who told you this could work? I said that. I said all that at the airport the other day. I said that to that Japanese.
And I'm gonna post mine to end the show.
All right, what is it?
That's my
you're on
phrase.
mute. Yeah, that was yours for sure. All right, everybody, we did it. Thanks so much. And next show will be Monday at 4 o'clock as usual time. That'll be 5:01, and then we'll start working towards 1,000. And Juli and I are thinking about adding a new little wrinkle to the waiting room on Monday. We'll announce that on Monday. That'll be episode 501. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Lizard, for your big fat donation. Thank you, Louis, and everybody who donated to the Micah Project. We'll see you guys next week.
Okay, bye.